Part 2 of an episode of Fiddletown, from Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Jeff Cowgill. An episode of Fiddletown, Part 2. Athwart the long, low-studded attic, a slant sunbeam from a single small window lay, filled with dancing motes, and only half illuminating the barren, dreary apartment. In the ray of this sunbeam she saw the child's glowing hair as if crowned by a red aureole, as she sat upon the floor with her exaggerated doll between her knees. She appeared to be talking to it, and it was not long before Mrs. Tretherick observed that she was rehearsing the interview of a half-hour before. She catechized the doll severely, cross-examining it in regard to the duration of its stay there, and generally on the measure of time. The imitation of Mrs. Tretherick's manner was exceedingly successful, and the conversation almost a literal reproduction, with a single exception. After she had informed the doll that she was not her mother, at the close of the interview she added pathetically that if she was dead, very dead, she might be her mamma, and love her very much. I have already hinted that Mrs. Tretherick was deficient in a sense of humor. Perhaps it was for this reason that this whole scene affected her most unpleasantly, and the conclusion sent the blood tingling to her cheek. There was something, too, inconceivably lonely in the situation. The unfurnished vacant room, the half-lights, the monstrous doll, whose very size seemed to give a pathetic significance to its speechlessness, the smallness of the one animate, self-centered figure, all these touched more or less deeply the half-poetic sensibilities of the woman. She could not help utilizing the impression as she stood there, and thought what a fine poem might be constructed from this material if the room were a little darker, the child lonelier, say, sitting beside a dead mother's bier, and the wind wailing in the turrets. And then she suddenly heard footsteps at the door below and recognized the tread of the Colonel's cane. She flew swiftly down the stairs and encountered the Colonel in the hall. Here she poured into his astonished ear a voluble and exaggerated statement of her discovery, and indignant recital of her wrongs. "Don't tell me the whole thing wasn't arranged beforehand, for I know it was," she almost screamed. "And think," she added, "of the heartlessness of the wretch, leaving his own child alone here in that way." "Well, it's a blank shame," stammered the Colonel, without the least idea of what he was talking about. In fact, utterly unable as he was to comprehend a reason for the woman's excitement with his estimate of her character, I fear he showed it more plainly than he intended. He stammered, expanded his chest, looked stern, gallant, tender, but all unintelligently. Mrs. Tretherick for an instant experienced a sickening doubt of the existence of natures in perfect affinity. "It's of no use," said Mrs. Tretherick with sudden vehemence, in answer to some inaudible remark of the Colonel's, and withdrawing her hand from the fevered grasp of that ardent and sympathetic man. "It's of no use. My mind is made up. You can send for my trunk as soon as you like, but I shall stay here and confront that man with the proof of his vileness. I will put him face to face with his infamy." I do not know whether Colonel Starbottle thoroughly appreciated the convincing proof of Tretherick's unfaithfulness and malignity afforded by the damning evidence of the existence of Tretherick's own child in his own house. He was dimly aware, however, of some unforeseen obstacle to the perfect expression of the infinite longing of his own sentimental nature. But before he could say anything, Carrie appeared on the landing above them, looking timidly and yet half critically at the pair. "That's her," said Mrs. Tretherick excitedly. In her deepest emotions, in either verse or prose, she rose above a consideration of grammatical construction. "Oh," said the Colonel, with a sudden assumption of paternal affection and jocularity that was glaringly unreal and affected. "Oh, pretty little girl, how do you do? How are you? Well, you find yourself pretty well, do you, pretty little girl?" The Colonel's impulse was also to expand his chest and swing his cane until it occurred to him that this action might be ineffective with a child of 6 or 7. Carrie, however, took no immediate notice of this advance, but further discomposed the chivalrous colonel by running quickly to Mrs. Tretherick and hiding herself, as if for protection, in the folds of her gown. Nevertheless, the colonel was not vanquished. Falling back into an attitude of respectful admiration, he pointed out a marvelous resemblance to the Madonna and Child. Mrs. Tretherick simpered, but did not dislodge Carrie as before. There was an awkward pause for a moment, and then Mrs. Tretherick, motioning significantly to the child, said in a whisper, "Go now. Don't come here again, but meet me tonight at the hotel." She extended her hand. The colonel bent over it gallantly, and raising his hat, the next moment was gone. "Well, do you think," said Mrs. Tretherick with an embarrassed voice and a prodigious blush, looking down and addressing the fiery curls just visible in the folds of her dress, "do you think you'll be good if I let you stay in here and sit with me?" "And let me call you Mama?" queried Carrie, looking up. "And let you call me Mama," assented Mrs. Tretherick with an embarrassed laugh. "Yes," said Carrie promptly. They entered the bedroom together. Carrie's eye instantly caught sight of the trunk. "Are you doing away then, Mama?" she said with a quick, nervous look, and clutch at the woman's dress. "No," said Mrs. Tretherick, looking out the window. "Only playin' you're doing away," suggested Carrie with a laugh. "Let me play too." Mrs. Tretherick assented. Carrie flew into the next room, and presently reappeared dragging a small trunk, into which she gravely proceeded to pack her clothes. Mrs. Tretherick noticed that they were not many. A question or two regarding them brought out some further replies from the child, and before many minutes had elapsed, Mrs. Tretherick was in possession of all her earlier history. But to do this, Mrs. Tretherick had been obliged to take Carrie upon her lap, pending the most confidential disclosures. They sat thus a long time after Mrs. Tretherick had apparently ceased to be interested in Carrie's disclosures, and when lost in thought, she allowed the child to rattle on unheeded, and ran her fingers through the scarlet curls. "You don't hold me right, Mama," said Carrie at last, after one or two uneasy shiftings of position. "Well, how should I hold you?" asked Mrs. Tretherick with a half-amused, half-embarrassed laugh. "This way," said Carrie, curling up into position with one arm around Mrs. Tretherick's neck and her cheek resting on her bosom. "This way, dear." After a little preparatory nestling, not unlike some small animal, she closed her eyes and went to sleep. For a few moments the woman sat silent, scarcely daring to breathe in that artificial attitude, and then, whether from some occult sympathy in the touch, or God best knows what, a sudden fancy began to thrill her. She began by remembering an old pain that she had forgotten, an old horror that she had resolutely put away all these years. She recalled days of sickness and distrust, days of an overshadowing fear, days of preparation for something that was to be prevented, that was prevented, with mortal agony and fear. She thought of a life that might have been. She dared not say had been, and wondered. It was 6 years ago. If it had lived, it would have been as old as Carrie. The arms which were folded loosely around the sleeping child began to tremble and tighten their clasp. And then the deep potential impulse came, and with a half-sob, half-sigh, she threw her arms out and drew the body of the sleeping child down, down, into her breast, down again and again, as if she would hide it in the grave dug there years before. And the gust that shook her passed, and then, ah me, the rain. A drop or two fell upon the curls of Carrie, and she moved uneasily in her sleep. But the woman soothed her again. It was so easy to do it now. And they sat there quiet and undisturbed, so quiet that they might have seemed incorporate of the lonely, silent house, the slowly declining sunbeams, and the general air of desertion and abandonment, yet a desertion that had in it nothing of age, decay, or despair. Colonel Starbottle waited at the Fiddletown Hotel all that night in vain, and the next morning, when Mr. Tretherick returned to his husks, he found the house vacant and untenanted, except by motes and sunbeams. When it was fairly known that Mrs. Tretherick had run away, taking Mr. Tretherick's own child with her, there was some excitement and much diversity of opinion in Fiddletown. The Dutch flat intelligencer openly alluded to the forcible abduction of the child with the same freedom, and, it's to be feared, the same prejudice, with which it had criticized the abductor's poetry. All of Mrs. Tretherick's own sex, and perhaps a few of the opposite sex, whose distinctive quality was not, however, very strongly indicated, fully coincided in the views of the intelligencer. The majority, however, evaded the moral issue. That Mrs. Tretherick had shaken the red dust of Fiddletown from her dainty slippers was enough for them to know. They mourned the loss of the fair abductor more than her offense. They promptly rejected Tretherick as an injured husband and disconsolate father, and even went so far as to openly cast discredit on the sincerity of his grief. They reserved an ironical condolence for Colonel Starbottle, overbearing that excellent man with untimely and demonstrative sympathy in bar-rooms, saloons, and other localities not generally deemed favorable to the display of sentiment. "She was allus a skittish thing, Colonel," said one sympathizer with a fine affectation of gloomy concern and great readiness of illustration, "and it's kinda natural that she'd get away some day and stampede that there colt. But that she should shake you, Colonel, that she should just shake you is what gets me. And they do say that you just hung around that hotel all night and payrolled them corridors and hoisted yourself up and down them stairs and meandered in and out of that piazza, and all for nothing." It was another generous and tenderly commiserating spirit that poured additional oil and wine on the Colonel's wounds. "The boys here let on that Mrs. Tretherick prevailed on you to pack your trunk and a baby over from the house to the stage office, and that the chap as did go off with her thanked you and offered you 2 short bits and said as how he liked your looks and 'd employ you again. And now you say it ain't so. Well, I'll tell the boys it ain't so, and I'm glad I met you, for stories do get around." Happily for Mrs. Tretherick's reputation, however, the Chinaman in Tretherick's employment, who was the only eyewitness of her flight, stated that she was unaccompanied except by the child. He further deposed that, obeying her orders, he had stopped the Sacramento coach and secured a passage for herself and child to San Francisco. It was true that Ah Fe's testimony was of no legal value, but nobody doubted it. Even those who were skeptical of the pagan's ability to recognize the sacredness of the truth admitted his passionless, unprejudiced unconcern. But it would appear from a hitherto unrecorded passage of his veracious chronicle that herein they were mistaken. It was about 6 months after the disappearance of Mrs. Tretherick that Ah Fe, while working in Tretherick's lot, was hailed by 2 passing Chinamen. They were the ordinary mining coolies equipped with long poles and baskets for their usual pilgrimages. An animated conversation at once ensued between Ah Fe and his brother Mongolians, a conversation characterized by that usual shrill volubility and apparent animosity which was at once the delight and scorn of the intelligent Caucasian who did not understand a word of it. Such at least was the feeling with which Mr. Tretherick on his veranda, and Colonel Starbottle, who was passing, regarded their heathenish jargon. The gallant colonel simply kicked them out of his way. The irate Tretherick, with an oath, threw a stone at the group and dispersed them, but not before 1 or 2 slips of yellow rice paper marked with hieroglyphics were exchanged, and a small parcel put into Ah Fe's hands. When Ah Fe opened this in the dim solitude of his kitchen, he found a little girl's apron, freshly washed, ironed, and folded. On the corner of the hem were the initials C.T. Ah Fe tucked it away in a corner of his blouse and proceeded to wash his dishes in the sink with a smile of guileless satisfaction. 2 days after this, Ah Fe confronted his master. "Me no like Fiddletown. Me belly sick. Me go now." Mr. Tretherick violently suggested a profane locality. Ah Fe gazed at him placidly and withdrew. Before leaving Fiddletown, however, he accidentally met Colonel Starbottle, and dropped a few incoherent phrases which apparently interested that gentleman. When he concluded, The colonel handed him a letter and a $20 gold piece. "If you bring me an answer, I'll double that. Sabe, John?" Ah Fe nodded. An interview equally accidental, with precisely the same result, took place between Ah Fe and another gentleman whom I suspect to have been the youthful editor of the Avalanche. Yet I regret to state that, after proceeding some distance on his journey, Ah Fe calmly broke the seals of both letters, and after trying to read them upside down and sideways, finally divided them into accurate squares, and, in this condition, disposed of them to a brother celestial whom he met on the road for a trifling gratuity. The agony of Colonel Starbottle on finding his wash-bill made out on the unwritten side of one of those squares, and delivered to him with his weekly clean clothes, and the subsequent discovery that the remaining portions of his letter were circulated by the same method from the Chinese laundry of one Feng Ti of Fiddletown, has been described to me as peculiarly affecting. Yet I am satisfied that a higher nature, rising above the levity induced by the mere contemplation of the insignificant details of this breach of trust, would find ample retributive justice in the difficulties that subsequently attended Ah Fe's pilgrimage. On the road to Sacramento he was twice playfully thrown from the top of the stagecoach by an intelligent but deeply intoxicated Caucasian, whose moral nature was shocked at riding with one addicted to opium smoking. At Hangtown he was beaten by a passing stranger, purely an act of Christian supererogation. At Dutch Flat he was robbed by well-known hands from unknown motives. At Sacramento he was arrested on suspicion of being something or other, and discharged with a severe reprimand, possibly for not being it, and so delaying the course of justice. At San Francisco he was freely stoned by children of the public schools, but by carefully avoiding these monuments of enlightened progress, he at last reached, in comparative safety, the Chinese quarters, where his abuse was confined to the police and limited by the strong arm of the law. The next day he entered the wash-house of Chai Fook as an assistant, and on the following Friday was sent with a basket of clean clothes to Chai Fook's several clients. It was the usual foggy afternoon as he climbed the long windswept hill of California Street, one of those bleak, gray intervals that made the summer a misnomer to any but the liveliest San Franciscan fancy. There was no warmth of color in earth or sky, no light nor shade within or without, only one monotonous, universal, neutral tint over everything. There was a fierce unrest in the wind-whipped streets. There was a dreary, vacant quiet in the gray houses. When Ah Fe reached the top of the hill, the Mission Ridge was already hidden, and the chill sea breeze made him shiver. As he put down his basket to rest himself, it is possible that to his defective intelligence and heathen experience, this God's own climate, as was called, seemed to possess but scant tenderness, softness, or mercy. But it is possible that Ah Fe illogically confounded this season with his old persecutors, the school-children, who, being released from studious confinement at this hour, were generally most aggressive. So he hastened on, and turning a corner, at last stopped before a small house. It was the usual San Franciscan urban cottage. There was the little strip of cold green shrubbery before it, the chilly bare veranda, and above this, again, the grim balcony on which no one sat. Ah Fe rang the bell. A servant appeared, glanced at his basket, and reluctantly admitted him, as if he were some necessary domestic animal. Ah Fe silently mounted the stairs, and entering the open door of the front chamber, put down the basket, and stood passively on the threshold. A woman who was sitting in the cold gray light of the window with a child in her lap rose listlessly and came toward him. Ah Fe instantly recognized Mrs. Tretherick, but not a muscle of his immobile face changed, nor did his slant eyes lighten as he met her own placidly. She evidently did not recognize him as she began to count the clothes. But the child, curiously examining him, suddenly uttered a short, glad cry. "Why, it's John, Mama! It's our old John that we had in Fiddletown!" For an instant Ah Fe's eyes and teeth electrically lightened. The child clapped her hands and caught at his blouse. Then he said shortly, "Me John, Ah Fe, all the same. Me know you? How do?" Mrs. Tretherick dropped the clothes nervously, and looked hard at Ah Fe. Wanting the quick-witted instinct of affection that sharpened Carrie's perception, she even then could not distinguish him above his fellows. With a recollection of past pain and an obscure suspicion of impending danger, she asked him when he had left Fiddletown. "Longy time. No likey Fiddletown. No likey Tlevelick. Likey San Frisco. Likey Washi. Likey Tally." Ah Fe's laconics pleased Mrs. Tretherick. She did not stop to consider how much an imperfect knowledge of English added to his curt directness and sincerity. But she said, "Well, don't tell anybody you've seen me," and took out her pocketbook. Ah Fe, without looking at it, saw that it was nearly empty. Ah Fe, without examining the apartment, saw that it was scantily furnished. Ah Fe, without removing his eyes from blank vacancy, saw that both Mrs. Tretherick and Carrie were poorly dressed. Yet it is my duty to state that Ah Fe's long fingers closed promptly and firmly over the $50 which Mrs. Tretherick extended to him. Then he began to fumble in his blouse with a series of extraordinary contortions. After a few moments he extracted from apparently no particular place a child's apron, which he laid upon the basket with the remark, "A one-piecey washman flatity." Then he began anew his fumblings and contortions. At last his efforts were rewarded by his producing, apparently from his right ear, a many-folded piece of tissue paper. Unwrapping this carefully, he at last disclosed 2 $20 gold pieces, which he handed to Mrs. Tretherick. "You leavey money topside of Blolo, Fiddletown. Me find the money. Me fetchy money to you. All righty?" "But I left no money on the top of the bureau, John," said Mrs. Tretherick earnestly. "There must be some mistake. It belongs to some other person. Take it back, John." Ah Fe's brow darkened. He drew away from Mrs. Tretherick's extended hand and began hastily to gather up his basket. "Me no takey it back. No, no. By policeman he catchy me. He say, 'Goddamn thief. Catchy $40. Come to jaily. Me no takey back. You leave him on the topside Blolo, Fiddletown. Me fetchy money you. Me no takey back." Mrs. Tretherick hesitated. In the confusion of her flight, she might have left the money in the manner he had said. In any event, she had no right to jeopardize this honest Chinaman's safety by refusing it. So she said, "Well, very well, John, I will keep it. But you must come again and see me." Here Mrs. Tretherick hesitated with a new and sudden revelation of the fact that any man could wish to see any other than herself. And Carrie. Ah Fe's face lightened. He even uttered a short ventriloquistic laugh without moving his mouth. Then, shouldering his basket, he shut the door carefully and slid quietly downstairs. In the lower hall he, however, found an unexpected difficulty in opening the front door, and, after fumbling vainly at the lock for a moment, looked around for some help or instruction. But the Irish handmaid who had let him in was contemptuously oblivious of his needs, and did not appear. There occurred a mysterious and painful incident, which I shall simply record without attempting to explain. On the hall table a scarf, evidently the property of the servant before alluded to, was lying. As Ah Fe tried the lock with one hand, the other hand rested lightly on the table. Suddenly, and apparently of its own volition, the scarf began to creep slowly toward Ah Fe's hand. From Ah Fe's hand it began to creep up his sleeve slowly and with an insinuating snake-like motion, and then disappeared somewhere in the recesses of his blouse. Without betraying the least interest or concern in this phenomenon, Ah Fe still repeated his experiments upon the lock. A moment later, the tablecloth of red damask, moved by apparently the same mysterious impulse, slowly gathered itself under Ah Fe's fingers and sinuously disappeared by the same hidden channel. What further mystery might have followed, I cannot say, for at this moment Ah Fe discovered the secret of the lock, and was enabled to open the door coincident with the sound of footsteps upon the kitchen stairs. Ah Fe did not hasten his movements, but patiently shouldering his basket, closed the door carefully behind him again, and stepped forth into the thick, encompassing fog that now shrouded earth and sky. From her high casement window, Mrs. Tretherick watched Ah Fe's figure until it disappeared in the gray cloud. In her present loneliness, she felt a keen sense of gratitude toward him, and may have ascribed to the higher emotions and the consciousness of a good deed that certain expansiveness of the chest and swelling of the bosom that was really due to the hidden presence of the scarf and tablecloth under his blouse. For Mrs. Tretherick was still poetically sensitive. As the gray fog deepened into night, she drew Carrie closer toward her, and above the prattle of the child pursued a vein of sentimental and egotistical recollection, at once bitter and dangerous. The sudden apparition of Ah Fe linked her again with her past life at Fiddletown. Over the dreary interval between, she was now wandering. A journey so piteous, willful, thorny, and useless, that it was no wonder that at last Carrie stopped suddenly in the midst of her voluble confidences to throw her small arms around the woman's neck and bid her not to cry. End of Part 2. Part 3 of an episode of Fiddletown, in Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Jeff Cowgill. Selected Stories by Bret Harte. An episode of Fiddletown. Part 3. Heaven forfend that I should use a pen that should be ever dedicated to an exposition of unalterable moral principle to transcribe Mrs. Tretherick's own theory of this interval and episode, with its feeble palliations, its illogical deductions, its fond excuses, and weak apologies. It would seem, however, that her experience had been hard. Her slender stock of money was soon exhausted. At Sacramento she found that the composition of verse, although appealing to the highest emotions of the human heart, and compelling the editorial breast to the noblest commendation in the editorial pages, was singularly inadequate to defray the expenses of herself and Carrie. Then she tried the stage, but failed signally. Possibly her conception of the passions was different from that which obtained with the Sacramento audience, but it was certain that her charming presence, so effective at short range, was not sufficiently pronounced for the footlights. She had admirers enough in the green room, but awakened no abiding affection among the audience. In this strait it occurred to her that she had a voice, a contralto of no very great compass or cultivation, but singularly sweet and touching, and she finally obtained position in a church choir. She held it for 3 months, greatly to her pecuniary advantage, and, it is said, much to the satisfaction of the gentlemen in the back pews who faced toward her during the singing of the last hymn. I remember her quite distinctly at this time. The light that slanted through the oriel of St. Dives's choir was wont to fall very tenderly on her beautiful head, with its stacked masses of deerskin-colored hair, on the low black arches of her brows, and to deepen the pretty fringes that shaded her eyes of Genoa velvet. Very pleasant it was to watch the opening and shutting of that small, straight mouth, with its quick revelation of little white teeth, and to see the foolish blood faintly deepen her satin cheek as you watched. For Mrs. Tretherick was very sweetly conscious of admiration, and, like most pretty women, gathered herself under your eye like a racer under the spur. And then, of course, there came trouble. I have it from the soprano, a little lady who possessed even more than the usual unprejudiced judgment of her sex, that Mrs. Tretherick's conduct was simply shameful, that her conceit was unbearable, and if she considered the rest of the choir as slaves, she, the soprano, would like to know it, that her conduct on Easter Sunday with the basso had attracted the attention of the whole congregation, and that she herself had noticed Dr. Cope twice look up during the service, that her, the soprano's friends, had objected to her singing in the choir with a person who had been on the stage, but she had waived this. Yet she had it from the best authority that Mrs. Tretherick had run away from her husband, and that this red-haired child who sometimes came in the choir was not her own. The tenor confided to me behind the organ that Mrs. Tretherick had a way of sustaining a note at the end of a line in order that her voice might linger longer with the congregation, an act that could be attributed only to a defective moral nature. That as a man, he was a very popular dry goods clerk on weekdays and sang a good deal from apparently behind his eyebrows on the Sabbath. That as a man, sir, he would put up with it no longer. The basso alone, a short German with a heavy voice for which he seemed reluctantly responsible and rather grieved at its possession, stood up for Mrs. Tretherick, and averred that they were jealous of her because she was pretty. The climax was at last reached in an open quarrel, wherein Mrs. Tretherick used her tongue with such precision of statement and epithet that the soprano burst into hysterical tears and had to be supported from the choir by her husband and the tenor. This act was marked intentionally to the congregation by the omission of the usual soprano solo. Mrs. Tretherick went home flushed with triumph, but on reaching her room frantically told Carrie that they were beggars henceforward, that she, her mother, had just taken the very bread out of her darling's mouth, and ended by bursting into a flood of penitent tears. They did not come so quickly as in her old poetical days, but when they came, they stung deeply. She was roused by a formal visit from a vestryman, one of the music committee. Mrs. Tretherick dried her long lashes, put on a new neck ribbon, and went down to the parlor. She stayed there 2 hours, a fact that might have occasioned some remark, but that the vestryman was married and had a family of grown-up daughters. When Mrs. Tretherick returned to her room, she sang to herself in the glass and scolded Carrie, but she retained her place in the choir. It was not long, however. In due course of time, her enemies received a powerful addition to their forces in the committeeman's wife. That lady called upon several of the church members and on Dr. Cope's family. The result was that, at a later meeting of the music committee, Mrs. Tretherick's voice was declared inadequate to the size of the building, and she was invited to resign. She did so. She had been out of a situation for 2 weeks, and her scant means were almost exhausted, when Ah Fe's unexpected treasure was tossed into her lap. The gray fog deepened into night, and the street lamps started into shivering life as, absorbed in these unprofitable memories, Mrs. Tretherick still sat drearily at her window. Even Carrie had slipped away unnoticed, and her abrupt entrance with the damp evening paper in her hand roused Mrs. Tretherick and brought her back to an active realization of the present. For Mrs. Tretherick was wont to scan the advertisements in the faint hope of finding some avenue of employment, she knew not what, open to her needs, and Carrie had noted the habit. Mrs. Tretherick mechanically closed the shutters, lit the lights, and opened the paper. Her eye fell instinctively on the following paragraph in the telegraphic column. Fiddletown, 7th. Mr. James Tretherick, an old resident of this place, died last night of delirium tremens. Mr. Tretherick was addicted to intemperate habits, said to have been induced by domestic trouble. Mrs. Tretherick did not start. She quietly turned over another page of the paper and glanced at Carrie. The child was absorbed in a book. Mrs. Tretherick uttered no word, but during the remainder of the evening was unusually silent and cold. When Carrie was undressed and in bed, Mrs. Tretherick suddenly dropped on her knees behind the bed and, taking Carrie's flaming head between her hands, said, "Should you like to have another papa, Carrie, darling?" "No," said Carrie after a moment's thought. "But a papa to help Mama take care of you, to love you, to give you nice clothes, to make a lady of you when you grow up." Carrie turned her sleepy eyes toward the questioner. "Should you, Mama?" Mrs. Tretherick suddenly flashed to the roots of her hair. "Go to sleep," she said sharply, and turned away. But at midnight the child felt 2 white arms close tightly around her and was drawn down into a bosom that heaved, fluttered, and at last was broken up by sobs. "Don't cry, Mama," whispered Carrie with a vague retrospect of their recent conversation. "Don't cry. I think I should like a new papa, if he loved you very much. Very, very much." A month afterward, to everybody's astonishment, Mrs. Tretherick was married. The happy bridegroom was one Colonel Starbottle, recently elected to represent Calaveras County in the legislative councils of the state. As I cannot record the event in finer language than that used by the correspondent of the Sacramento Globe, I venture to quote some of his graceful periods. The relentless shafts of the sly god have been lately busy among our gallant salons. We quote one more unfortunate. The latest victim is the Honorable C. Starbottle, Calaveras. The fair enchantress in the case is a beautiful widow, a former votary of Thespis, and lately a fascinating Saint Cecilia of one of the most fashionable churches of San Francisco, where she commanded a high salary. The Dutch Flat Intelligencer saw fit, however, to comment upon the fact with that humorous freedom characteristic of an unfettered press. The new Democratic warhorse from Calaveras has lately adventured in the legislature with a little bill to change the name of Tretherick to Starbottle. They call it a marriage certificate down there. Mr. Tretherick has been dead just 1 month, but we presume the gallant colonel is not afraid of ghosts. It is but just to Mrs. Tretherick to state that the colonel's victory was by no means an easy one. To a natural degree of coyness on the part of the lady was added the impediment of a rival, a prosperous undertaker from Sacramento who had first seen and loved Mrs. Tretherick at the theater and church, his professional habits debarring him from ordinary social intercourse, and indeed any other than the most formal public contact with the sex. As this gentleman had made a snug fortune during the felicitous prevalence of a severe epidemic, the colonel regarded him as a dangerous rival. Fortunately, however, the undertaker was called in professionally to lay out a brother senator who had unhappily fallen by the colonel's pistol in an affair of honor, and either deterred by physical consideration from rivalry, or wisely concluding that the colonel was professionally valuable, he withdrew from the field. The honeymoon was very brief, and brought to a close by an untoward incident. During their bridal trip, Carrie had been placed in the charge of Colonel Starbottle's sister. On their return to the city, immediately on reaching their lodgings, Mrs. Starbottle announced her intention of at once proceeding to Mrs. Culpepper's to bring the child home. Colonel Starbottle, who had been exhibiting for some time a certain uneasiness which he had endeavored to overcome by repeated stimulation, finally buttoned his coat tightly across his breast, and after walking unsteadily once or twice up and down the room, suddenly faced his wife with his most imposing manner. "I have deferred," said the colonel, with an exaggeration of port that increased with his inward fear, and a growing thickness of speech. "I have deferred, I may say, postponed statement of fact. That's my duty to disclose to you. I did not wish to mar sunshine, mutual happiness, to blind but a promise to darken conjugal sky by unpleasant revelation. Must be done. By God, ma'am, must do it now. The child is gone." "Gone?" echoed Mrs. Starbottle. There was something in the tone of her voice, in the sudden drawing together of the pupils of her eyes, that for a moment nearly sobered the colonel, and partly collapsed his chest. "I'll explain all in a minute," he said, with a deprecating wave of the hand. "Everything shall be explained. The melancholy event which precipitate our happiness, the mysterious province which release you. Release child, understand? Release child. The moment Tretherick died, all claim you have in child through him died too. That's law. Whose child belong to? Tretherick? Tretherick dead. Child can't belong to dead man. Damn nonsense belong dead man. It's your child? No. Whose child then? Child belong to his mother. You understand? "Where is she?" said Mrs. Starbottle, with a very white face and a very low voice. "I'll explain all. Child belongs to his mother. That's law. I'm lawyer, legislature, and American system.
It's my duty as a lawyer, as legislator, an American citizen, to restore a child to suffering mother at any cost. Any cost.
"Where is she?" repeated Mrs. Starbottle, with her eyes still fixed on the Colonel's face.
Gone to his mother. Gone east on the steamer yesterday. Wafted by favoring gales to suffering parent. That's so.
Mrs. Starbottle did not move. The Colonel felt his chest slowly collapsing, but steadied himself against a chair and endeavored to beam with chivalrous gallantry, not unmixed with magisterial firmness, upon her as she sat.
Your feelings, ma'am, do honor to your sex, but consider situation. Consider mother's feelings. Consider my feelings.
The Colonel paused, and flourishing a white handkerchief, placed it negligently in his breast, and then smiled tenderly above it, as over laces and ruffles on the woman before him.
Why should dark shudder cast blight on two souls with single beat? Child's fine child, good child, but someone else's child. Child's gone, Clara. But all isn't gone, Clara. Consider, dearest, yours have me.
Mrs. Starbottle started to her feet. "You!" she cried, bringing out a chest note that made the chandeliers ring. "You that I married to give my darling food and clothes? You! A dog that I whistled to my side to keep the men off me? You!" She choked up and then dashed past him into the inner room, which had been Carrie's. Then she swept by him again into her own bedroom, and then suddenly reappeared before him, erect, menacing, with a burning fire over her cheekbones, a quick straightening of her arched brows and mouth, a squaring of jaw, an ophidian flattening of the head. "Listen," she said in a hoarse, half-grown boy's voice. "Hear me. If you ever expect to set eyes on me again, you must find the child. If you ever expect to speak to me again, to touch me, you must bring her back. For where she goes, I go. You hear me? Where she has gone, look for me." She struck out past him again with a quick feminine throwing out of her arms from the elbows down, as if freeing herself from some imaginary bonds, and dashing into her chamber, slammed and locked the door. Colonel Starbottle, although no coward, stood in superstitious fear of an angry woman, and recoiling as she swept by, lost his unsteady foothold and rolled helplessly on the sofa. Here, after one or two unsuccessful attempts to regain his foothold, he remained, uttering from time to time profane but not entirely coherent or intelligible protests, until at last he succumbed to the exhausting quality of his emotions, and the narcotic quantity of his potations. Meantime, within, Mrs. Starbottle was excitedly gathering her valuables and packing her trunk, even as she had done once before in the course of this remarkable history. Perhaps some recollection of this was in her mind, for she stopped to lean her burning cheeks upon her hand as if she saw again the figure of the child standing in the doorway, and heard once more a childish voice asking, "Is it Mamma?" But the epithet now stung her to the quick, and with a quick, passionate gesture she dashed it away with a tear that had gathered in her eye. And then it chanced that, in turning over some clothes, she came upon the child's slipper with a broken sandal string. She uttered a great cry here, the first she had uttered, and caught it to her breast, kissing it passionately again and again, and rocking from side to side with a motion peculiar to her sex. And then she took it to the window, the better to see it through her now streaming eyes. Here she was taken with a sudden fit of coughing that she could not stifle with the handkerchief she put to her feverish lips. And then she suddenly grew very faint. The window seemed to recede before her, the floor to sink beneath her feet, and staggering to the bed, she fell prone upon it with the sandal and handkerchief pressed to her breast. Her face was quite pale, the orbit of her eyes dark, and there was a spot upon her lip, another on her handkerchief, and still another on the white counterpane of the bed. The wind had risen, rattling the window sashes and swaying the white curtains in a ghostly way. Later, a gray fog stole softly over the roofs, soothing the wind-roughened surfaces and enwrapping all things in an uncertain light and a measureless peace. She lay there very quiet, for all her troubles, still a very pretty bride. On the other side of the bolted door, the gallant bridegroom, from his temporary couch, snored peacefully. A week before Christmas Day, 1870, the little town of Genoa, in the state of New York, exhibited, perhaps more strongly than at any other time, the bitter irony of its founders and sponsors. A driving snowstorm that had whitened every windward hedge, bush, wall, and telegraph pole played around this soft Italian capital, whirled in and out of the great staring wooden Doric columns of its post office and hotel, beat upon the cold green shutters of its best houses, and powdered the angular, stiff, dark figures in its streets. From the level of the street, the four principal churches of the town stood out starkly, even while their misshapen spires were kindly hidden in the low, driving storm. Near the railroad station, the new Methodist chapel, whose resemblance to an enormous locomotive was further heightened by the addition of a pyramidal row of front steps, like a cow-catcher, stood as if waiting for a few more houses to be hitched on to proceed to a pleasanter location. But the pride of Genoa, the great Cramer Institute for Young Ladies, stretched its bare brick lengths and reared its cupola plainly from the bleak Parnassian hill above the principal avenue. There was no evasion in the Cramer Institute of the fact that it was a public institution. A visitor upon its doorsteps, a pretty face at its window, were clearly visible all over the township. The shriek of the engine of the 4 o'clock Northern Express brought but few of the usual loungers to the depot. Only a single passenger alighted, and it was driven away in the solitary waiting sleigh toward the Genoa Hotel. And then the train sped away again, with that passionless indifference to human sympathies or curiosity peculiar to express trains. The one baggage truck was wheeled into the station again. The station door was locked, and the station-master went home. The locomotive whistle, however, awakened the guilty consciousness of 3 young ladies of the Cramer Institute, who were even then surreptitiously regaling themselves in the bake-shop and confectionery saloon of Mistress Phillips in a by-lane. For even the admirable regulations of the Institute failed to entirely develop the physical and moral natures of its pupils. They conformed to the excellent dietary rules in public, and in private drew upon the luxurious rations of their village caterer. They attended church with exemplary formality, and flirted informally during service with the village beau. They received the best and most judicious instruction during school hours, and devoured the trashiest novels during recess, the result of which was an aggregation of quite healthy, quite human, and very charming young creatures that reflected infinite credit on the Institute. Even Mistress Phillips, to whom they owed vast sums, exhilarated by the exuberant spirits and youthful freshness of her guests, declared that the sight of them young things did her good, and had even been known to shield them by shameless equivocation. 4 o'clock, girls, and if we're not back to prayers by 5, we'll be missed, said the tallest of these foolish virgins, with an aquiline nose and certain quiet élan that bespoke the leader, as she rose from her seat. "Have you got the books, Addie?" Addie displayed 3 dissipated-looking novels under her waterproof. "And the provisions, Carrie?" Carrie showed a suspicious parcel filling the pocket of her sack. "All right, then. Come, girls, trudge. Charge it," she added, noting to her host as they passed toward the door. "I'll pay you when my quarter's allowance comes." "No, Kate," interposed Carrie, producing her purse. "Let me pay. It's my turn." "Never," said Kate, arching her black brows loftily. "Even if you do have rich relatives and regular remittances from California, never. Come, girls, forward march." As they opened the door, a gust of wind nearly took them off their feet. Kind-hearted Mrs. Phillips was alarmed. "Sakes alive, gals, you mustn't go out in such weather. Better let me send word to the Institute and make you up a nice bed tonight in my parlor." But the last sentence was lost in a chorus of half-suppressed shrieks as the girls, hand in hand, ran down the steps into the storm, and were at once whirled away. The short December day unlit by any unusual glow, was failing fast. It was quite dark already, and the air was thick with driving snow. For some distance their high spirits, youth, and even inexperience kept them bravely up. But in ambitiously attempting a short cut from the high road across an open field, their strength gave out, the laugh grew less frequent, and tears began to stand in Carrie's brown eyes. When they reached the road again, they were utterly exhausted. "Let's go back," said Carrie.
"We never get across that field again,"
said Addie. "Let's stop at the first house, then," said Carrie.
"The first house,"
said Addie, peering through the gathering darkness,
"is Squire Robinson's."
She darted a mischievous glance at Carrie that even in her discomfort and fear brought the quick blood to her cheek. "Oh, yes," said Kate with gloomy irony. "Certainly. Stop at the Squire's by all means, and be invited to tea, and be driven home after by your dear friend Mr. Harry, with a formal apology from Mrs. Robinson, in hopes that the young ladies may be excused this time." "No," continued Kate with sudden energy. "That may suit you, but I'm going back as I came, by the window or not at all." Then she pounced suddenly like a hawk on Carrie, who was betraying a tendency to sit down on a snowbank and whimper, and shook her briskly. "You'll be going to sleep next." "Stay! Hold your tongues, all of you! What's that?" It was the sound of sleigh bells. Coming down toward them out of the darkness was a sleigh with a single occupant.
"Hold down your head, girls. If it's anybody that knows us, we're lost."
But it was not, for a voice strange to their ears, but withal very kindly and pleasant, asked if its owner could be of any help to them. As they turned toward him, they saw it was a man wrapped in a handsome sealskin cloak, wearing a sealskin cap. His face, half concealed by a muffler of the same material, disclosing only a pair of long mustaches and two keen dark eyes.
"It's a son of old Santa Claus,"
whispered Addie. The girls tittered audibly as they tumbled into the sleigh. They had regained their former spirits. "Where shall I take you?" said the stranger quietly. There was a hurried whispering, and then Kate said boldly, "To the Institute." They drove silently up the hill until the long, ascetic building loomed up before them. The stranger reined up suddenly.
"Well, you know the way better than I do," he said. "Where do you go in?"
"Through the back window," said Kate with sudden and appalling frankness.
"I see,"
responded the strange driver quietly, and alighting quickly, removing the bells from the horses.
"We can drive as near as you please now,"
he added by way of explanation.
"He certainly is a son of Santa Claus," whispered Addie. "Hadn't we better ask after his father?"
"Hush!" said Kate decidedly.
"He is an angel, I dare say."
She added with a delicious irrelevance, which was, however, perfectly understood by her feminine auditors, "We are looking like three frights." Cautiously skirting the fences, they at last pulled up a few feet from a dark wall. The stranger proceeded to assist them to alight. There was still some light from the reflected snow, and as he handed his fair companions to the ground, each was conscious of undergoing an intense, though respectful scrutiny. He assisted them gravely to open the window, and then discreetly retired to the sleigh until the difficult and somewhat discomposing ingress was made. He then walked to the window.
"Thank you, and good night,"
whispered three voices. A single figure still lingered. The stranger leaned over the window-sill.
"Will you permit me to light my cigar here?
It might attract attention if I struck a match outside." By the uprising light, he saw the figure of Kate very charmingly framed in by the window. The match burnt slowly out in his fingers. Kate smiled mischievously. The astute young woman had detected the pitiable subterfuge. For what else did she stand at the head of her class, and had doting parents paid 3 years' tuition? The storm had passed, and the sun was shining quite cheerily in the eastern recitation room the next morning, when Miss Kate, whose seat was nearest the window, placing her hand pathetically upon her heart, affected to fall in bashful and extreme agitation upon the shoulder of Carrie, her neighbor.
"He has come,"
she gasped in a thrilling whisper.
"Who?"
asked Carrie sympathetically, who never clearly understood when Kate was in earnest.
"Who? Why, the man who rescued us last night. I saw him drive to the door this moment. Don't speak. I shall be better in a moment.
"Ah, there," she said, and the shameless hypocrite passed her hand pathetically across her forehead with a tragic air. "What can he want?" asked Carrie, whose curiosity was excited. "I don't know," said Kate, suddenly relapsing into gloomy cynicism. "Possibly to put his 5 daughters to school. Perhaps to finish his young wife and warn her against us." "He didn't look old, and he didn't seem like a married man," rejoined Addie thoughtfully. "That was his art, you poor creature," returned Kate scornfully. "You can never tell anything of these men. They're so deceitful. Besides, it's just my fate." "Why, Kate," began Carrie in serious concern. "Hush! Miss Walker is saying something," said Kate, laughing. "The young ladies will please give attention," said a slow, perfunctory voice. "Miss Carrie Tretherick is wanted in the parlor." End of Part 3. Part 4 of An Episode of Fiddletown, from Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Jeff Cowgill. Selected Stories by Bret Harte. An Episode of Fiddletown, Part 4. Meantime, Mr. Jack Prince, the name given on the card, and various letters and credentials submitted to the Reverend Mr. Crammer, paced the somewhat severe apartment known publicly as the reception parlor, and privately to the pupils as purgatory. His keen eyes had taken in the various rigid details, from the flat steam radiator, like an enormous japanned soda cracker, that heated one end of the room, to the monumental bust of Dr. Crammer that hopelessly chilled the other. From the Lord's Prayer, executed by a former writing-master in such gratuitous variety of elegant calligraphic trifling as to abate considerably the serious value of the composition, to 3 views of Genoa from the Institute, which nobody ever recognized, taken on the spot by the drawing teacher. From 2 illuminated texts of Scripture in an English letter, so gratuitously and hideously remote as to chill all human interest, to a large photograph of the senior class, in which the prettiest girls were Ethiopian in complexion, and sat apparently on each other's heads and shoulders. His fingers had turned listlessly the leaves of school catalogues, the sermons of Dr. Crammer, the poems of Henry Kirke White, the lays of the Sanctuary, and lives of celebrated women. His fancy, and it was a nervously active one, had gone over the partings and greetings that must have taken place here, and wondered why the apartment had yet caught so little of the flavor of humanity. Indeed, I am afraid he had almost forgotten the object of his visit when the door opened and Carrie Tretherick stood before him. It was one of those faces he had seen the night before, prettier even than it had seemed then. And yet I think he was conscious of some disappointment, without knowing exactly why. Her abundant waving hair was of a guinea-golden tint, her complexion of a peculiar flower-like delicacy, her brown eyes of the color of seaweed in deep water. It was certainly not her beauty that disappointed him. Without possessing his sensitiveness to impression, Carrie was, on her part, quite as vaguely ill at ease. She saw before her one of those men whom the sex would vaguely generalize as nice, that is to say, correct in all the superficial appointments of style, dress, manners, and features. Yet there was a decidedly unconventional quality about him. He was totally unlike anything or anybody that she could remember, and as the attributes of originality are often as apt to alarm as to attract people, she was not entirely prepossessed in his favor. "I can hardly hope," he began pleasantly, "that you remember me. It is 11 years ago, and you were a very young girl. I'm afraid I cannot even claim to have enjoyed that familiarity that might exist between a child of 6 and a young man of 21. I don't think I was fond of children. But I knew your mother very well. I was editor of the Avalanche in Fiddletown when she took you to San Francisco." "You mean my stepmother. She wasn't my mother, you know," interposed Carrie hastily. Mr. Prince looked at her curiously. "I mean your stepmother," he said gravely. "I never had the pleasure of meeting your mother." "No, Mother hasn't been in California these 12 years. There was an intentional emphasizing of the title and of its distinction that began to interest coldly Prince after his first astonishment was past.
"As I come from your stepmother now," he went on with a slight laugh, "I must ask you to go back for a few moments to that point. After your father's death, your your stepmother, recognized the fact that your mother, the first Mrs. Tretherick, was legally and morally your guardian, and, although much against her inclination and affections, placed you again in her charge."
"My stepmother married again within a month after my father died and sent me home," said Carrie with great directness and the faintest toss of her head. Mr. Prince smiled so sweetly and apparently so sympathetically that Carrie began to like him. With no other notice of the interruption, he went on. "After your stepmother had performed this act of simple justice, she entered into an agreement with your mother to defray the expenses of your education until your 18th year, when you were to elect and choose which of the two should thereafter be your guardian, and with whom you would make your home. This agreement, I think, you are already aware of, and I believe knew at the time."
"I was a mere child then," said Carrie.
"Certainly,"
said Mr. Prince with the same smile.
"Still, the conditions, I think, have never been oppressive to you nor your mother, and the only time they are likely to give you the least uneasiness will be when you come to make up your mind in the choice of your guardian. That will be on your 18th birthday, the 20th, I think, of the present month."
Carrie was silent.
"Pray do not think that I am here to receive your decision, even if it be already made. I only wish to inform you that your stepmother, Mrs. Starbottle, will be in town tomorrow, and will pass a few days at the hotel. If it is your wish to see her before you make up your mind, she will be glad to meet you. She does not, however, wish to do anything to influence your judgment."
"Does Mother know she's coming?"
said Carrie hastily.
"I do not know," said Prince gravely. "I only know that if you conclude to see Mrs. Starbottle, it will be with your mother's permission. Mrs. Starbottle will keep sacredly this part of the agreement made 10 years ago. But her health is very poor, and the change and country quiet of a few days may benefit her."
Mr. Prince bent his keen, bright eyes upon the young girl and almost held his breath until she spoke again. "Mother's coming up today or tomorrow," she said, looking up.
"Ah,"
said Mr. Prince with a sweet and languid smile.
"Is Colonel Starbottle here too?"
asked Carrie after a pause.
"Colonel Starbottle is dead. Your stepmother is again a widow."
"Dead?"
repeated Carrie.
"Yes," replied Mr. Prince. "Your stepmother has been singularly unfortunate in surviving her affections."
Carrie did not know what he meant, and looked so. Mr. Prince smiled reassuringly. Presently, Carrie began to whimper. Mr. Prince softly stepped beside her chair. "I'm afraid," he said with a very peculiar light in his eye and a singular dropping of the corners of his mustache, "I'm afraid you are taking this too deeply. It will be some days before you are called upon to make a decision. Let us talk of something else. I hope you caught no cold last evening." Carrie's face shone out again in dimples.
"You must have thought us so queer. It was too bad to give you so much trouble."
"None whatever, I assure you. My sense of propriety," he added demurely, "which might have been outraged had I been called upon to help 3 young ladies out of a schoolroom window at night, was deeply gratified at being able to assist them in again."
The doorbell rang loudly, and Mr. Prince rose.
"Take your own time, and think well before you make your decision."
But Carrie's ear and attention were given to the sound of voices in the hall. At the same moment the door was thrown open, and a servant announced, "Mrs. Tretherick and Mr. Robinson." The afternoon train had just shrieked out its usual indignant protest at stopping at Genoa at all, as Mr. Jack Prince entered the outskirts of the town and drove toward his hotel. He was wearied and cynical. A drive of a dozen miles through unpicturesque outlying villages, past small economic farmhouses and hideous villas that violated his fastidious taste, had, I fear, left that gentleman in a captious state of mind. He would have even avoided his taciturn landlord as he drove up to the door, but that functionary waylaid him on the steps.
"There's a lady in the sitting-room waiting for you."
Mr. Prince hurried upstairs and entered the room as Mrs. Starbottle flew toward him. She had changed sadly in the last 10 years. Her figure was wasted to half its size. The beautiful curves of her bust and shoulders were broken or inverted. The once full, rounded arm was shrunken in its sleeve, and the golden hoops that encircled her wan wrists almost slipped from her hands as her long, scant fingers closed convulsively around Jack's. Her cheekbones were painted that afternoon with the hectic of fever. Somewhere in the hollows of those cheeks were buried the dimples of long ago, but their graves were forgotten. Her lustrous eyes were still beautiful, though the orbits were deeper than before. Her mouth was still sweet, although the lips parted more easily over the little teeth, even in breathing, and showed more of them than she was wont to do before. The glory of her blonde hair was still left. It was finer, more silken and ethereal, yet it failed even in its plenitude to cover the hollows of the blue-veined temples.
"Clara,"
said Jack reproachfully.
"Oh, forgive me, Jack,"
she said, falling into a chair, but still clinging to his hand.
"Forgive me, dear, but I could not wait longer. I should have died, Jack. Died before another night. Bear with me a little longer. It will not be long, but let me stay. I may not see her, I know. I shall not speak to her, but it's so sweet to feel that I'm at least near her, that I breathe the same air with my darling. I'm better already, Jack. I am indeed. And you've seen her today? How did she look? What did she say? Tell me all, everything, Jack. Was she beautiful? They say she is. Has she grown? Would you have known her again? Will she come, Jack? Well, perhaps she has been here already, perhaps.
She had risen with tremulous excitement and was glancing at the door.
Perhaps she is here now. Why don't you speak, Jack? Tell me all.
The keen eyes that looked down into hers were glistening with an infinite tenderness that none, perhaps, but she would have deemed them capable of.
"Clara,"
he said gently and cheerily,
"try and compose yourself. You are trembling now with the fatigue and excitement of your journey. I have seen Carrie. She is well and beautiful. Let that suffice you now."
His gentle firmness composed and calmed her now, as it had often done before. Stroking her thin hand, he said after a pause,
"Did Carrie ever write to you?" "Twice, thanking me for some presents. They were only schoolgirl letters," she added, nervously answering the interrogation of his eyes. "Did she ever know of your own troubles, of your poverty, of the sacrifices you made to pay her bills, of your pawning your clothes and jewels, of your—" "No, no," interrupted the woman quickly. "No, how could she? I have no enemy cruel enough to tell her that." "But if she, or if Mrs. Tretherick had heard of it, if Carrie thought you were poor and unable to support her properly, it might influence her decision. Young girls are fond of the position that wealth can give. She may have rich friends, maybe a lover."
Mrs. Starbottle winced at the last sentence.
"But," she said eagerly, grasping Jack's hand, "when you found me sick and helpless at Sacramento, when you, oh, God bless you for it, Jack, offered to help me to the East, you said you knew of something. You had some plan that would make me and Carrie independent." "Yes," said Jack hastily, "but I want you to get strong and well first. And now that you are calmer, you shall listen to my visit to the school."
It was then that Mr. Jack Prince proceeded to describe the interview already recorded, with a singular felicity and discretion that shames my own account of that proceeding. Without suppressing a single fact, without omitting a word or detail, he yet managed to throw a poetic veil over that prosaic episode, to invest the heroine with a romantic roseate atmosphere, which, though not perhaps entirely imaginary, still, I fear, exhibited that genius which 10 years ago had made the columns of the Fiddletown Avalanche at once fascinating and instructive. It was not until he saw the heightened color and heard the quick breathing of his eager listener that he felt a pang of self-reproach.
God help her and forgive me, he muttered between his clenched teeth. But how can I tell her all now? That night, when Mrs. Starbottle laid her weary head upon her pillow, she tried to picture to herself Carrie at the same moment, sleeping peacefully in the great schoolhouse on the hill. And it was a rare comfort to this yearning, foolish woman to know that she was so near. But at this moment Carrie was sitting on the edge of her bed, half undressed, pouting her pretty lips and twisting her long leonine locks between her fingers, as Miss Kate Van Corlear, dramatically wrapped in a long white counterpane, her black eyes sparkling, and her thoroughbred nose thrown high in air, stood over her like a wrathful and indignant ghost. For Carrie had that evening imparted her woes and her history to Miss Kate, and that young lady had proved herself no friend by falling into a state of fire indignation over Carrie's ingratitude, and openly and shamelessly espousing the claims of Mrs. Starbottle. "Why, if the half you tell me is true, your mother and those Robinsons are making of you not only a little coward, but a little snob, miss. Respectability, forsooth! Look you, my family are centuries before the Tretherick's, but if my family had ever treated me in this way, and then asked me to turn my back on my best friend, I'd whistle them down the wind." And here Kate snapped her fingers, bent her black brows, and glared around the room as if in search of a recreant Van Corlear. "You just talk this way because you have taken a fancy to that Mr. Prince," said Carrie. In the debasing slang of the period, that had even found its way into the virgin cloisters of the Crammer Institute, Miss Kate, as she afterward expressed it, instantly went for her. First, with a shake of her head, she threw her long black hair over one shoulder, then dropping one end of the counterpane from the other like a vestal tunic, she stepped before Carrie with a purposely exaggerated classic stride. "And what if I have, miss? What if I happen to know a gentleman when I see him? What if I happen to know that among 1,000 such traditional, conventional, feeble editions of their grandfathers as Mr. Harry Robinson, you cannot find one original, independent, individualized gentleman like your prince? Go to bed, miss, and pray to heaven that he may be your prince indeed. Ask to have a contrite and grateful heart, and thank the Lord in particular for having sent you such a friend as Kate Van Corlear." Yet after an imposing dramatic exit, she reappeared the next moment as a straight white flash, kissed Carrie between the brows, and was gone. The next day was a weary one to Jack Prince. He was convinced in his mind that Carrie would not come, yet to keep this consciousness from Mrs. Starbottle, to meet her simple hopefulness with an equal degree of apparent faith, was a hard and difficult task. He would have tried to divert her mind by taking her on a long drive, but she was fearful that Carrie might come during her absence, and her strength, he was obliged to admit, had failed greatly. As he looked into her large and awe-inspiring clear eyes, a something he tried to keep from his mind, to put off day by day from contemplation, kept asserting itself directly to his inner consciousness. He began to doubt the expediency and wisdom of his management. He recalled every incident of his interview with Carrie, and half believed that its failure was due to himself. Yet Mrs. Starbottle was very patient and confident. Her very confidence shook his faith in his own judgment. When her strength was equal to the exertion, she was propped up in her chair by the window, where she could see the school and the entrance to the hotel. In the intervals she would elaborate pleasant plans for the future, and would sketch a country home. She had taken a strange fancy, as it seemed to Prince, to the present location. But it was notable that the future, always thus outlined, was one of quiet and repose. She believed she would get well soon. In fact, she thought she was now much better than she had been. But it might be long before she should be quite strong again. She would whisper on in this way until Jack would dash madly down into the bar-room, order liquors that he did not drink, light cigars that he did not smoke, talk with men that he did not listen to, and behave generally as our stronger sex is apt to do in periods of delicate trials and perplexity. The day closed with a clouded sky and a bitter, searching wind. With the night fell a few wandering flakes of snow. She was still content and hopeful. And as Jack wheeled her from the window to the fire, she explained to him how that, as the school term was drawing near its close, Carrie was probably kept closely at her lessons during the day, and could only leave the school at night. So she sat up the greater part of the evening, and combed her silken hair, and, as far as her strength would allow, made an undress toilette to receive her guest.
"We must not frighten the child, Jack," she said apologetically, and with something of her old coquetry. It was with a feeling of relief that, at 10 o'clock, Jack received a message from the landlord, saying that the doctor would like to see him for a moment downstairs. As Jack entered the grim, dimly lighted parlor, he observed the hooded figure of a woman near the fire. He was about to withdraw again, when a voice that he remembered very pleasantly said, "Oh, it's all right. I'm the doctor." The hood was thrown back, and Prince saw the shining black hair and black, audacious eyes of Kate Van Corlear. "Don't ask any questions. I'm the doctor, and there's my prescription." And she pointed to the half-frightened, half-sobbing Carrie in the corner, to be taken at once. "Then Mrs. Tretherick has given her permission?" "Not much, if I know the sentiments of that lady," said Kate saucily. "Then how did you get away?" asked Prince gravely. "By the window." When Mr. Prince had left Carrie in the arms of her stepmother, he returned to the parlor. "Well?" demanded Kate. "She will stay. You will, I hope, also, tonight. As I shall not be 18, and my own mistress on the 20th, and as I haven't a sick stepmother, I won't." "Then you will give me the pleasure of seeing you safely through the window again?" When Mr. Prince returned an hour later, he found Carrie sitting on a low stool at Mrs. Starbottle's feet. Her head was in her stepmother's lap, and she had sobbed herself to sleep. Mrs. Starbottle put her finger to her lip. "I told you she would come. God bless you, Jack, and good night." The next morning, Mrs. Tretherick, indignant, the Reverend Asa Kramer, principal, injured, and Mr. Joel Robinson, Sr., complacently respectable, called upon Mr. Prince. There was a stormy meeting, ending in a demand for Carrie. "We certainly cannot admit of this interference," said Mrs. Tretherick, a fashionably dressed, indistinctive-looking woman. "It is several days before the expiration of our agreement, and we do not feel, under the circumstances, justified in releasing Mrs. Starbottle from its conditions." "Until the expiration of the school term, we must consider Miss Tretherick as complying entirely with its rules and discipline," imposed Dr. Kramer. "The whole proceeding is calculated to injure the prospects and compromise the position of Miss Tretherick in society," suggested Mr. Robinson. In vain Mr. Prince urged the failing condition of Mrs. Starbottle, her absolute freedom from complicity with Carrie's flight, the pardonable and natural instincts of the girl, and his own assurance that they were willing to abide by her decision. And then, with a rising color in his cheek, a dangerous look in his eye, but a singular calmness in his speech, he added, "One more word. It becomes my duty to inform you of a circumstance which would certainly justify me, as the executor of the late Mr. Tretherick, in fully resisting your demands. A few months after Mr. Tretherick's death, through the agency of a Chinaman in his employment, it was discovered that he had made a will which was subsequently found among his papers. The insignificant value of his bequest, mostly land, then quite valueless, prevented his executors from carrying out his wishes, or from even proving the will, or making it otherwise publicly known, until within the last 2 or 3 years, when the property had enormously increased in value. The provisions of that bequest are simple but unmistakable. The property is divided between Carrie and her stepmother, with the explicit condition that Mrs. Starbottle shall become her legal guardian, provide for her education, and in all details stand to her in loco parentis. "Oh, what is the value of this bequest?" asked Mr. Robinson. "I cannot tell exactly, but not far from $500,000, I should say," returned Prince. "Certainly, with this knowledge, as a friend of Miss Tretherick, I must say that her conduct is as judicious as it is honorable to her," responded Mr. Robinson. "I shall not presume to question the wishes or throw any obstacles in the way of carrying out the intentions of my dead husband," added Mrs. Tretherick, and the interview was closed. When its result was made known to Mrs. Starbottle,
She raised Jack's hand to her feverish lips. "It cannot add to my happiness now, Jack. But tell me, why did you keep it from her?" Jack smiled, but did not reply. Within the next week, the necessary legal formalities were concluded, and Carrie was restored to her stepmother. At Mrs. Starbottle's request, a small house in the outskirts of the town was procured, and thither they removed to wait the spring, and Mrs. Starbottle's convalescence. Both came tardily that year. Yet she was happy and patient. She was fond of watching the budding of the trees beyond her window, a novel sight to her Californian experience, and of asking Carrie their names and seasons. Even at this time she projected for that summer which seemed to her so mysteriously withheld, long walks with Carrie through the leafy woods, whose gray, misty ranks she could see along the hilltop. She even thought she could write poetry about them, and recalled the fact as evidence of her gaining strength. And there is, I believe, still treasured by one of the members of this little household a little carol so joyous, so simple, and so innocent that it might have been an echo of the robin that called to her from the window, as perhaps it was. And then, without warning, there dropped from heaven a day so tender, so mystically soft, so dreamily beautiful, so throbbing and alive with the fluttering of invisible wings, so replete and bounteously overflowing with an awakening and joyous resurrection not taught by man or limited by creed, that they thought it fit to bring her out and lay her in that glorious sunshine that sprinkled, like the droppings of a bridal torch, the happy lintels and doors. And there she lay, beautified and calm. Wearied by watching, Carrie had fallen asleep by her side, and Mrs. Starbottle's thin fingers lay like a benediction on her head. Presently she called Jack to her side. "Who was that?" she whispered. "Who just came in?" "Miss Van Corlear," said Jack, answering the look in her great hollow eyes. "Jack," she said after a moment's silence, "sit by me a moment, dear Jack. I have something I must say. If I ever seemed hard or cold or coquettish to you in the old days, it was because I loved you, Jack, too well to mar your future by linking it with my own. I always loved you, dear Jack, even when I seemed least worthy of you. That is gone now. But I had a dream lately, Jack, a foolish woman's dream, that you might find what I lacked in her." And she glanced lovingly at the sleeping girl at her side. "That you might love her as you have loved me. But even that is not to be, Jack, is it?" And she glanced wistfully in his face. Jack pressed her hand, but did not speak. After a few moments' silence, she again said, "Perhaps you are right in your choice. She's a good-hearted girl, Jack, but a little bold." And with this last flicker of foolish, weak humanity in her struggling spirit, she spoke no more. When they came to her a moment later, a tiny bird that had lit upon her breast flew away, and the hand that they lifted from Carrie's head fell lifeless at her side. End of an episode of Fiddletown. Barker's Luck, in Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Cowgill. Selected Stories by Bret Harte. Barker's Luck. A bird twittered. The morning sun shining through the open window was apparently more potent than the cool mountain air, which had only caused the sleeper to curl a little more tightly in his blankets. Barker's eyes opened instantly upon the light and the bird on the window ledge. Like all healthy young animals, he would have tried to sleep again, but with his momentary consciousness came the recollection that it was his turn to cook the breakfast that morning, and he regretfully rolled out of his bunk to the floor. Without stopping to dress, he opened the door and stepped outside, secure in the knowledge that he was overlooked only by the Sierras, and plunged his head and shoulders in the bucket of cold water that stood by the door. Then he began to clothe himself, partly in the cabin and partly in the open air, with a lapse between the putting on of his trousers and coat, which he employed in bringing in wood. Raking together the few embers on the adobe hearth, not without a prudent regard to the rattlesnake which had once been detected in haunting the warm ashes, he began to prepare breakfast. But this time the other sleepers, his partners Stacy and Demarest, young men of about his own age, were awake, alert, and lazily critical of his progress.
"I don't care about my quail on toast being underdone for breakfast," said Stacy with a yawn. "And you needn't serve with red wine. I'm not feeling very peckish this morning. And I reckon you can knock off the fried oysters after the Spanish mackerel for me," said Demarest gravely. "Fact is, that last bottle of Hoof Clicquot we had for supper wasn't as dry as I am this morning."
Accustomed to these regular Barmecide suggestions, Barker made no direct reply. Presently, looking up from the fire, he said, "There's no more saleratus, so you mustn't blame me if the biscuit is extra heavy. I told you we had none when you went to the grocery yesterday." "And I told you we hadn't a red cent to buy any with," said Stacy, who was also treasurer. "Put these two negatives together, and you make the affirmative, saleratus. Mix freely and bake in a hot oven." Nevertheless, after a toilette as primitive as Barker's, they sat down to what he had prepared with the keen appetite begotten of the mountain air, and the regretful fastidiousness born of the recollection of better things. Jerked beef, frizzled with salt pork in a frying pan, boiled potatoes, biscuit, and coffee composed the repast. The biscuit, however, proving remarkably heavy after the first mouthful, were used as missiles, thrown through the open door at an empty bottle which had previously served as a mark for revolver practice, and a few moments later pipes were lit to counteract the effects of the meal and take the taste out of their mouths. Suddenly they heard the sound of horses' hoofs, saw the quick passage of a rider in the open space before the cabin, and felt the smart impact upon the table of some small object thrown by him. It was the regular morning delivery of the county newspaper.
"Well, he's getting to be a mighty sure shot,"
said Demarest approvingly, looking at his upset can of coffee as he picked up the paper, rolled into a cylindrical wad as tightly as a cartridge, and began to straighten it out. This was no easy matter, as the sheet had evidently been rolled while yet damp from the press, but Demarest eventually opened it and ensconced himself behind it.
"Nary news?"
asked Stacy.
"No, there never is any,"
said Demarest scornfully.
"We ought to stop the paper."
"Well, you mean the paper man ought to. We don't pay him," said Barker gently.
"Well, that's the same thing, smarty. No news, no pay. Hello,"
he continued, his eyes suddenly riveted on the paper. Then, after the fashion of ordinary humanity, he stopped short and read the interesting item to himself. When he had finished, he brought his fist and the paper together violently down upon the table.
"Now look at this. Talk of luck, will you? Just think of it. Here are we, hard-working men with lots of save, too, grubbing away on this hillside like niggers, glad to get enough at the end of the day to pay for our soggy biscuits and horse-bean coffee, and just look what falls into the lap of some lazy, sneaking greenhorn who never did a stroke of work in his life. Now here are we, with no foolishness, no airs, nor graces, and yet men who would do credit to twice the amount of luck and seem born to it, too, and we're set aside for some long, lank, pen-wiping scrub who just knows enough to sit down on his office stool and hold on to a bit of paper."
"Well, what's up now?" asked Stacy, with the carelessness begotten of familiarity with his partner's extravagance.
"Listen,"
said Demarest, reading.
"Another unprecedented rise has taken place in the shares of the Yellowhammer First Extension Mine since the sinking of the new shaft. It was quoted yesterday at $10,000 a foot. When it is remembered that scarcely 2 years ago the original shares, issued at $50 per share, dropped to only 50 cents a share, it'll be seen that those who were able to hold on have got a good thing."
"What mine did you say?" asked Barker, looking up meditatively from the dishes he was already washing.
"The Yellowhammer First Extension," returned Demarest shortly.
"I used to have some shares in that. And I think I have 'em still," said Barker musingly.
"Yes," said Demarest promptly.
The paper speaks of it here. Oh, we understand," he continued, reading aloud, "that our eminent fellow citizen George Barker, otherwise known as Get Left Barker and Chucklehead, is one of these fortunate individuals."
"No," said Barker with a slight flush of innocent pleasure. "It can't say that. How could it know?" Stacy laughed, but Demarest coolly continued.
"Oh, you didn't hear all. Listen. We say was one of 'em, but having already sold his apparently useless certificates to our popular druggist Jones for corn plasters at a reduced rate, he's unable to realize."
"You may laugh, boys," said Barker with simple seriousness, "but I really believe I have got 'em yet. Just wait, I'll see." He rose and began to drag out a well-worn valise from under his bunk. "Well, you see," he continued, "they were given to me by an old chap in return—"
"For saving his life by delaying the Stockton boat that afterward blew up," returned Demarest briefly. "We know it all. His hair was white, and his hand trembled slightly as he laid those shares in yours, saying, and you never forgot the words, 'Take 'em, young man,' and—"
"For lending him $2,000, Anne," continued Barker, with a simple ignoring of the interruption, as he quietly brought out the valise.
$2,000? repeated Stacy. "When did you have $2,000?
"When I first left Sacramento 3 years ago," said Barker, unstrapping the valise.
"How long did you have it?"
said Demarest incredulously. "Well, at least 2 days, I think," returned Barker quietly. "Then I met that man. He was hard up, and I lent him my pile and took those shares. He died afterward."
"Well, of course he did," said Demarest severely. "They always do. Nothing kills a man more quickly than an action of that kind."
Nevertheless, the two Parkers regarded Barker rummaging among some loose clothes and papers with a kind of paternal toleration.
"Well, if you can't find 'em, bring out your government bonds," suggested Stacy.
But the next moment, flushed and triumphant, Barker rose from his knees and came toward them carrying some papers in his hands. Demarest seized them from him, opened them, spread them on the table, examined hurriedly the date, signatures, and transfers, glanced again quickly at the newspaper paragraph, looked wildly at Stacy and then at Barker, and gasped,
"By the living hook, it is so!"
"By gosh, he has got 'em!" echoed Stacy.
20 shares, continued Demarest breathlessly, at $10,000 a share. Why, even if it is only a foot, it's $200,000. Jerusalem!
"Tell me, fair sir," said Stacy, with sparkling eyes, "hast still left in yonder casket any rare jewels, rubies, sarcenet, or links of fine gold? Peradventure a pearl or two may have been overlooked?" "No, that's all," returned Barker simply.
"Well, you hear him. Rothschild says that's all. Prince Esterhazy says he hasn't another red cent, only $200,000.
"What ought I to do, boys?" asked Barker, timidly glancing from one to the other. Yet he remembered with delight all that day, and for many a year afterward, that he saw in their faces only unselfish joy and affection at that supreme moment.
"Do," said Demarest promptly. "Well, stand on your head and yell. No, stop. Come here."
He seized both Barker and Stacy by the hand and ran out into the open air. Here they danced violently with clasped hands around a small buckeye in perfect silence, and then returned to the cabin, grave but perspiring.
"Of course," said Barker, wiping his forehead, "we'll just get some money on these certificates and buy up that next claim which belongs to old Carter, where we thought we saw the indication." "We'll do nothing of the kind," said Demarest decidedly. "We ain't in it. That money is yours, old chap, every cent of it. Property acquired before marriage, you know. And the only thing we'll do is to be damned before we'll see you drop a dime of it into this godforsaken hole. No."
"But we're partners," gasped Barker.
"Not in this. The utmost we can do for you, opulent sir, though it ill becomes us horny-handed sons of toil to rub shoulders with Dives, is perchance to dine with you, to take a pasty and a glass of Malvoisie at some restaurant in Sacramento, when you've got things fixed, in honor of your return to affluence. But more would ill become us."
"But what are you going to do?" said Barker, with a half-hysteric, half-frightened smile.
"Well, we have not yet looked through our luggage," said Demarest with invincible gravity, "and there's a secret recess, a double fond, to my portmanteau, known only to a trusty page, which has not been disturbed since I left my ancestral home in Virginia. There may be a few first debentures of Erie or whatnot still there. Well, I felt some strange, dislike protuberances in my dress suit the other day, but belike they are but poker chips, said Stacy thoughtfully. An uneasy feeling crept over Barker. The color which had left his fresh cheeks returned to it quickly, and he turned his eyes away. Yet he had seen nothing in his companion's eyes but affection, with even a certain kind of tender commiseration that deepened his uneasiness. "Well, I suppose," he said desperately after a pause, "I ought to go over to Boomville and make some inquiries." "At the bank, old chap, at the bank," said Demarest emphatically. "Take my advice and don't go anywhere else. Don't breathe a word of your luck to anybody, and don't, whatever you do, be tempted to sell just now. You don't know how high that stock's going to jump yet." "Well, I thought," stammered Barker, "that you boys might like to go over with me." "Well, we can't afford to take another holiday on grub wages, and we're only two to work today," said Demarest, with a slight increase of color and the faintest tremor in his voice. "And it won't do, old chap, for us to be seen bumming around with you on the heels of your good fortune. For everybody knows we're poor, and sooner or later everybody'll know you were rich even when you first came to us." "Nonsense," said Barker indignantly. "Gospel, my boy," said Demarest shortly. "The frozen truth, old man," said Stacy. Barker took up his hat with some stiffness and moved toward the door. Here he stopped irresolutely, in a resolution that seemed to communicate itself to his partners. There was a moment's awkward silence. Then Demarest suddenly seized him by the shoulders with a grip that was half a caress, and walked him rapidly to the door. "Don't stand fooling with us, Barker boy, but just trot off like a little man and get your grip on that fortune. And when you got your hooks in it, hang on like grim death. You'll—" He hesitated for an instant only, possibly to find the laugh that should have accompanied his speech. You're sure to find us when you get back." Hurt to the quick, but restraining his feelings, Barker clapped his hat on his head and walked quickly away. The two partners stood watching him in silence until his figure was lost in the underbrush. Then they spoke. "Like him, wasn't it?" said Demarest. "Just him all over," said Stacy. "Think of him having that stock stowed away all these years and never even bothering his dear old head about it. And think of his wanting to put the whole thing into this rotten hillside with us. And he'd have done it, by gosh, and never thought of it again. Yeah, that's Barker. Dear old man. Good old chap. I've been wondering if one of us oughtn't to have gone with him. He's just as likely to pour his money into the first lap that opens for it," said Stacy. "Yeah, the more reason why we shouldn't prevent him, or seem to prevent him," said Demarest almost fiercely. "There'll be knaves and fools enough who will try and put the idea of our using him into his simple heart without that. No. Let him do as he likes with it, but let him be himself. I'd rather have him come back to us even after he's lost the money, his old self and empty-handed, than try to change the stuff that God put into him and make him more like others." The tone and manner were so different from Demarest's usual levity that Stacy was silent. After a pause, he said, "Well, we shall miss him on the hillside, won't we?" Demarest did not reply. Reaching out his hand abstractedly, he wrenched off a small slip from a sapling near him and began slowly to pull the leaves off one by one until they were all gone. Then he switched it in the air, struck his bootleg smartly with it, and said roughly, "Come, let's get to work," and strode away. Meantime, Barker, on his way to Boomville, was no less singular in his manner. He kept up his slightly affected attitude until he had lost sight of the cabin. But being of a simple nature, his emotions were less complex. If he had not seen the undoubted look of affection in the eyes of his partners, he would have imagined that they were jealous of his good fortune. Yet why had they refused his offer to share it with him? Why had they so strangely assumed that their partnership with him had closed? Why had they declined to go with him? Why had this money, of which he had thought so little and for which he had cared so little, changed them toward him? It had not changed him. He was the same. He remembered how they had often talked and laughed over a prospective strike in mining and speculated what they would do together with the money. And now that luck had occurred to one of them, individually, the effect was only to alienate them. He could not make it out. He was hurt, wounded, yet oddly enough he was conscious now of a certain power within him to hurt and wound in retribution. He was rich. He would let them see he could do without them. He was quite free now to think only of himself and Kitty. For it must be recorded that with all this young gentleman's simplicity and unselfishness, with all his loyal attitude to his partners, his first thought at the moment he grasped the fact of his wealth was of a young lady. It was Kitty Carter, the daughter of the hotel keeper at Boomville who owned the claim that the partners had mutually coveted. That a pretty girl's face should flash upon him with his conviction that he was now a rich man meant perhaps no disloyalty to his partners, whom he would still have helped. But it occurred to him now, in his half-hurt, half-vengeful state, that they had often joked him about Kitty, and perhaps further confidence with them was debarred. But it was only due to his dignity that he should now see Kitty at once. This was easy enough, for in the naive simplicity of Boomville and the economic arrangements of her father, she occasionally waited upon the hotel table. Half the town was always actively in love with her. The other half had been, and was silent, cynical, but hopeless in defeat. For Kitty was one of those singularly pretty girls occasionally met with in southwestern frontier civilization, whose distinct and original refinement of face and figure were so remarkable and original as to cast a doubt on the sagacity and prescience of one parent and the morality of the other, yet no doubt with equal injustice. But the fact remained that she was slight, graceful, and self-contained, and moved beside her stumpy, commonplace father and her faded, commonplace mother in the dining-room of the Boomville Hotel like some distinguished alien. The three partners, by virtue perhaps of their college education and refined manners, had been exceptionally noticed by Kitty, but for some occult reason, the more serious perhaps because it had no obvious or logical presumption to the world generally, Barker was particularly favored. He quickened his pace, and as the flagstaff of the Boomville Hotel rose before him in the little hollow, he seriously debated whether he had not better go to the bank first, deposit his shares, and get a small advance on them to buy a new necktie or a boiled shirt in which to present himself to Miss Kitty. But remembering that he had partly given his word to Demarest that he would keep his shares intact for the present, he abandoned this prospect, probably from the fact that his projected confidence with Kitty was already a violation of Demarest's injunctions of secrecy, and his conscience was sufficiently burdened with that breach of faith. But when he reached the hotel, a strange trepidation overcame him. The dining-room was at its slack water, between the ebb of breakfast and before the flow of the preparation for the midday meal. He could not have his interview with Kitty in that dreary waste of reserved chairs and bare trestle-like tables, and she was possibly engaged in her household duties. But Miss Kitty had already seen him cross the road, and had lounged into the dining-room with an artfully simulated air of casually examining it. At the unexpected vision of his hopes, arrayed in the sweetest and freshest of rosebud-sprigged print, his heart faltered. Then, partly with the desperation of a timid man, and partly through the working of a half-formed resolution, he met her bright smile with a simple inquiry for her father. Miss Kitty bit her pretty lip, smiled slightly, and preceded him with great formality to the office. Opening the door, without raising her lashes to either her father or the visitor, she said with a mischievous accenting of the professional manner, "Mr. Barker, to see you on business," and tripped sweetly away. And this slight incident precipitated the crisis. For Barker instantly made up his mind that he must purchase the next claim for his partners of this man Carter, and that he would be obliged to confide to him the details of his good fortune, and, as a proof of his sincerity and his ability to pay for it, he did so bluntly. Carter was a shrewd businessman, and the well-known simplicity of Barker was a proof of his truthfulness, to say nothing of the shares that were shown to him. His selling price for his claim had been $200, but here was a rich customer who,
from a mere foolish sentiment, would be no doubt willing to pay more. He hesitated with a bland but superior smile.
That was my price at my last offer, Mr. Barker, he said suavely. But you see, things are going up since then.
The keenest duplicity is apt to fail before absolute simplicity. Barker, thoroughly believing him, and already a little frightened at his own presumption, not for the amount of the money involved, but from the possibility of his partner's refusing his gift utterly, quickly took advantage of this locus penitentiae.
Well, no matter then, he said hurriedly. Perhaps I'd better consult my partners first. In fact, he added with a gratuitous truthfulness all his own, I hardly know whether they'll take it off me, so I think I'll wait.
Carter was staggered. This would clearly not do. He recovered himself with an insinuating smile.
Well, you pulled me up too short, Mr. Barker. I'm a businessman, but hang it all, what's that among friends? Now, if you reckoned I gave my word at 200, why, I'm there. Say no more about it. The claim's yours. I'll make you out a bill of sale at once. But, hesitated Barker, you see, I haven't got the money yet, and... Money? Echoed Carter bluntly. What's that among friends? Give me your note at 30 days. That's good enough for me. And we'll settle the whole thing now. Nothing like finishing a job while you're about it.
And before the bewildered and doubtful visitor could protest, he had filled up a promissory note for Barker's signature and himself signed a bill of sale for the property.
And I reckon, Mr. Barker, you'd like to take your partners by surprise about this little gift of yours, he added smilingly. Well, my messenger is starting for the Gulch in 5 minutes. He's going by your cabin, and he can just drop this bill of sale as a kind of settled fact on 'em before they can say anything, see? There's nothing like acting on the spot in these sort of things. And don't you hurry about them either. You see, you sort of owe us a friendly call. Haven't always dropped into the hotel only as a customer. So you'll stop here over luncheon, and I reckon as the old woman's busy, why, Kitty will try to make the time pass till then by playing for you on her new piano. Delighted, yet bewildered, by the unexpected invitation and opportunity, Barker mechanically signed the promissory note, and as mechanically addressed the envelope of the bill of sale to Demarest, which Carter gave to the messenger. Then he followed his host across the hall to the apartment known as Miss Kitty's parlor. He had often heard of it as a sanctum impervious to the ordinary guest. Whatever functions the young girl assumed at the hotel and among her father's boarders, it was vaguely understood that she dropped them on crossing that sacred threshold and became Miss Carter. The county judge had been entertained there, and the wife of the bank manager. Barker's admission there was consequently an unprecedented honor. He cast his eyes timidly round the room, redolent and suggestive in various charming little ways of the young girl's presence. There was the cottage piano, which had been brought up in sections on the backs of mules from the foot of the mountains. There was a crayon head of Minerva, done by the fair occupant at the age of 12. There was a profile of herself, done by a traveling artist. There were pretty little china ornaments and many flowers, notably a faded but still scented woodland shrub which Barker had presented to her 2 weeks ago, and over which Miss Kitty had discreetly thrown her white handkerchief as she entered. A wave of hope passed over him at the act, but it was quickly spent as Mr. Carter's roughly playful voice introduced them. "You can give Mr. Barker a tune or two to pass time before lunch, Kitty. You can let him see what you're doing in that line. But you'll have to sit up now, for this young man's come into some property, and will be sashaying around in Frisco afore long with a biled shirt and a stovepipe, and be giving the go-by to Boomville. Well, you young folks will excuse me for a while, as I reckon I'll just toddle over and get the recorder to put that bill of sale on record. Nothing like squaring things to once, Mr. Barker." As he slipped away, Barker felt his heart sink. Carter had not only bluntly forestalled him with the news and taken away his excuse for a confidential interview, but had put an ostentatious construction on his visit. What could she think of him now? He stood ashamed and embarrassed before her. But Miss Kitty, far from noticing his embarrassment and a sudden concern regarding the horrid untidiness of the room, which made her cheeks quite pink in one spot and obliged her to take up and set down in exactly the same place several articles, was exceedingly delighted. In fact, she did not remember ever having been so pleased before in her life. These things were always so unexpected, just like the weather, for instance. It was quite cool last night, and now it was just stifling, and so dusty. Had Mr. Barker noticed the heat coming from the gulch? Or perhaps, being a rich man, he, with a dazzling smile, was above walking now. It was so kind of him to come here first and tell her father. "I really wanted to tell only you, Miss Carter," stammered Barker. "You see—" He hesitated, but Miss Kitty saw perfectly. He wanted to tell her, and seeing her, he asked for her father. Not that it made the slightest difference to her, for her father would have been sure to have told her. It was also kind of her father to invite him to luncheon, otherwise she might not have seen him before he left Boomville. But this was more than Barker could stand. With the same desperate directness and simplicity with which he had approached her father, he now blurted out his whole heart to her. He told her how he had loved her hopelessly from the first time that they had spoken together at the church picnic. Did she remember it? How he had sat and worshipped her and nothing else at church? How her voice in the church choir had sounded like an angel's? How his poverty and his uncertain future had kept him from seeing her often, lest he should be tempted to betray his hopeless passion? How, as soon as he realized that he had a position, that his love for her need not make her ridiculous to the world's eyes, he came to tell her all. He did not even dare to hope, but she would hear him at least, would she not? Indeed, there was no getting away from his boyish, simple, outspoken declaration. In vain Kitty smiled, frowned, glanced at her pink cheeks in the glass, and stopped to look out of the window. The room was filled with his love. It was encompassing her, and despite his shy attitude, seemed to be almost embracing her. But she managed at last to turn upon him a face that was now as white and grave as his own was eager and glowing. "Sit down," she said gently. He did so obediently, but wonderingly. She then opened the piano and took a seat upon the music stool before it, placed some loose sheets of music in the rack, and ran her fingers lightly over the keys. Thus entrenched, she let her hands fall idly in her lap, and for the first time raised her eyes to his. "Now listen to me. Be good and don't interrupt. There. Not so near. You can hear what I have to say well enough where you are. That will do." Barker had halted with the chair he was dragging towards her, and sat down. "Now," said Miss Kitty, withdrawing her eyes and looking straight before her, "I believe everything you say. Perhaps I oughtn't to, or at least say it, but I do. There. But because I do believe you, it seems to me all wrong, for the very reason that you give for not having spoken to me before, if you really felt as you say you did, are the same reasons why you should not speak to me now. You see, all this time you have let nobody but yourself know how you felt towards me. In everybody's eyes, you and your partners have been only the three stuck-up, exclusive, college-bred men who mined a poor claim in the gulch, and occasionally came here to this hotel as customers. In everybody's eyes, I have been only the rich hotel-keeper's popular daughter who sometimes waited upon you, but nothing more. But at least we were then pretty much alike, and as good as each other. And now, as soon as you have become suddenly rich, and of course the superior, you rush down here to ask me to acknowledge it by accepting you." "Well, you know, I never meant that, Miss Kitty," burst out Barker vehemently, but his protest was drowned in a rapid roulade from the lady's fingers on the keys. He sank back in his chair. "Of course you never meant it," she said with an odd laugh. "But everybody will take it that way. And you cannot go round to everybody in Boomville and make the pretty declaration that you have just made to me. Everybody will say I accepted you for your money. Everybody will say it was a put-up job of my father's. Everybody will say that you threw yourself away on me. And I don't know but that they would be right. Now sit down, please, or I shall play again. You see," she went on without looking at him, "just now you like to remember that you fell in love with me first as a pretty waiter girl. But if I became your wife, it's just what you would like to forget. And I shouldn't, for I should always like to think of the time when you came here, whenever you could afford it, and sometimes when you couldn't, just to see me, and how we used to make excuses to speak with each other over the dishes. You don't know what these things mean to a woman who—" She hesitated a moment, and then added abruptly, "Yeah, but what does that matter? You would not care to be reminded of it. So," she said, rising up with a grave smile and grasping her hands tightly behind her, "it's a good deal better that you should begin to forget it now. Be a good boy and take my advice. Go to San Francisco. You'll meet some girl there in a way you will not afterward regret. You are young, and your riches, to say nothing," she said in a faltering voice that was somewhat inconsistent with the mischievous smile that played upon her lips, "of your kind and simple heart, will secure that which the world would call unselfish affection from one more equal to you, but would always believe was only bought if it came from me." "Well, I suppose you're right," he said simply. She glanced quickly at him, and her eyebrows straightened. He had risen, his face white and his gray eyes widely opened. "I suppose you are right," he went on, "because you are saying to me what my partners said to me this morning when I offered to share my wealth with them, God knows as honestly as I offered to share my heart with you. I suppose you are both right, that there must be some curse of pride or selfishness upon the money that I've got. But I've not felt it yet, and the fault does not lie with me." She gave her shoulders a slight shrug and turned impatiently toward the window. When she turned back again, he was gone. The room around her was empty. This room, which a moment before had seemed to be pulsating with his boyish passion, was now empty, and empty of him. She bit her lips, rose, and ran eagerly to the window. She saw his straw hat and brown curls as he crossed the road. She drew her handkerchief sharply away from the withered shrub over which she had thrown it, and cast the once treasured remains in the hearth. Then, possibly because she had it ready in her hand, she clapped the handkerchief to her eyes, and sinking sideways upon the chair he had risen from, put her elbows on its back, and buried her face in her hands. It is the characteristic and perhaps cruelty of a simple nature to make no allowance for complex motives, or to even understand them. So it seemed to Barker that his simplicity had been met with equal directness. It was the possession of this wealth that had in some way hopelessly changed his relations with the world. He did not love Kitty any the less. He did not even think she had wronged him. They, his partners and his sweetheart, were cleverer than he. There must be some occult quality in this wealth that he would understand when he possessed it, and perhaps it might even make him ashamed of his generosity, not in the way that they had said, but in his tempting them so audaciously to assume a wrong position. It behoved him to take possession of it at once, and to take also upon himself alone the knowledge, the trials, and responsibilities it would incur. His cheeks flushed again as he thought he had tried to tempt an innocent girl with it, and he was keenly hurt that he had not seen in Kitty's eyes the tenderness that had softened his partner's refusal. He resolved to wait no longer, but sell his dreadful stock at once. He walked directly to the bank. The manager, a shrewd but kindly man, to whom Barker was known already, received him graciously in recognition of his well-known simple honesty, and respectfully as a representative of the equally well-known, poor but superior partnership of the Gulch. He listened with marked attention to Barker's hesitating but brief story, only remarking at its close, "You mean, of course, the second extension when you say first?" "No," said Barker, "I mean the first. And it said first in the Boomville paper." Yes, I saw it. It was a printer's error. The stock of the first was called in 2 years ago. No, you mean the second. For, of course, you've followed the quotations and are likely to know what stock you're holding shares of. When you go back, take a look at them, and you'll see I'm right." "But I brought them with me," said Barker, with a slight flushing as he felt in his pocket. "I'm quite sure they are the first." He brought them out and laid them on the desk before the manager. The words "first extension" were plainly visible. The manager glanced curiously at Barker, and his brow darkened. "Did anybody put this up on you?" he said sternly. "Did your partner send you here with this stuff?" "No," said Barker eagerly. "No one. It's all my mistake. I see it now. I trusted to the newspaper. And you mean to say you never examined the stock or the quotations, nor followed it in any way since you had it? Never, said Barker. Never thought about it at all till I saw the newspaper. So, it's not worth anything? And to the infinite surprise of the manager, there was a slight smile on his boyish face. I'm afraid it's not worth the paper it's written on, said the manager gently. The smile on Barker's face increased to a little laugh, in which his wondering companion could not help joining. Thank you, said Barker suddenly, and rushed away. Well, he beats everything, said the manager, gazing after him. Damned if he didn't seem even pleased. He was pleased. The burden of wealth had fallen from his shoulders. The dreadful incubus that had weighed him down and parted his friends from him was gone, and he had not got rid of it by spending it foolishly. It had not ruined anybody yet. It had not altered anybody in his eyes. It was gone, and he was a free and happy man once more. He would go directly back to his partners. They would laugh at him, of course, but they could not look at him now with the same sad, commiserating eyes. Perhaps even Kitty. Oh, but here a sudden chill struck him. He had forgotten the bill of sale. He had forgotten the dreadful promissory note given to her father in the rash presumption of his wealth. How could it ever be paid? And more than that, it had been given in a fraud. He had no money when he gave it, and no prospect of any but what he was to get from those worthless shares. Would anybody believe him that it was only a stupid blunder of his own? Well, yes, his partners might believe him, but, horrible thought, he had already implicated them in his fraud. Even now, while he was standing there hesitatingly in the road, they were entering upon the new claim he had not paid for, could not pay for, and in the guise of a benefactor he was dishonoring them. Yet it was Carter he must meet first. He must confess all to him. He must go back to the hotel, that hotel where he had indignantly left her, and tell the father he was a fraud. That was terrible to think of. Perhaps it was part of that money curse that he could not get rid of, and was now realizing. But it must be done. He was simple, but his very simplicity had that unhesitating directness of conclusion which is the main factor of what men call pluck. He turned back to the hotel and entered the office. But Mr. Carter had not yet returned. What was to be done? He could not wait there, and there was no time to be lost. There was only one other person who knew his expectations and to whom he could confide his failure. It was Kitty. It was to taste the dregs of his humiliation, but it must be done. He ran up the staircase and knocked timidly at the sitting-room door. There was a momentary pause, and a weak voice said, "Come in." Barker opened the door, saw the vision of a handkerchief thrown away, of a pair of tearful eyes that suddenly changed to stony indifference, and a graceful but stiffening figure. But he was past all insult now. "I would not intrude," he said simply, "but I came only to see your father. I've made an awful blunder. More than a blunder, I think, a fraud. Believing that I was rich, I purchased your father's claim for my partners and gave them my promissory note. I came here to give him back his claim, for that note can never be paid. I've just been to the bank. I find I've made a stupid mistake in the name of the shares upon which I base my belief in my wealth. The ones I own are worthless. I'm as poor as ever. I'm even poorer, for I owe your father money I can never pay." To his amazement, he saw a look of pain and scorn come into her troubled eyes which he had never seen before. "This is a feeble trick," she said bitterly. "It is unlike you. It is unworthy of you." "Good God, you must believe me. Listen, it was all a mistake. It's a printer's error. I read in the paper that the stock for the first extension mine had gone up when it should have been the second. I had some old stock of the first, which I'd kept for years, and only thought of when I read the announcement in the paper this morning. I swear to you." But it was unnecessary. There was no doubting the truth of that voice, that manner. The scorn fled from Miss Kitty's eyes to give place to a stare, and then suddenly changed to two bubbling blue wells of laughter. She went to the window and laughed. She sat down to the piano and laughed. She caught up the handkerchief and hiding half her rosy face in it, laughed. She finally collapsed into an easy-chair, and, burying her brown head in its cushion, laughed long and confidentially until she brought up suddenly against a sob, and then was still. Barker was dreadfully alarmed. He had heard of hysterics before. He felt he ought to do something. He moved toward her timidly and gently drew away her handkerchief. Alas, the blue wells were running over now. He took her cold hand in his. He knelt beside her and passed his arm round her waist. He drew her head upon his shoulder. He was not sure that any of these things were effective until she suddenly lifted her eyes to his, with the last ray of mirth in them vanishing in a big teardrop, put her arms around his neck, and sobbed, "Oh, George, you blessed innocent!" An eloquent silence was broken by a remorseful start from Barker. "But I must go and warn my poor partners, dearest. There yet may be time. Perhaps they have not yet taken possession of your father's claim." "Yes, George, dear," said the young girl with sparkling eyes, "and tell them to do so at once." "What?" gasped Barker. "At once, do you hear? It may be too late. Go quick." "But your father—" "Oh, I see, dearest. You will tell them all yourself and spare me." "I shall do nothing so foolish, Georgie, nor shall you. Now, don't you see the note isn't due for a month? Stop, have you told anybody but Pa and me?" "Only the bank manager." She ran out of the room and returned in a minute, tying the most enchanting of hats by a ribbon under her oval chin. "Well, I'll run over and fix him," she said. "Fix him?" returned Barker, aghast. "Yes. I'll say your wicked partners have been playing a practical joke on you, and he mustn't give you away. He'll do anything for me." "But my partners didn't." "No, on the contrary." "Don't tell me, George," said Miss Kitty severely. "They ought never to have let you come here with that stuff. But come, you must go at once. You must not meet Pa. You'll blurt out everything to him. I know you. I'll tell him you could not stay to luncheon. Now, quick now, go." "What? Well, there." Whatever it represented, the exclamation was apparently so protracted that Miss Kitty was obliged to push her lover to the front landing before she could disappear by the back stairs. But once in the street, Barker no longer lingered. It was a good 3 miles back to the gulch. He might still reach it by the time his partners were taking their noonday rest, and he resolved that, although the messenger had preceded him, they would not enter upon the new claim until the afternoon. For Barker, in spite of his mistress's injunction, had no idea of taking what he couldn't pay for. He would keep the claim intact until something could be settled. For the rest, he walked on air. Kitty loved him. The accursed wealth no longer stood between them. They were both poor now. Everything was possible. The sun was beginning to send dwarf shadows toward the east when he reached the gulch. Here a new trepidation seized him. How would his partners receive the news of his utter failure? He was happy, for he had gained Kitty through it, but they? For a moment it seemed to him that he had purchased his happiness through their loss. He stopped, took off his hat, and ran his fingers remorsefully through his damp curls. Another thing troubled him. He had reached the crest of the gulch, where their old working ground was spread before him like a map. They were not there. Neither were they lying under the 4 pines on the ridge where they were wont to rest at midday. He turned with some alarm to the new claim adjoining theirs, but there was no sign of them there either. A sudden fear that they had, after parting from him, given up the claim in a fit of disgust and depression, and departed, now overcame him. He clapped his hand on his head and ran in the direction of the cabin. He had nearly reached it when the rough challenge of "Who's there?" from the bushes halted him, and Demarest suddenly swung into the trail. But the singular look of sternness and impatience which he was wearing vanished as he saw Barker, and with a loud shout of "All right, it's only Barker! Hooray!" he ran toward him. In an instant he was joined by Stacy from the cabin, and the 2 men, catching hold of their returning partner, waltzed him joyfully and breathlessly into the cabin. But the quick-eyed Demarest suddenly let go his hold and stared at Barker's face.
"Why, Barker, old boy, what's up?"
"Everything's up," gasped the breathless Barker. "It's all about these stocks. It's all a mistake, all an infernal lie of that newspaper. I never had the right kind of shares. The ones I have are worthless rags." And the next instant he had blurted out his whole interview with the bank manager. The 2 partners looked at each other, and then, To Barker's infinite perplexity, the same extraordinary convulsion that had seized Miss Kitty fell upon them. They laughed, holding on each other's shoulders. They laughed, clinging to Barker's struggling figure. They went out and laughed with their backs against a tree. They laughed separately and in different corners, and then they came up to Barker with tears in their eyes, dropped their heads on his shoulders, and murmured exhaustedly, "You blessed ass!" "But," said Stacy suddenly, "how did you manage to buy the claim?" "Oh, that's the most awful thing, boys. I've never paid for it," groaned Barker. "But Carter sent us the bill of sale," persisted Demarest. "We shouldn't have taken it." "I gave my promisor a note at 30 days," said Barker desperately. "And where's the money to come from now? But," he added wildly as the men glanced at each other, "you said taken it? Oh, good heavens, you don't mean to say that I'm too late, that you touched it?" "Well, I reckon that's pretty much what we have been doing," drawled Demarest. "It looks uncommonly like it," drawled Stacy. Barker glanced blankly from the one to the other. "Well, shall we pass our young friend in to see the show?" said Demarest to Stacy. "Well, yes, if he'll be perfectly quiet and not breathe on the glasses," returned Stacy. They each gravely took one of Barker's hands and led him to the corner of the cabin. There, on an old flour barrel, stood a large tin prospecting pan, in which the partners also occasionally used to knead their bread. A dirty towel covered it. Demarest whisked it dexterously aside and disclosed 3 large fragments of decomposed gold and quartz. Barker started back. "Heft it," said Demarest grimly. Barker could scarcely lift the pan. $4,000 weight, if a penny," said Stacy in short staccato sentences. "In a pocket. Brought it out the second stroke of the pick. We'd been awfully blue after you left. Awfully blue, too, when the bill of sale come, for we thought you'd been wasting your money on us. Reckoned we oughtn't to take it, but send it straight back to you. Messenger gone. Then Demarest reckoned as it was done, it couldn't be undone, and we ought to make just one prospect on the claim and strike a single stroke for you. And there it is. And there's more on the hillside." "But it isn't mine. It isn't yours. It's Carter's. I never had the money to pay for it, and I haven't got it now." "But you gave the note, and it's not due for 30 days. A recollection flashed upon Barker. "Yes," he said with thoughtful simplicity. "That's what Kitty said." "Oh, Kitty said so," said both partners gravely. "Yes," stammered Barker, turning away with a heightened color. "And as I didn't stay there to luncheon, I think I'd better be getting it ready." He picked up the coffee pot and turned to the hearth as his 2 partners stepped beyond the door. "Wasn't it exactly like him?" said Demarest. "Him all over," said Stacy. "And his worry over that note," said Demarest. "And what Kitty said," said Stacy. "Well, look here, I reckon that wasn't all that Kitty said." "Well, of course not." "What luck!"
End of Barker's Luck. Reading by Jeff Cowgill.
A Yellow Dog, in Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Selected Stories by Bret Harte. A Yellow Dog. I never knew why in the western states of America a yellow dog should be proverbially considered the acme of canine degradation and incompetency, nor why the possession of one should seriously affect the social standing of its possessor. But the fact being established, I think we accepted it at Rattler's Ridge without question. The matter of ownership was more difficult to settle, and although the dog I have in mind at the present writing attached himself impartially and equally to everyone in camp, no one ventured to exclusively claim him, while, after the perpetration of any canine atrocity, everybody repudiated him with indecent haste. "Well, I can swear he hasn't been near our shanty for weeks." Or the retort, "He was last seen coming out of your cabin," expressed the eagerness with which Rattler's Ridge washed its hands of any responsibility. Yet he was by no means a common dog, nor even an unhandsome dog, and it was a singular fact that his severest critics vied with each other in narrating instances of his sagacity, insight, and agility, which they themselves had witnessed. He had been seen crossing the flume that spanned Grizzly Canyon at a height of 900 feet on a plank 6 inches wide. He had tumbled down the chute to the South Fork 1,000 feet below, and was found sitting on the river bank without a scratch, except that he was lazily giving himself with his off hind paw. He had been forgotten in a snowdrift on a Sierran shelf, and had come home in the early spring with the conceited complacency of an alpine traveler, and a plumpness alleged to have been the result of an exclusive diet of buried mail-bags and their contents. He was generally believed to read the advance election posters, and disappear a day or two before the candidates and the brass band, which he hated, came to the ridge. He was suspected of having overlooked Colonel Johnson's hand at poker, and of having conveyed to the Colonel's adversary, by a succession of barks, the danger of betting against 4 kings. While these statements were supplied by wholly unsupported witnesses, it was a very human weakness of Rattler's Ridge that the responsibility of corroboration was passed to the dog himself, and he was looked upon as a consummate liar. "Snoopin' round here and calling yourself a poker sharp, are ye? Scoot, you yaller pisen," was a common adjuration whenever the unfortunate animal intruded upon a card party. If thar was a spark, an atom of truth in that dog, I'd believe my own eyes that I saw him sittin' up and trying to magnetize a jaybird off a tree. But what are ye going to do with a yaller equivocator like that? I have said that he was yellow, or, to use the ordinary expression, yaller. Indeed, I am inclined to believe that much of the ignominy attached to the epithet lay in this favorite pronunciation. Men who habitually spoke of a yellow bird, a yellow hammer, a yellow leaf, always alluded to him as a yaller dog. He certainly was yellow. After a bath, usually compulsory, he presented a decided gamboge streak down his back, from the top of his forehead to the stump of his tail, fading in his sides and flank to a delicate straw color. His breast, legs, and feet, when not reddened by slumgullion, in which he was fond of wading, were white. A few attempts at ornamental decoration from the India ink pot of the storekeeper failed, partly through the yellow dog's excessive agility, which would never give the paint time to dry on him, and partly through his success in transferring his markings to the trousers and blankets of the camp. The size and shape of his tail, which had been cut off before his introduction to Rattler's Ridge, were favorite sources of speculation to the miners, as determining both his breed and his moral responsibility in coming into camp in that defective condition. There was a general opinion that he couldn't have looked worse with a tail, and its removal was therefore a gratuitous effrontery. His best feature was his eyes, which were a lustrous Van Dyke brown, and sparkling with intelligence. But here again he suffered from evolution through environment, and their original trustful openness was marred by the experience of watching for flying stones, sods, and passing kicks from the rear, so that the pupils were continually reverting to the outer angle of the eyelid. Nevertheless, none of these characteristics decided the vexed question of his breed. His speed and scent pointed to a hound, and it is related that on one occasion he was laid on the trail of a wildcat with such success that he followed it apparently out of the state, returning at the end of 2 weeks footsore but blandly contented. Attaching himself to a prospecting party, he was sent under the same belief into the brush to drive off a bear who was supposed to be haunting the campfire. He returned in a few minutes with the bear, driving it into the unarmed circle and scattering the whole party. After this, the theory of his being a hunting dog was abandoned. Yet it was said, on the usual uncorroborated evidence, that he had put up a quail, and his qualities as a retriever were for a long time accepted, until, during a shooting expedition for wild ducks, it was discovered that the one he had brought back had never been shot, and the party were obliged to compound damages with an adjacent settler. His fondness for paddling in the ditches and slumgullion at one time suggested a water spaniel. He could swim, and would occasionally bring out of the river sticks and pieces of bark that had been thrown in. But as he always had to be thrown in with them, and was a good-sized dog, his aquatic reputation faded also. He remained simply a yaller dog. What more could be said? His actual name was Bones, given to him, no doubt, through the provincial custom of confounding the occupation of the individual with his quality, for which it was pointed out precedent could be found in some old English family names. But if Bones generally exhibited no preference for any particular individual in camp, he always made an exception in favor of drunkards. Even an ordinary roistering bacchanalian party brought him out from under a tree or a shed in the keenest satisfaction. He would accompany them through the long straggling street of the settlement, barking his delight at every step or misstep of the revelers, and exhibiting none of that mistrust of eye which marked his attendance upon the sane and the respectable. He accepted even their uncouth play without a snarl or a yelp, hypocritically pretending even to like it, and I conscientiously believe would have allowed a tin can to be attached to his tail if the hand that tied it on were only unsteady, and the voice that bade him lie still were husky with liquor. He would see the party cheerfully into a saloon, wait outside the door, his tongue fairly lolling from his mouth in enjoyment, until they reappeared, permit them even to tumble over him with pleasure, and then gambol away before them, heedless of awkwardly projected stones and epithets. He would afterward accompany them separately home, or lie with them at crossroads until they were assisted to their cabins. Then he would trot rakishly to his own haunt by the saloon stove, with the slightly conscious air of having been a bad dog, yet of having had a good time. We never could satisfy ourselves whether his enjoyment arose from some merely selfish conviction that he was more secure with the physically and mentally incompetent, from some active sympathy with active wickedness, or from a grim sense of his own mental superiority at such moments. But the general belief leant toward his kindred sympathy as a yaller dog with all that was disreputable. And this was supported by another very singular canine manifestation, the sincere flattery of simulation or imitation. Uncle Billy Riley for a short time enjoyed the position of being the camp drunkard, and at once became an object of Bones' greatest solicitude. He not only accompanied him everywhere, curled at his feet or head according to Uncle Billy's attitude at the moment, but, it was noticed, began presently to undergo a singular alteration in his own habits and appearance. From being an active, tireless scout and forager, a bold and unovertakeable marauder, he became lazy and apathetic, allowed gophers to burrow under him without endeavoring to undermine the settlement in his frantic endeavors to dig them out, permitted squirrels to flash their tails at him 100 yards away, forgot his usual caches, and left his favorite bones unburied and bleaching in the sun. His eyes grew dull, his coat lusterless, in proportion as his companion became blear-eyed and ragged. In running, his usual arrow-like directness began to deviate, and it was not unusual to meet the pair together zigzagging up the hill. Indeed, Uncle Billy's condition could be predetermined by Bones' appearance at times when his temporary master was invisible. "The old man must have an awful jag on today," was casually remarked when an extra fluffiness and imbecility was noticeable in the passing Bones. At first it was believed that he drank also, but when careful investigation proved this hypothesis untenable, he was freely called a "derned time-servin' yaller hypocrite." Not a few advanced the opinion that if Bones did not actually lead Uncle Billy astray, he at least slobbered him over and coddled him until the old man got conceited in his wickedness. This undoubtedly led to a compulsory divorce between them, and Uncle Billy was happily dispatched to a neighboring town and a doctor. Bones seemed to miss him greatly, ran away for 2 days, and was supposed to have visited him, to have been shocked at his convalescence, and to have been cut by Uncle Billy in his reformed character. and he returned to his old active life again, and buried his past with his forgotten bones. It was said that he was afterward detected in trying to lead an intoxicated tramp into camp after the methods employed by a blind man's dog, but was discovered in time by the, of course, uncorroborated narrator. I should be tempted to leave him thus in his original and picturesque sin, but the same veracity which compelled me to transcribe his faults and iniquities obliges me to describe his ultimate and somewhat monotonous reformation, which came from no fault of his own. It was a joyous day at Rattler's Ridge that was equally the advent of his change of heart and the first stagecoach that had been induced to diverge from the high road and stop regularly at our settlement. Flags were flying from the post office and Polka Saloon, and Bones was flying before the brass band that he detested, when the sweetest girl in the county, Pinky Preston, daughter of the county judge and hopelessly beloved by all Rattler's Ridge, stepped from the coach which she had glorified by occupying as an invited guest. "What makes him run away?" she asked quickly, opening her lovely eyes in a possibly innocent wonder that anything could be found to run away from her. "He don't like the brass band," we explained eagerly. "How funny," murmured the girl. "Is it as out of tune as all that?" This irresistible witticism alone would have been enough to satisfy us. We did nothing but repeat it to each other all the next day. But we were positively transported when we saw her suddenly gather her dainty skirts in one hand and trip off through the red dust toward Bones, who, with his eyes over his yellow shoulder, had halted in the road and half turned in mingled disgust and rage at the spectacle of the descending trombone. We held our breath as she approached him. Would Bones evade her as he did us at such moments? Or would he save our reputation, and consent, for the moment, to accept her as a new kind of inebriate? She came nearer. He saw her. He began to slowly quiver with excitement, his stump of a tail vibrating with such rapidity that the loss of the missing portion was scarcely noticeable. Suddenly she stopped before him, took his yellow head between her little hands, lifted it, and looked down in his handsome brown eyes with her two lovely blue ones. What passed between them in that magnetic glance no one ever knew. She returned with him, said to him casually, "We're not afraid of brass bands, are we?" To which he apparently acquiesced, at least stifling his disgust of them while he was near her, which was nearly all the time. During the speech-making her gloved hand and his yellow head were always near together, and at the crowning ceremony, her public checking of Yuba Bill's way bill on behalf of the township, with a gold pencil presented to her by the stage company, Bones' joy, far from knowing no bounds, seemed to know nothing but them, and he witnessed it apparently in the air. No one dared to interfere. For the first time a local pride in Bones sprang up in our hearts, and we lied to each other in his praises openly and shamelessly. Then the time came for parting. We were standing by the door of the coach, hats in hand, as Miss Pinky was about to step into it. Bones was waiting by her side, confidently looking into the interior, and apparently selecting his own seat on the lap of Judge Preston in the corner, when Miss Pinky held up the sweetest of admonitory fingers. Then, taking his head between her two hands, she again looked into his brimming eyes, and said simply, "Good dog," with the gentlest of emphasis on the adjective, and popped into the coach. The 6 bay horses started as one. The gorgeous green and gold vehicle bounded forward, the red dust rose behind, and the yellow dog danced in and out of it to the very outskirts of the settlement, and then he soberly returned. A day or two later he was missed, but the fact was afterward known that he was at Spring Valley, the county town where Miss Preston lived, and he was forgiven. A week afterward he was missed again, but this time for a longer period, and then a pathetic letter arrived from Sacramento for the storekeeper's wife. "Would you mind," wrote Miss Pinky Preston, "asking some of your boys to come over here to Sacramento and bring back Bones? I don't mind having the dear dog walk out with me at Spring Valley, where everyone knows me, but here he does make one so noticeable on account of his color. I've got scarcely a frock that he agrees with. He don't go with my pink muslin, and that lovely buff tint he makes 3 shades lighter. You know Yellow is so tryin'." A consultation was quickly held by the whole settlement, and a deputation sent to Sacramento to relieve the unfortunate girl. We were all quite indignant with Bones, but oddly enough, I think it was greatly tempered with our new pride in him. While he was with us alone, his peculiarities had been scarcely appreciated, but the recurrent phrase, "that yellow dog that they keep at the Rattlers," gave us a mysterious importance along the countryside, as if we had secured a mascot in some zoological curiosity. This was further indicated by a singular occurrence. A new church had been built at the crossroads, and an eminent divine had come from San Francisco to preach the opening sermon. After a careful examination of the camp's wardrobe, and some felicitous exchange of apparel, a few of us were deputed to represent Rattlers at the Sunday service. In our white ducks, straw hats, and flannel blouses, we were sufficiently picturesque and distinctive as honest miners to be shown off in one of the front pews. Seated near the prettiest girls who offered us their hymn books, in the cleanly odor of fresh pine shavings and iron muslin, and blown over by the spices of our own woods through the open windows, a deep sense of the abiding peace of Christian communion settled upon us. At this supreme moment, someone murmured in an awe-stricken whisper, "Will you look at Bones?" We looked. Bones had entered the church and gone up in the gallery through a pardonable ignorance and modesty, but, perceiving his mistake, was now calmly walking along the gallery rail before the astounded worshippers. Reaching the end, he paused for a moment and carelessly looked down. It was about 15 feet to the floor below, the simplest jump in the world for the mountain-bred Bones. Daintily, gingerly, lazily, and yet with a conceited airiness of manner, as if, humanly speaking, he had one leg in his pocket and were doing it on 3, he cleared the distance, dropping just in front of the chancel without a sound, turned himself around 3 times, and then lay comfortably down. 3 deacons were instantly in the aisle, coming up before the eminent divine, who, we fancied, wore a restrained smile. We heard the hurried whispers, "Belongs to them. Quite a local institution here, you know. Don't like to offend sensibilities," and the minister's prompt "by no means," as he went on with his service. A short month ago we would have repudiated Bones. Today we sat there in slightly supercilious attitudes, as if to indicate that any affront offered to Bones would be an insult to ourselves, and followed by our instantaneous withdrawal in a body. All went well, however, until the minister, lifting the large Bible from the communion table and holding it in both hands before him, walked toward a reading stand by the altar rails. Bones uttered a distinct growl. The minister stopped. We, and we alone, comprehended in a flash the whole situation. The Bible was nearly the size and shape of one of those soft clods of sod which we were in the playful habit of launching at Bones when he lay half asleep in the sun, in order to see him cleverly evade it. We held our breath. What was to be done? But the opportunity belonged to our leader, Jeff Briggs, a confoundedly good-looking fellow with the golden mustache of a northern Viking and the curls of an Apollo. Secure in his beauty and bland in his self-conceit, he rose from the pew and stepped before the chancel rails. "I would wait a moment if I were you, sir," he said respectfully, "and you will see that he will go out quietly." "What is wrong?" whispered the minister in some concern. "He thinks you are going to heave that book at him, sir, without giving him a fair show, as we do." The minister looked perplexed, but remained motionless with the book in his hands. Bones arose, walked halfway down the aisle, and vanished like a yellow flash. With this justification of his reputation, Bones disappeared for a week. At the end of that time, we received a polite note from Judge Preston, saying that the dog had become quite domiciled in their house, and begged that the camp, without yielding up their valuable property in him, would allow him to remain at Spring Valley for an indefinite time. That both the judge and his daughter, with whom Bones was already an old friend, would be glad if the members of the camp would visit their old favorite whenever they desired, to assure themselves that he was well cared for. I am afraid that the bait thus ingenuously thrown out had a good deal to do with our ultimate yielding. However, the reports of those who visited Bones were wonderful and marvelous. He was residing there in state, lying on rugs in the drawing-room, coiled up under the judicial desk in the judge's study, sleeping regularly on the mat outside Miss Pinky's bedroom door, or lazily snapping at flies on the judge's lawn. "He's as yaller as ever," said one of our informants, "but it don't somehow seem to be the same back that we used to break clods over in the old time, just to see him scoot out of the dust." And now I must record a fact which I am aware all lovers of dogs will indignantly deny, and which will be furiously bayed at by every faithful hound since the days of Ulysses. Bones not only forgot, but absolutely cut us. Those who called upon the judge in store clothes he would perhaps casually notice, but he would sniff at them as if detecting and resenting them under their superficial exterior. The rest he simply paid no attention to. The more familiar term of Bonesy, formerly applied to him as in our rare moments of endearment, produced no response. This pained, I think, some of the more youthful of us, but through some strange human weakness it also increased the camp's respect for him. Nevertheless, we spoke of him familiarly to strangers at the very moment he ignored us. I am afraid that we also took some pains to point out that he was getting fat and unwieldy, and losing his elasticity, implying covertly that his choice was a mistake and his life a failure. A year after, he died, in the odor of sanctity and respectability, being found one morning coiled up and stiff on the mat outside Miss Pinky's door. When the news was conveyed to us, we asked permission, the camp being in a prosperous condition, to erect a stone over his grave. But when it came to the inscription, we could only think of the two words murmured to him by Miss Pinky, which we always believe effected his conversion: "Good dog." End of A Yellow Dog.
A Mother of Five in Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katie Gibney. Selected Stories by Bret Harte. A Mother of Five. She was a mother, and a rather exemplary one, of 5 children, although her own age was barely 9. 2 of these children were twins, and she generally alluded to them as Mr. Amplach's children, referring to an exceedingly respectable gentleman in the next settlement who, I have reason to believe, had never set eyes on her or them. The twins were quite naturally alike, having been in a previous state of existence 2 ninepins, and were still somewhat vague and inchoate below their low shoulders in their long clothes, but were also firm and globular about the head, and there were not wanting those who professed to see in this an unmistakable resemblance to their reputed father. The other children were dolls of different ages, sex, and condition, but the twins may be said to have been distinctly her own conception. Yet such was her admirable and impartial maternity that she never made any difference between them. The Amplach's children was a description rather than a distinction. She was herself the motherless child of Robert Folks, a hard-working but somewhat improvident teamster on the express route between Big Bend and Reno. His daily avocation, when she was not actually with him in the wagon, led to an occasional dispersion of herself and her progeny along the road and at wayside stations between those places. But the family was generally collected together by rough but kindly hands already familiar with the handling of her children. I have a very vivid recollection of Jim Carter trampling into a saloon after a 5-mile walk through a snowdrift with an Amplach twin in his pocket. "Suthin' ought to be done," he growled, "to make Miri a little more careful of them Amplach children. I picked up one outer the snow a mile beyond Big Bend." "God bless my soul," said a casual passenger, looking up hastily. "I didn't know Mr. Amplach was married." Jim winked diabolically at us over his glass. "No more did I," he responded gloomily. "But you can't tell anything about the ways of them respectable psalm-singing jaybirds." Having thus disposed of Amplach's character, later on, when he was alone with Mary, or Miri, as she chose to pronounce it, the rascal worked upon her feelings with an account of the infant Amplach's sufferings in the snowdrift, and its agonized whisperings for "Miri, Miri," until real tears stood in Mary's blue eyes. "Let this be a lesson to you," he concluded, drawing the 9-pin dexterously from his pocket, "for it took nigh a quart of the best 40-rod whiskey to bring that child to." Not only did Mary firmly believe him, but for weeks afterwards Julian Amplach, this unhappy twin, was kept in a somnolent attitude in the cart, and was believed to have contracted dissipated habits from the effects of his heroic treatment. Her numerous family was achieved in only 2 years, and succeeded her first child, which was brought from Sacramento at considerable expense by a Mr. William Dodd, also a teamster, on her 7th birthday. This, by one of those rare inventions known only to a child's vocabulary, she at once called Misery, probably a combination of Missy, as she herself was formerly termed by strangers, and Missouri, her native state. It was an excessively large doll at first, Mr. Dodd wishing to get the worth of his money, but time, and perhaps an excess of maternal care, remedied the defect, and it lost flesh and certain unemployed parts of its limbs very rapidly. It was further reduced in bulk by falling under the wagon and having the whole train pass over it, but singularly enough, its greatest attenuation was in the head and shoulders, the complexion peeling off as a solid layer, followed by the disappearance of distinct strata of its extraordinary composition. This continued until the head and shoulders were much too small for even its reduced frame, and all the devices of childish millinery, a shawl secured with tacks and well hammered in, and a hat which tilted backwards and forwards and never appeared at the same angle, failed to restore symmetry, until one dreadful morning, after an imprudent bath, the whole upper structure disappeared, leaving 2 hideous iron prongs standing erect from the spinal column. Even an imaginative child like Mary could not accept this sort of thing as a head. Later in the day, Jack Roper, the blacksmith at the crossing, was concerned at the plaintive appearance before his forge of a little girl clad in a bright blue pinafore of the same color as her eyes, carrying her monstrous offspring in her arms. Jack recognized her and instantly divined the situation. "You haven't," he suggested kindly, "got another head at home? Suthin' left over?" Mary shook her head sadly. Even her prolific maternity was not equal to the creation of children in detail. "Nor anything like a head?" he persisted sympathetically. Mary's loving eyes filled with tears. "No, nuffin'." "You couldn't," he continued thoughtfully, "use her the other side up? We might get a fine pair of legs out of them irons," he added, touching the 2 prongs with artistic suggestion. "Now look here." He was about to tilt the doll over when a small cry of feminine distress and a swift movement of a matronly little arm arrested the evident indiscretion. "I see," he said gravely. "Well, you come here tomorrow and we'll fix up something to work her." Jack was thoughtful the rest of the day, more than usually impatient with certain stubborn mules to be shod, and even knocked off work an hour earlier to walk to Big Bend and a rival shop. But the next morning, when the trustful and anxious mother appeared at the forge, she uttered a scream of delight. Jack had neatly joined a hollow iron globe, taken from the newel post of some old iron staircase railing, to the 2 prongs, and covered it with a coat of red fireproof paint. It was true that its complexion was rather high, that it was inclined to be top-heavy, and that in the long run the other dolls suffered considerably by enforced association with this unyielding and implacable head and shoulders, but this did not diminish Mary's joy over her restored firstborn. Even its utter absence of features was no defect in a family where features were as evanescent as in hers, and the most ordinary student of evolution could see that the Amplach ninepins were in legitimate succession to the globular-headed Misery. For a time I think that Mary even preferred her to the others. Howbeit, it was a pretty sight to see her on a summer afternoon, sitting upon a wayside stump, her other children dutifully ranged about her, and the hard, unfeeling head of Misery pressed deep down into her loving little heart, as she swayed from side to side, crooning her plaintive lullaby. Small wonder that the bees took up the song, and droned a slumberous accompaniment, or that high above her head the enormous pines, stirred through their depths by the soft Sierran air, or heaven knows what, let slip flickering lights and shadows to play over that cast-iron face, until the child, looking down upon it with the quick, transforming power of love, thought that it smiled. The two remaining members of the family were less distinctive. Gloriana, pronounced as two words, Glory, Anna, being the work of her father, who also named it, was simply a cylindrical roll of canvas wagon covering, girt so as to define a neck and waist, with a rudely inked face, altogether a weak, pitiable, manlike invention; and Johnny Dear, alleged to be the representative of John Doremus, a young storekeeper who occasionally supplied Mary with gratuitous sweets. Mary never admitted this, and as we were all gentlemen along that road, we were blind to the suggestion. Johnny Dear was originally a small plaster phrenological cast of a head and bust, begged from some shop window in the country town, with a body clearly constructed by Mary herself. It was an ominous fact that it was always dressed as a boy, and was distinctly the most human-looking of all her progeny. Indeed, in spite of the faculties that were legibly printed all over its smooth, white, hairless head, it was appallingly lifelike. Left sometimes by Mary astride the branch of a wayside tree, horsemen had been known to dismount hurriedly and examine it, returning with a mystified smile, and it was on record that Yuba Bill had once pulled up the Pioneer coach, at the request of curious and imploring passengers, and then grimly installed Johnny Dear beside him on the box seat, publicly delivering him to Mary at Big Bend, to her wide-eyed confusion, and the first blush we had ever seen on her round, chubby, sunburned cheeks. It may seem strange that with her great popularity and her well-known maternal instincts, she had not been kept fully supplied with proper and more conventional dolls, but it was soon recognized that she did not care for them, left their waxen faces, rolling eyes, and abundant hair in ditches, or stripped them to help clothe the more extravagant creatures of her fancy. So it came that Johnny Dear's strictly classical profile looked out from under a girl's fashionable straw sailor hat, to the utter obliteration of his prominent intellectual faculties. The Amplach twins wore bonnets on their nine-pin heads, and even an attempt was made to fit a flaxen scalp on the iron-headed Misery. But her dolls were always a creation of her own, her affection for them increasing with the demand upon her imagination. This may seem somewhat inconsistent with her habit of occasionally abandoning them in the woods or in the ditches, but she had an unbounded confidence in the kindly maternity of nature, and trusted her children to the breast of the Great Mother as freely as she did herself in her own motherlessness. And this confidence was rarely betrayed. Rats, mice, snails, wildcats, panther, and bear never touched her lost waifs. Even the elements were kindly. An Amplach twin buried under a snowdrift in high altitudes reappeared smilingly in the spring, in all its wooden and painted integrity. We were all pantheists then, and believed this implicitly. It was only when exposed to the milder forces of civilization that Mary had anything to fear. Yet even then, when Patsy O'Connor's domestic goat had once tried to sample the lost Misery, he had retreated with the loss of 3 front teeth, and Thompson's mule came out of an encounter with that iron-headed prodigy with a sprained hind leg and a cut and swollen pastern. But these were the simple Arcadian days of the road between Big Bend and Reno, and progress and prosperity, alas, brought changes in their wake. It was already whispered that Mary ought to be going to school, and Mr. Amplach, still happily oblivious of the liberties taken with his name, as trustee of the public school at Duckville, had intimated that Mary's bohemian wanderings were a scandal to the county. She was growing up in ignorance, a dreadful ignorance of everything but the chivalry, the deep tenderness, the delicacy and unselfishness of the rude men around her, and obliviousness of faith in anything but the immeasurable bounty of nature toward her and her children. Of course there was a fierce discussion between the boys of the road and the few married families of the settlement on this point, but, of course, progress and snivelization, as the boys chose to call it, triumphed. The projection of a railroad settled it. Robert Fulks, promoted to a foremanship of a division of the line, was made to understand that his daughter must be educated. But the terrible question of Mary's family remained. No school would open its doors to that heterogeneous collection, and Mary's little heart would have broken over the rude dispersal or heroic burning of her children. The ingenuity of Jack Roper suggested a compromise. She was allowed to select one to take to school with her. The others were adopted by certain of her friends, and she was to be permitted to visit them every Saturday afternoon. The selection was a cruel trial, so cruel that, knowing her undoubted preference for her firstborn, Misery, we would not have interfered for worlds. But in her unexpected choice of Johnny Dear, the most unworldly of us knew that it was the first glimmering of feminine tact, her first submission to the world of propriety that she was now entering. Johnny Dear was undoubtedly the most presentable. Even more, there was an educational suggestion in its prominent, mapped-out, phrenological organs. The adopted fathers were loyal to their trust. Indeed, for years afterward, the blacksmith kept the iron-headed Misery on a rude shelf, like a shrine, near his bunk. Nobody but himself and Mary ever knew the secret, stolen, and thrilling interviews that took place during the first days of their separation. Certain facts, however, transpired concerning Mary's equal faithfulness to another of her children. It is said that one Saturday afternoon, when the road manager of the new line was seated in his office at Reno in a private business discussion with two directors, a gentle tap was heard at the door. It was opened to an eager little face, a pair of blue eyes, and a blue pinafore. To the astonishment of the directors, a change came over the face of the manager. Taking the child gently by the hand, he walked to his desk, on which the papers of the new line were scattered, and drew open a drawer from which he took a large 9-pin, extraordinarily dressed as a doll. The astonishment of the two gentlemen was increased at the following quaint colloquy between the manager and the child. "She's doing remarkably well in spite of the trying weather, but I have had to keep her very quiet," said the manager, regarding the 9-pin critically. "Yes," said Mary quickly. "It's just the same with Johnny Dear. His cough is frightful at nights. But Misery's all right. I've just been to see her." "There's a good deal of scarlet fever around," continued the manager with quiet concern, "and we can't be too careful. But I shall take her for a little run down the line tomorrow." The eyes of Mary sparkled and overflowed like blue water. Then there was a kiss, a little laugh, a shy glance at the two curious strangers, the blue pinafore fluttered away, and the colloquy ended. She was equally attentive in her care of the others, but the rag baby Gloriana, who had found a home in Jim Carter's cabin at the Ridge, living too far for daily visits, was brought down regularly on Saturday afternoon to Mary's house by Jim, tucked in asleep in his saddlebags or riding gallantly before him on the horn of his saddle. On Sunday there was a dress parade of all the dolls, which kept Mary in heart for the next week's desolation. But there came one Saturday and Sunday when Mary did not appear, and it was known along the road that she had been called to San Francisco to meet an aunt who had just arrived from the States. It was a vacant Sunday to the boys, a very hollow, unsanctified Sunday, somehow, without that little figure. But the next Sunday, and the next, were still worse, and then it was known that the dreadful aunt was making much of Mary, and was sending her to a grand school, a convent at Santa Clara, where it was rumored girls were turned out so accomplished that their own parents did not know them. But we knew that was impossible to our Mary, and a letter which came from her at the end of the month, and before the convent had closed upon the blue pinafore, satisfied us, and was balm to our anxious hearts. It was characteristic of Mary, it was addressed to nobody in particular, and would, but for the prudence of the aunt, have been entrusted to the post office open and undirected. It was a single sheet, handed to us without a word by her father, but as we passed it from hand to hand, we understood it as if we had heard our lost playfellow's voice. "There's more houses in Frisco than you can shake a stick at, and women's till you can't rest, but mules and jackasses ain't got no shoe, nor blacksmiths' shops, which is not to be seen nowhere. Rabbits and squirrels, also bears and panthers, is unknown and unforgotten on account of the streets and Sunday skulls. Jim Roper, you oughter be very good to Misery on account of my not bein' here, and not hearten your heart to her because she is top-heavy, which is ontrue and simply an imptient lie, like you allus make. I have a canary bird, what sings delightful, but isn't a yellowhammer such as I know, as you'd think. Dear Mr. Montgomery, don't keep Goolin Amplak too much shet up in office drawers. It isn't good for his lungs and chest. And don't you ink his head, nother. You're as bad as the rest. Johnny dear, you must be very kind to your adopted father, and you, Gloriana, must love your kind Jimmy Carter very much for taking you horseback so often. I has been buggy ridin' with an orficer who has killed Injuns real. I am comin' back soon with great affection, so look out and mind." But it was 3 years before she returned, and this was her last and only letter. The adopted fathers of her children were faithful, however, and when the new line was opened, and it was understood that she was to be present with her father at the ceremony, they came, with a common understanding, to the station to meet their old playmate. They were ranged along the platform, poor Jack Roper a little overweighted with a bundle he was carrying on his left arm, and then a young girl in the freshness of her teens and the spotless purity of a muslin frock that, although brief in skirt, was perfect in fit, faultlessly booted and gloved, tripped from the train, and offered a delicate hand in turn to each of her old friends. Nothing could be prettier than the smile on the cheeks that were no longer sunburnt. Nothing could be clearer than the blue eyes lifted frankly to theirs, and yet, as she gracefully turned away with her father, the faces of the 4 adopted parents were found to be as red and embarrassed as her own on that day that Yuba Bill drove up publicly with Johnny Dear on the box seat. "You weren't such a fool," said Jack Montgomery to Roper, "as to bring Misery here with you." "I was," said Roper, with a constrained laugh. "And you?" He had just caught sight of the head of a 9-pin peeping from the manager's pocket. The man laughed, and then the 4 turned silently away. Mary had indeed come back to them, but not the mother of 5. End of A Mother of 5.
Bulger's Reputation in Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Selected Stories by Bret Harte. Bulger's Reputation. We all remembered very distinctly Bulger's advent in Rattlesnake Camp. It was during the rainy season, a season singularly inducive to settled reflective impressions as we sat and smoked around the stove in Mosby's grocery. Like older and more civilized communities, we had our periodic waves of sentiment and opinion, with the exception that they were more evanescent with us, and as we had just passed through a fortnight of dissipation and extravagance, owing to a visit from some gamblers and speculators, we were now undergoing a severe moral revulsion, partly induced by reduced finances and partly by the arrival of 2 families with grown-up daughters on the hill. It was raining, with occasional warm breaths through the open window of the southwest trades, redolent of the saturated spices of the woods and springing grasses, which perhaps were slightly inconsistent with the hot stove around which we had congregated. But the stove was only an excuse for our listless, gregarious gathering. Warmth and idleness went well together, and it was currently accepted that we had caught from the particular reptile which gave its name to our camp much of its pathetic, lifelong search for warmth and its habit of indolently basking in it. A few of us still went through the affectation of attempting to dry our damp clothes by the stove, and sizzling our wet boots against it. but as the same individuals calmly permitted the rain to drive in upon them through the open window without moving, and seemed to take infinite delight in the amount of steam they generated, even that pretense dropped. Crotalus himself, with his tail in a muddy ditch, and the sun striking cold fire from his slit eyes as he basked his head on a warm stone beside it, could not have typified us better. Percy Briggs took his pipe from his mouth at last and said, with reflective severity, "Well, gentlemen, if we can't get the wagon road over here, and if we're going to be left out by the stagecoach company, we can at least straighten up the camp and not have it look like a cross between a tenement alley and a broken-down circus. I declare, I was just sick when these two Baker girls started to make a shortcut through the camp. Darned if they didn't turn around and take to the woods and the rattlers again afore they got halfway. And that benighted idiot, Tom Rollins, standing there in the ditch, spattered all over with slumgullion till he looked like a spotted terrapin waving his fins and sashaying backwards and forwards and saying, 'This way, ladies, this way.'" "I didn't," returned Tom Rollins, quite casually, without looking up from his steaming boots. "I didn't start in night afore last to dance the green corn dance outer Hiawatha, with feathers in my hair and a red blanket on my shoulders, round that family's new potato patch, in order that it might increase and multiply. I didn't sing Sabbath morning bells with an anvil accompaniment until 12 o'clock at night over at the crossing, so that they might dream of their happy childhood's home. Seems to me that it wasn't me did it. I might be mistaken. It was late. But I have the impression that it wasn't me." From the silence that followed, this would seem to have been clearly a recent performance of the previous speaker, who, however, responded quite cheerfully, "An evening of simple childish gaiety don't count. We've got to start in again fair. What we want here is to clear up and encourage decent immigration, and get rid of gamblers and blatherskites that are making this here camp their happy hunting ground. We don't want any more promiscuous shooting. We don't want any more painting the town red. We don't want any more swaggering galoots riding up to this grocery and emptying their six-shooters in the air afore they light. We want to put a stop to it peacefully and without a row. And we can. We ain't got no bullies of our own to fight back, and they know it, so they know they won't get no credit bullying us. They'll leave, if we're only firm. It's all along of our cussed fool good nature. They see it amuses us, and they'll keep it up as long as the whiskey's free. What we want to do is, when the next man comes waltzing along—" A distant clatter from the rocky hillside here mingled with the puff of damp air through the window. "Looks as if we might have a show even now," said Tom Rollins, removing his feet from the stove as we all instinctively faced toward the window. "I reckon you're in with us in this, Mosby?" said Briggs, turning toward the proprietor of the grocery, who had been leaning listlessly against the wall behind his bar. "Arter the man's had a fair show," said Mosby, cautiously. He deprecated the prevailing condition of things, but it was still an open question whether the families would prove as valuable customers as his present clients. "Everything in moderation, gentlemen." The sound of galloping hoofs came nearer, now swishing in the soft mud of the highway, until the unseen rider pulled up before the door. There was no shouting, however, nor did he announce himself with the usual salvo of firearms. But when, after a singularly heavy tread and the jingle of spurs on the platform, the door flew open to the newcomer, he seemed a realization of our worst expectations. Tall, broad, and muscular, he carried in one hand a shotgun, while from his hip dangled a heavy navy revolver. His long hair, unkempt but oiled, swept a greasy circle around his shoulders. His enormous mustache, dripping with wet, completely concealed his mouth. His costume of fringed buckskin was wild and outre even for our frontier camp. But what was more confirmative of our suspicions was that he was evidently in the habit of making an impression, and after a distinct pause at the doorway, with only a side glance at us, he strode to the bar. "As there don't seem to be no hotel hereabouts, I reckon I can put up my Mustang here and have a shakedown somewhere behind that counter," he said. His voice seemed to have added to its natural depth the hoarseness of frequent overstraining. "Ye ain't got no bunk to spare, you boys, have ye?" asked Mosby, evasively, glancing at Percy Briggs without looking at the stranger. We all looked at Briggs also. It was his affair, after all. He had originated this opposition. To our surprise, he said nothing. The stranger leaned heavily on the counter. "I was speaking to you," he said, with his eyes on Mosby, and slightly accenting the pronoun with a tap of his revolver butt on the bar. "You don't seem to catch on." Mosby smiled feebly, and again cast an imploring glance at Briggs. To our greater astonishment, Briggs said quietly, "Why don't you answer the stranger, Mosby?" "Yes, yes," said Mosby suavely to the newcomer, while an angry flush crossed his cheek as he recognized the position in which Briggs had placed him. "Of course you're welcome to what doings I have here, but I reckoned these gentlemen over there," with a vicious glance at Briggs, "might fix ye up something better. They're so powerful kind to your sort." The stranger threw down a gold piece on the counter and said, "Fork out your whiskey, then," waited until his glass was filled, took it in his hand, and then, drawing an empty chair to the stove, sat down beside Briggs. "Seeing as you're that kind," he said, placing his heavy hand on Briggs' knee, "maybe ye can tell me if thar's a shanty or cabin at Rattlesnake that I can get for a couple of weeks. I saw an empty one at the head of the hill. You see, gentlemen," he added confidentially as he swept the drops of whiskey from his long mustache with his fingers and glanced around our group, "I've got some business over at Bigwood," our nearest town, "but as a place to stay at, it ain't my style." "What's the matter with Bigwood?" said Briggs abruptly. "It's too howlin', too festive, too rough. There's too much yellin' and shootin' goin' day and night. There's too many card sharps and gay gambliers cavortin' about the town to please me. Too much promiscuous soakin' at the bar and free jim-jams. What I want is a quiet place what a man can give his mind and elbow a rest from betwixt grippin' his shootin' irons and crookin' in his whiskey. A sort of slow, quiet, easy place, like this." We all stared at him, Percy Briggs as fixedly as any. But there was not the slightest trace of irony, sarcasm, or peculiar significance in his manner. He went on slowly. "When I struck this here camp a minute ago, when I seed that thar ditch meanderin' peaceful like through the street, without a hotel or free saloon or express office on either side, with the smoke just a-curlin' over the chimbly of that log shanty, and the bresh just set fire to and a-smolderin' in that potato patch with a kind of old-time stingin' in your eyes and nose, and a few women's duds just a-flutterin' on a line by the fence, I says to myself, 'Bulger, this is peace. This is what you're looking for, Bulger. This is what you're wantin'. This is what you'll have.'" "You say you've business over at Bigwood? What business?" said Briggs. "It's a peculiar business, young fellow," returned the stranger, gravely. "Thar's different men as has different opinions about it. Some allows it's an easy business, some allows it's a rough business. Some says it's a sad business, others say it's gay and festive. Some wonders as how I've got into it, and others wonder how I'll ever get out of it. It's a payin' business. It's a peaceful sort of business when left to itself. It's a peculiar business. A business that sort of belongs to me, though I ain't got no patent from Washington for it. It's my own business." He paused, rose, and, saying, "Let's meander over and take a look at that empty cabin, and if she suits me, why, I'll plank down a slug for her on the spot and move in tomorrow," walked towards the door. "I'll pick up something in the way of boxes and blankets from the grocery," he added, looking at Mosby, "and if there's a corner where I can stand my gun and a nail to hang up my revolver, why, I'm all thar." By this time we were no longer astonished when Briggs rose also, and not only accompanied the sinister-looking stranger to the empty cabin, but assisted him in negotiating with its owner for a fortnight's occupancy. Nevertheless, we eagerly assailed Briggs on his return for some explanation of this singular change in his attitude toward the stranger. He coolly reminded us, however, that while his intention of excluding ruffianly adventurers from the camp remained the same, he had no right to go back on the stranger's sentiments, which were evidently in accord with our own, and although Mr. Bulger's appearance was inconsistent with them, that was only an additional reason why we should substitute a mild firmness for that violence which we all deprecated, but which might attend his abrupt dismissal. We were all satisfied except Mosby, who had not yet recovered from Briggs' change of front, which he was pleased to call crawfishing. Seemed to me his account of his business was extraordinary satisfactory. Sort of filled the bill all round. No mistake thar, he suggested with a malicious irony. I like a man that's outspoken." "I understood him very well," said Briggs, quietly. "In course you did, only when you've settled in your mind whether he was describing horse-stealing or tract distributing, maybe you'll let me know." It would seem, however, that Briggs did not interrogate the stranger again regarding it, nor did we, who were quite content to leave matters in Briggs' hands. Enough that Mr. Bulger moved into the empty cabin the next day, and with the aid of a few old boxes from the grocery, which he quickly extemporized into tables and chairs, and the purchase of some necessary cooking utensils, soon made himself at home. The rest of the camp, now thoroughly aroused, made a point of leaving their work in the ditches whenever they could, to stroll carelessly around Bulger's tenement in the vague hope of satisfying a curiosity that had become tormenting. But they could not find that he was doing anything of a suspicious character, except, perhaps, from the fact that it was not outwardly suspicious, which I grieve to say did not lull them to security. He seemed to be either fixing up his cabin or smoking in his doorway. On the second day he checked this itinerant curiosity by taking the initiative himself, and quietly walking from claim to claim and from cabin to cabin with a pacific but by no means a satisfying interest. The shadow of his tall figure carrying his inseparable gun, which had not yet apparently stood in the corner, falling upon an excavated bank beside the delving miners, gave them a sense of uneasiness they could not explain. A few characteristic yells of boisterous hilarity from their noontide gathering under a cottonwood somehow ceased when Mr. Bulger was seen gravely approaching, and his casual stopping before a poker party in the gulch actually caused one of the most reckless gamblers to weakly recede from a bluff and allow his adversary to sweep the board. After this, it was felt that matters were becoming serious. There was no subsequent patrolling of the camp before the stranger's cabin. Their curiosity was singularly abated. A general feeling of repulsion, kept within bounds partly by the absence of any overt act from Bulger, and partly by an inconsistent over-consciousness of his shotgun, took its place. But an unexpected occurrence revived it. One evening, as the usual social circle were drawn around Mosby's stove, the lazy silence was broken by the familiar sounds of pistol shots and a series of more familiar shrieks and yells from the Rocky Hill road. The circle quickly recognized the voices of their old friends, the roisterers and gamblers from Sawyer's Dam. They as quickly recognized the returning shouts here and there from a few companions who were welcoming them. I grieve to say that, in spite of their previous attitude of reformation, a smile of gratified expectancy lit up the faces of the younger members, and even the older ones glanced dubiously at Briggs. Mosby made no attempt to conceal a sigh of relief as he carefully laid out an extra supply of glasses in his bar. Suddenly the oncoming yells ceased, the wild gallop of hoofs slackened into a trot, and finally halted, and even the responsive shouts of the camp stopped also. We all looked vacantly at each other. Mosby leaped over his counter and went to the door. Briggs followed with the rest of us. The night was dark, and it was a few minutes before we could distinguish a straggling, vague, but silent procession moving through the moist, heavy air on the hill. But to our surprise, it was moving away from us, absolutely leaving the camp. We were still staring in expectancy, when out of the darkness slowly emerged a figure which we recognized at once as Captain Jim, one of the most reckless members of our camp. Pushing us back into the grocery, he entered without a word, closed the door behind him, and threw himself vacantly into a chair. We at once pressed around him. He looked up at us dazedly, drew a long breath, and said slowly, "It's no use, gentlemen. Sutton's got to be done with that Bulger, and mighty quick." "What's the matter?" we asked eagerly. "Matter?" he repeated, passing his hand across his forehead. "Matter? Look here. Ye all of you heard them boys from Sawyer's Dam comin' over the hill? Ye heard their music. Maybe ye heard us join in the chorus? Well, on they came waltzin' down the hill like old times, and we waitin' for 'em. Then, just as they passed the old cabin, who do you think they ran right into, shooting iron, long hair, and mustache, and all that, standing there plump in the road? Why, Bulger." "Well?" "Well, whatever it was, don't ask me. But dern my skin if, after a word or two from him, Them boys just stopped yellin', turned round like lambs, and rode away peaceful-like along with him. We ran after them a spell, still yellin', when that thar Bulger faced around, said to us that he'd come down here for quiet, and if he couldn't have it, he'd have to leave with those gentlemen who wanted it, too. And I'm gosh darned if those gentlemen, you know 'em all, Patsy Carpenter, Snapshot Harry, and the others, ever said a darned word, but kinder nodded, so long, and went away. Our astonishment and mystification were complete, and I regret to say the indignation of Captain Jim and Mosby equally so. "If we're going to be bossed by the first newcomer," said the former gloomily, "I reckon we might as well take our chances with the Sawyer's Dam boys, whom we know." "If we are going to have the legitimate trade of rattlesnake interfered with by the cranks of some hide-and-horse thief or retired road agent," said Mosby, "we might as well invite the whole of Joaquin Marietta's gang here at once. But I suppose this is part of Bulger's particular business," he added, with a withering glance at Briggs. "I understand it all," said Briggs quietly. "You know I told you that bullies couldn't live in the same camp together. That's human nature, and that's how plain men like you and me managed to scud along without getting plugged. You see, Bulger wasn't going to have any of his own kind of jumpin' his claim here, and I reckon he was powerful enough to back down Sawyer's Dam. Anyhow, the bluff told, and here we are in peace and quietness." "Until he lets us know what is his little game," sneered Mosby. Nevertheless, such is the force of mysterious power that, although it was exercised against what we firmly believed was the independence of the camp, it extorted a certain respect from us. A few thought it was not a bad thing to have a professional bully, and even took care to relate the discomfiture of the wicked youth of Sawyer's Dam for the benefit of a certain adjacent and powerful camp who had looked down upon us. He himself, returning the same evening from his self-imposed escort, vouchsafed no other reason than the one he had already given. Preposterous as it seemed, we were obliged to accept it, and the still more preposterous inference that he had sought Rattlesnake Camp solely for the purpose of acquiring and securing its peace and quietness. Certainly he had no other occupation. The little work he did upon the tailings of the abandoned claim which went with his little cabin was scarcely a pretense. He rode over on certain days to Bigwood on account of his business, but no one had ever seen him there, nor could the description of his manner and appearance evoke any information from the Bigwoodians. It remained a mystery. It had also been feared that the advent of Bulger would intensify that fear and dislike of riotous Rattlesnake which the two families had shown, and which was the origin of Briggs' futile attempt at reformation. But it was discovered that since his arrival the young girls had shown less timidity in entering the camp, and had even exchanged some polite conversation and good-humored badinage with its younger and more impressible members. Perhaps this tended to make these youths more observant, for a few days later, when the vexed question of Bulger's business was again under discussion, one of them remarked gloomily, "I reckon there ain't no doubt what he's here for." The youthful prophet was instantly sat upon after the fashion of all elderly critics since Job's. Nevertheless, after a pause, he was permitted to explain. "Only this mornin', when Lance Forrester and me were chirpin' with them gals out on the hill, who should we see hangin' round in the bush but that cussed Bulger. We allowed at first that it might be only a new style of his interferin', so we took no notice, except to pass a few remarks about listeners and that sort of thing, and perhaps to bedevil the girls a little more than we'd have done if we'd been alone. Well, they laughed, and we laughed, and that was the end of it. But this afternoon, as Lance and me were meanderin' down by their cabin, we sorter turned into the woods to wait till they'd come out. Then, all of a sudden, Lance stopped as rigid as a pointer that's flushed something, and says, 'Bagosh!' And thar, under a big redwood, sat that slimy hypocrite Bulger, twisting his long mustaches and smiling like clockwork alongside a little Mealy Baker. You know her, the pootiest of the two sisters, and she's smiling back on him. Think of it, that unknown, unwashed, long-haired tramp and bully, who must be 40 if a day, and that innocent gal of 16, it was simply disgustin'." I need not say that the older cynics and critics already alluded to at once improved the occasion. What more could be expected? Women, the world over, were noted for this sort of thing. This long-haired, swaggering bully with his air of mystery had captivated them, as he always had done since the days of Homer. Simple merit, which sat lowly in bar-rooms and conceived projects for the public good around the humble, unostentatious stove, was nowhere. Youth could not too soon learn this bitter lesson, and in this case youth too perhaps was right in its conjectures, for this was, no doubt, the little game of the perfidious Bulger. We recalled the fact that his unhallowed appearance in camp was almost coincident with the arrival of the two families. We glanced at Briggs. To our amazement, for the first time he looked seriously concerned. But Mosby, in the meantime, leaned his elbows lazily over the counter, and in a slow voice added fuel to the flame. "I wouldn't have spoken of it before," he said, with a sidelong glance at Briggs, "for it might be all in the line of Bulger's business. But something happened the other night that for a minute got me. I was passing the baker's shanty, and I heard one of them gals singing a camp meeting hymn. I don't calculate to run agin you young fellers in any spark in your canoodlin' that's going on, but her voice sounded so powerful soothin' and pretty that I just stood there and listened. Then the old woman, old Mother Baker, she joined in, and I listened too. And then, dern my skin, but a man's voice joined in, just belching outer that cabin, and I sorter lifted myself up and came away." "That voice, gentlemen," said Mosby, lingering artistically as he took up a glass and professionally eyed it before wiping it with his towel, "that voice, comf'tly fixed thar in that cabin among them women folks, was Bulger's." Briggs got up, with his eyes looking the darker for his flushed face. "Gentlemen," he said huskily, "thar's only one thing to be done. A lot of us have got to ride over to Sawyer's Dam tomorrow morning and pick up as many square men as we can muster. There's a big camp meeting going on there, and there won't be no difficulty in that. When we've got a big enough crowd to show we mean business, we must march back here and ride Bulger out of this camp. I don't hanker arter vigilance committees. As a rule, it's a rough remedy. It's like drinking a quart of whiskey agin rattlesnake poison, but it's got to be done. We don't mind being sold ourselves, but when it comes to our standing by and seeing the only innocent people in Rattlesnake given away, we kick. Bulger's got to be fired out of this camp, and he will be." But he was not. For when, the next morning, a determined and thoughtful procession of the best and most characteristic citizens of Rattlesnake Camp filed into Sawyer's Dam, they found that their mysterious friends had disappeared, although they met with a fraternal but subdued welcome from the general camp. But any approach to the subject of their visit, however, was received with a chilling disapproval. Did they not know that lawlessness of any kind, even under the rude mantle of frontier justice, was to be deprecated and scouted when a means of salvation, a power of regeneration, such as was now sweeping over Sawyer's Dam, was at hand? Could they not induce this man who was to be violently deported to accompany them willingly to Sawyer's Dam, and subject himself to the powerful influence of the revival then in full swing? The Rattlesnake boys laughed bitterly, and described the man of whom they talked so lightly, but in vain. "It's no use, gentlemen," said a more worldly bystander, in a lower voice. "The camp meeting's got a strong grip here, and betwixt you and me, there ain't no wonder. For the man that runs it, the big preacher, has got new ways and methods that fetches the boys every time. He don't preach no cut-and-dried gospel. He don't carry around no slop-shop robes and clap 'em on you whether they fit or not, but he samples and measures the camp before he wades into it. He scouts and examines. He ain't no mere Sunday preacher with a comfortable house and once-a-week church, but he gives up his days and nights to it, and makes his family work with him, and even sends 'em forwards to explore the field. And he ain't no white choker shad bell either, but fits himself, like his gospel, to the men he works among. Ye ought to hear him afore ye go. His tent is just out your way. I'll go with you." Too dejected to offer any opposition, and perhaps a little curious to see this man who had unwittingly frustrated their design of lynching Bulger, they halted at the outer fringe of worshippers who packed the huge enclosure. They had not time to indulge their cynicisms over this swaying mass of emotional, half-thinking, and almost irresponsible beings, nor to detect any similarity between their extreme methods and the scheme of redemption they themselves were seeking. For in a few moments, apparently lifted to his feet on a wave of religious exaltation, the famous preacher arose. The men of Rattlesnake gasped for breath. It was Bulger. But Briggs quickly recovered himself. "By what name," said he, turning passionately toward his guide, "does this man, this impostor, call himself here?" Baker. Baker? Echoed the rattlesnake contingent. Baker? Repeated Lance Forster with a ghastly smile. Yes, returned their guide. You ought to know it, too, for he sent his wife and daughters over after his usual style to sample your camp a week ago. Come, now, what are you giving us? End of Bulger's Reputation.
In the Tulies, in Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katie Gibney, Arkansas, December 2007. Selected Stories by Bret Harte. In the Tulies. He had never seen a steamboat in his life. Born and reared in one of the Western Territories, far from a navigable river, he had only known the dugout or canoe as a means of conveyance across the scant streams whose fordable waters made even those scarcely a necessity. The long, narrow, hooded wagon, drawn by swaying oxen, known familiarly as a prairie schooner, in which he journeyed across the plains to California in '53, did not help his conception by that nautical figure. And when at last he dropped upon the land of promise through one of the southern mountain passes, he halted all unconsciously upon the low banks of a great yellow river amidst a tangled brake of strange, reed-like grasses that were unknown to him. The river, broadening as it debouched through many channels into a lordly bay, seemed to him the Ultima Thule of his journeyings. Unyoking his oxen on the edge of the luxuriant meadows, which blended with scarcely any line of demarcation into the great stream itself, he found the prospect good according to his lights and prairial experiences, and, converting his halted wagon into a temporary cabin, he resolved to rest here and settle. There was little difficulty in so doing. The cultivated clearings he had passed were few and far between. The land would be his by discovery and occupation. His habits of loneliness and self-reliance made him independent of neighbors. He took his first meal in his new solitude under a spreading willow, but so near his natural boundary that the waters gurgled and oozed in the reeds but a few feet from him. The sun sank, deepening the gold of the river until it might have been the stream of Pactolus itself. But Martin Morse had no imagination. He was not even a gold seeker. He had simply obeyed the roving instincts of the frontiersman in coming hither. The land was virgin and unoccupied. It was his. He was alone. These questions settled, he smoked his pipe with less concern over his 3,000 miles transference of habitation than the man of cities who had moved into a next street. When the sun sank, he rolled himself in his blankets in the wagon bed and went quietly to sleep. But he was presently awakened by something which at first he could not determine to be a noise or an intangible sensation. It was a deep throbbing through the silence of the night, a pulsation that seemed even to be communicated to the rude bed whereon he lay. As it came nearer it separated itself into a labored, monotonous panting, continuous but distinct from an equally monotonous but fainter beating of the waters, as if the whole track of the river were being coursed and trodden by a multitude of swiftly trampling feet. A strange feeling took possession of him, half of fear, half of curious expectation. It was coming nearer. He rose, leaped hurriedly from the wagon, and ran to the bank. The night was dark. At first he saw nothing before him but the steel-black sky, pierced with far-spaced, irregularly scattered stars. Then there seemed to be approaching him, from the left, another and more symmetrical constellation, a few red and blue stars high above the river, with 3 compact lines of larger planetary lights flashing toward him and apparently on his own level. It was almost upon him. He involuntarily drew back as the strange phenomenon swept abreast of where he stood, and resolved itself into a dark yet airy bulk, whose vagueness, topped by enormous towers, was yet illuminated by those open squares of light that he had taken for stars, but which he saw now were brilliantly lit windows. Their vivid rays shot through the reeds and sent broad bands across the meadow, the stationary wagon, and the slumbering oxen. But all this was nothing to the inner life they disclosed through lifted curtains and open blinds, which was the crowning revelation of this strange and wonderful spectacle. Elegantly dressed men and women moved through brilliantly lit and elaborately gilt saloons. In one a banquet seemed to be spread, served by white-jacketed servants. In another were men playing cards around marble-topped tables. In another the light flashed back again from the mirrors and glistening glasses and decanters of a gorgeous refreshment saloon. In smaller openings there was the shy disclosure of dainty white curtains and velvet lounges of more intimate apartments. Martin Morse stood enthralled and mystified. It was as if some invisible Asmodeus had revealed to this simple frontiersman a world of which he had never dreamed. It was the world, a world of which he knew nothing in his simple, rustic habits and profound Western isolation, sweeping by him with the rush of an unknown planet. In another moment it was gone. A shower of sparks shot up from one of the towers and fell all around him, and then vanished, even as he remembered the set piece of Fourth of July fireworks had vanished in his own rural town when he was a boy. The darkness fell with it too, but such was his utter absorption and breathless preoccupation that only a cold chill recalled him to himself, and he found he was standing mid-leg deep in the surge cast over the low banks by this passage of the first steamboat he had ever seen. He waited for it the next night, when it appeared a little later from the opposite direction on its return trip. He watched it the next night and the next. Hereafter he never missed it, coming or going, whatever the hard and weary preoccupations of his new and lonely life. He felt he could not have slept without seeing it go by. Oddly enough, his interest and desire did not go further. Even had he the time and money to spend in a passage on the boat, and thus actively realize the great world of which he had only these rare glimpses, a certain proud rustic shyness kept him from it. It was not his world. He could not affront the snubs that his ignorance and inexperience would have provoked, and he was dimly conscious, as so many of us are in our ignorance, that in mingling with it he would simply lose the easy privileges of alien criticism. For there was much that he did not understand, and some things that grated upon his lonely independence. One night, a lighter one than those previous, he lingered a little longer in the moonlight to watch the phosphorescent wake of the retreating boat. Suddenly it struck him that there was a certain irregular splashing in the water, quite different from the regular, diagonally crossing surges that the boat swept upon the bank. Looking at it more intently, he saw a black object turning in the water like a porpoise, and then the unmistakable uplifting of a black arm in an unskilful swimmer's overhand stroke. It was a struggling man, but it was quickly evident that the current was too strong and the turbulence of the shallow water too great for his efforts. Without a moment's hesitation, clad as he was in only his shirt and trousers, Morse strode into the reeds, and the next moment, with a call of warning, was swimming toward the now wildly struggling figure. But, from some unknown reason, as Morse approached him nearer the man uttered some incoherent protest and desperately turned away, throwing off Morse's extended arm. Attributing this only to the vague convulsions of a drowning man, Morse, a skilled swimmer, managed to clutch his shoulder and propelled him at arm's length, still struggling, apparently with as much reluctance as incapacity, toward the bank. As their feet touched the reeds and slimy bottom, the man's resistance ceased, and he lapsed quite listlessly in Morse's arms. Half lifting, half dragging his burden, he succeeded at last in gaining the strip of meadow, and deposited the unconscious man beneath the willow tree. Then he ran to his wagon for whiskey. But to his surprise, on his return the man was already sitting up and wringing the water from his clothes. He then saw for the first time, by the clear moonlight, that the stranger was elegantly dressed and of striking appearance, and was clearly a part of that bright and fascinating world which Morse had been contemplating in his solitude. He eagerly took the proffered tin cup and drank the whisky. Then he rose to his feet, staggered a few steps forward, and glanced curiously around him at the still motionless wagon, the few felled trees and evidence of clearing, and even at the rude cabin of logs and canvas just beginning to rise from the ground a few paces distant, and said, impatiently, "Where the devil am I?" Morse hesitated. He was unable to name the locality of his dwelling place. He answered briefly, "On the right bank of the Sacramento." The stranger turned upon him a look of suspicion not unmingled with resentment. "Oh," he said, with ironical gravity, "and I suppose that this water you picked me out of was the Sacramento River. Thank you." Morse, with slow Western patience, explained that he had only settled there 3 weeks ago, and the place had no name. "What's your nearest town, then?" "Thar ain't any. Thar's a blacksmith shop and grocery at the crossroads, 20 miles further on, but it's got no name as I've heard on." The stranger's look of suspicion passed. "Well," he said, in an imperative fashion, which, however, seemed as much the result of habit as the occasion, "I want a horse, and mighty quick, too." "Hain't got any." "No horse? How did you get to this place?" Morse pointed to the slumbering oxen. The stranger again stared curiously at him. After a pause he said, with a half pitying, half humorous smile, "Pike, aren't you?" Whether Morse did or did not know that this current California slang for a denizen of the bucolic West implied a certain contempt, he replied simply, "I'm from Pike County, Missouri." "Well," said the stranger, resuming his impatient manner, "you must beg or steal a horse from your neighbors." "Thar ain't any neighbor nearer than 15 miles." "Then send 15 miles." "Stop." He opened his still clinging shirt and drew out a belt pouch, which he threw to Morse. "There's $250 in that. Now, I want a horse. Sabe?" "There ain't any one to send," said Morse quietly. "Do you mean to say you are all alone here?" "Yes." "And you fished me out, all by yourself?" "Yes." The stranger again examined him curiously. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped his companion's. "All right. If you can't send, I reckon I can manage to walk over there tomorrow." "I was goin' on to say," said Morse simply, "that if you'll lie by tonight, I'll start over sunup, after puttin' out the cattle, and fetch you back a horse afore noon." "That's enough." He, however, remained looking curiously at Morse. "Did you never hear," he said, with a singular smile, "that it was about the meanest kind of luck that could happen to you to save a drowning man?" "No," said Morse simply. "I reckon it orter be the meanest you didn't." "That depends upon the man you save," said the stranger, with the same ambiguous smile, "and whether the saving him is only putting things off. Look here," he added, with an abrupt return to his imperative style, "can't you give me some dry clothes?" Morse brought him a pair of overalls and a hickory shirt, well worn, but smelling strongly of a recent wash with coarse soap. The stranger put them on while his companion busied himself in collecting a pile of sticks and dry leaves. "What's that for?" said the stranger suddenly. "A fire to dry your clothes." The stranger calmly kicked the pile aside. "Not any fire tonight if I know it," he said brusquely. Before Morse could resent his quickly changing moods he continued, in another tone, dropping to an easy reclining position beneath the tree. "Now, tell me all about yourself and what you are doing here." Thus commanded, Morse patiently repeated his story from the time he left his backwoods cabin to his selection of the river bank for a location. He pointed out the rich quality of this alluvial bottom and its adaptability for the raising of stock, which he hoped soon to acquire. The stranger smiled grimly, raised himself to a sitting position, and, taking a penknife from his damp clothes, began to clean his nails in the bright moonlight, an occupation which made the simple Morse wander vaguely in his narration. "And you don't know that this hole will give you chills and fever till you'll shake yourself out of your boots?" Morse had lived before in aguish districts, and had no fear.
And you never heard that some night the whole river will rise up and walk over you and your cabin and your stock?" "No, for I reckon to move my shanty farther back." The man shut up his penknife with a click and rose. "If you've got to get up at sunrise, we'd better be turning in. I suppose you can give me a pair of blankets?" Morse pointed to the wagon. "There's a shakedown in the wagon bed. You can lie there." Nevertheless he hesitated, and, with the inconsequence and abruptness of a shy man, continued the previous conversation. "I shouldn't like to move far away, for them steamboats is powerful company o' nights. I never seed one afore I kem here." And then, with the inconsistency of a reserved man, and without a word of further preliminary, he launched into a confidential disclosure of his late experiences. The stranger listened with a singular interest and a quietly searching eye. "Then you were watching the boat very closely just now when you saw me. What else did you see? Anything before that, before you saw me in the water?" "No, the boat had got well off before I saw you at all." "Ah," said the stranger. "Well, I'm going to turn in." He walked to the wagon, mounted it, and by the time that Morse had reached it with his wet clothes he was already wrapped in the blankets. A moment later he seemed to be in profound slumber. It was only then, when his guest was lying helplessly at his mercy, that he began to realize his strange experiences. The domination of this man had been so complete that Morse, although by nature independent and self-reliant, had not permitted himself to question his right or to resent his rudeness. He had accepted his guest's careless or premeditated silence regarding the particulars of his accident as a matter of course, and had never dreamed of questioning him. That it was a natural accident of that great world, so apart from his own experiences, he did not doubt, and thought no more about it. The advent of the man himself was greater to him than the causes which brought him there. He was as yet quite unconscious of the complete fascination this mysterious stranger held over him, but he found himself shyly pleased with even the slight interest he had displayed in his affairs, and his hand felt yet warm and tingling from his sudden soft but expressive grasp, as if it had been a woman's. There is a simple intuition of friendship in some lonely, self-abstracted natures that is nearly akin to love at first sight. Even the audacities and insolence of this stranger affected Morse as he might have been touched and captivated by the coquetries or imperiousness of some bucolic virgin. And this reserved and shy frontiersman found himself that night sleepless, and hovering with an abashed timidity and consciousness around the wagon that sheltered his guest, as if he had been a very Corydon watching the moonlit couch of some slumbering Amaryllis. He was off by daylight, after having placed a rude breakfast by the side of the still sleeping guest, and before midday he had returned with a horse. When he handed the stranger his pouch, less the amount he had paid for the horse, the man said curtly, "What's that for?" "Your change. I paid only $50 for the horse." The stranger regarded him with his peculiar smile. Then, replacing the pouch in his belt, he shook Morse's hand again and mounted the horse. "So your name's Martin Morse. Well, good by, Morsey." Morse hesitated. A blush rose to his dark cheek. "You didn't tell me your name," he said, "in case I'm wanted? Well, you can call me Captain Jack." He smiled, and, nodding his head, put spurs to his mustang and cantered away. Morse did not do much work that day, falling into abstracted moods and living over his experiences of the previous night, until he fancied he could almost see his strange guest again. The narrow strip of meadow was haunted by him. There was the tree under which he had first placed him, and that was where he had seen him sitting up in his dripping but well-fitting clothes. In the rough garments he had worn and returned lingered a new scent of some delicate soap, overpowering the strong alkali flavor of his own. He was early by the riverside, having a vague hope, he knew not why, that he should again see him and recognize him among the passengers. He was wading out among the reeds, in the faint light of the rising moon, recalling the exact spot where he had first seen the stranger, when he was suddenly startled by the rolling over in the water of some black object that had caught against the bank, but had been dislodged by his movements. To his horror it bore a faint resemblance to his first vision of the preceding night, but a second glance at the helplessly floating hair and bloated outline showed him that it was a dead man, and of a type and build far different from his former companion. There was a bruise upon his matted forehead, and an enormous wound in his throat, already washed bloodless, white and waxen. An inexplicable fear came upon him, not at the sight of the corpse, for he had been in Indian massacres and had rescued bodies mutilated beyond recognition, but from some moral dread that strangely enough quickened and deepened with the far-off pant of the advancing steamboat. Scarcely knowing why, he dragged the body hurriedly ashore, concealing it in the reeds, as if he were disposing of the evidence of his own crime. Then, to his preposterous terror, he noticed that the panting of the steamboat and the beat of its paddles were slowing as the vague bulk came in sight, until a huge wave from the suddenly arrested wheels sent a surge like an enormous heart-beat pulsating through the sedge that half submerged him. The flashing of 3 or 4 lanterns on deck and the motionless line of lights abreast of him dazzled his eyes, but he knew that the low fringe of willows hid his house and wagon completely from view. A vague murmur of voices from the deck was suddenly overridden by a sharp order, and to his relief the slowly revolving wheels again sent a pulsation through the water, and the great fabric moved solemnly away. A sense of relief came over him, he knew not why, and he was conscious that for the first time he had not cared to look at the boat. When the moon arose he again examined the body, and took from its clothing a few articles of identification and some papers of formality and precision, which he vaguely conjectured to be some law papers from their resemblance to the phrasing of sheriffs' and electors' notices which he had seen in the papers. He then buried the corpse in a shallow trench, which he dug by the light of the moon. He had no question of responsibility. His pioneer training had not included coroners' inquests in its experience. In giving the body a speedy and secure burial from predatory animals, he did what one frontiersman would do for another, what he hoped might be done for him. If his previous unaccountable feelings returned occasionally, it was not from that, but rather from some uneasiness in regard to his late guest's possible feelings, and a regret that he had not been here at the finding of the body. That it would in some way have explained his own accident he did not doubt. The boat did not slow up the next night, but passed as usual, yet 3 or 4 days elapsed before he could look forward to its coming with his old extravagant and half-exalted curiosity, which was his nearest approach to imagination. He was then able to examine it more closely, for the appearance of the stranger, whom he now began to call his friend in his verbal communings with himself, but whom he did not seem destined to again discover, until one day, to his astonishment, a couple of fine horses were brought to his clearing by a stock drover. They had been ordered to be left there. In vain Morse expostulated and questioned. "Your name's Martin Morse, ain't it?" said the drover, with business brusqueness. "And I reckon there ain't no other man o' that name around here." "No," said Morse. "Well, then they're yours." "But who sent them?" insisted Morse. "What was his name, and where does he live?" "I didn't know as I was called upon to give the pedigree of buyers," said the drover dryly. "But the horses is Morgan, you can bet your life." He grinned as he rode away. That Captain Jack had sent them, and that it was a natural prelude to his again visiting him, Morse did not doubt, and for a few days he lived in that dream. But Captain Jack did not come. The animals were of great service to him in rounding up the stock he now easily took in for pasturage, and saved him the necessity of having a partner or a hired man. The idea that this superior gentleman in fine clothes might ever appear to him in the former capacity had even flitted through his brain, but he had rejected it with a sigh. But the thought that, with luck and industry, he himself might, in course of time, approximate to Captain Jack's evident station, did occur to him, and was an incentive to energy. Yet it was quite distinct from the ordinary working man's ambition of wealth and state. It was only that it might make him more worthy of his friend. The great world was still as it had appeared to him in the passing boat, a thing to wonder at, to be above, and to criticize. For all that, he prospered in his occupation. But one day he woke with listless limbs and feet that scarcely carried him through his daily labors. At night his listlessness changed to active pain, and a feverishness that seemed to impel him toward the fateful river, as if his one aim in life was to drink up its waters and bathe in its yellow stream. But whenever he seemed to attempt it, strange dreams assailed him of dead bodies arising with swollen and distorted lips to touch his own as he strove to drink, or of his mysterious guest battling with him in its current and driving him ashore. Again, when he essayed to bathe his parched and cracking limbs in its flood, he would be confronted with the dazzling lights of the motionless steamboat and the glare of stony eyes, until he fled in aimless terror. How long this lasted he knew not, until one morning he awoke in his new cabin, with a strange man sitting by his bed and a negress in the doorway. "You've had a sharp attack of tule fever," said the stranger, dropping Morris's listless wrist and answering his questioning eyes. "But you're all right now, and we'll pull through." "Who are you?" stammered Morse feebly. "Dr. Duchesne, of Sacramento. How did you come here?" "I was ordered to come to you and bring a nurse, as you were alone. There she is." He pointed to the smiling negress. "Who ordered you?" The doctor smiled with professional tolerance. "One of your friends, of course. But what was his name?" "Really, I don't remember. But don't distress yourself. He has settled for everything right royally. You have only to get strong now. My duty is ended, and I can safely leave you with the nurse. Only when you are strong again, I say, and he says, keep back farther from the river." And that was all he knew, for even the nurse who attended him through the first days of his brief convalescence would tell him nothing more. He quickly got rid of her and resumed his work, for a new and strange phase of his simple, childish affection for his benefactor, partly superinduced by his illness, was affecting him. He was beginning to feel the pain of an unequal friendship. He was dimly conscious that his mysterious guest was only coldly returning his hospitality and benefits, while holding aloof from any association with him, and indicating the immeasurable distance that separated their future intercourse. He had withheld any kind message or sympathetic greeting. He had kept back even his name. The shy, proud, ignorant heart of the frontiersman swelled beneath the fancied slight, which left him helpless alike of reproach or resentment. He could not return the horses, although in a fit of childish indignation he had resolved not to use them. He could not reimburse him for the doctor's bill, although he had sent away the nurse. He took a foolish satisfaction in not moving back from the river, with a faint hope that his ignoring of Captain Jack's advice might mysteriously be conveyed to him. He even thought of selling out his location and abandoning it, that he might escape the cold surveillance of his heartless friend. All this was undoubtedly childish, but there is an irrepressible simplicity of youth in all deep feeling, and the worldly inexperience of the frontiersman left him as innocent as a child. In this phase of his unrequited affection he even went so far as to seek some news of Captain Jack at Sacramento, and, following out his foolish quest, even to take the steamboat from thence to Stockton. What happened to him then was perhaps the common experience of such natures. Once upon the boat the illusion of the great world it contained for him utterly vanished. He found it noisy, formal, insincere, and, had he ever understood or used the word in his limited vocabulary, vulgar. Rather, perhaps, it seemed to him that the prevailing sentiment and action of those who frequented it, and for whom it was built, were of a lower grade than his own, and, strangely enough, this gave him none of his former sense of critical superiority, but only of his own utter and complete isolation. He wandered in his rough frontiersman's clothes, from deck to cabin, from airy galleries to long saloons, alone, unchallenged, unrecognized, as if he were again haunting it only in spirit, as he had so often done in his dreams. His presence on the fringe of some voluble crowd caused no interruption. To him their speech was almost foreign in its allusions to things he did not understand, or worse, seemed inconsistent with their eagerness and excitement. How different from all this were his old recollections of slowly oncoming teams, uplifted above the level horizon of the plains in his former wanderings. the few sauntering figures that met him as man to man, and exchanged the chronicle of the road, the record of Indian tracks, the finding of a spring, the discovery of pasturage, with the lazy, restful hospitality of the night. And how fierce here this continual struggle for dominance in existence, even in this lull of passage. For above all and through all he was conscious of the feverish haste of speed and exertion. The boat trembled, vibrated, and shook with every stroke of the ponderous piston. The laughter of the crowd, the exchange of gossip and news, the banquet at the long table, the newspapers and books in the reading room, even the luxurious couches in the staterooms, were all dominated, thrilled and pulsating with the perpetual throb of the demon of hurry and unrest. And when at last a horrible fascination dragged him into the engine room, and he saw the cruel, relentless machinery at work, he seemed to recognize and understand some intelligent but pitiless Moloch who was dragging this feverish world at its heels. Later he was seated in a corner of the hurricane deck, whence he could view the monotonous banks of the river. Yet, perhaps by certain signs unobservable to others, he knew he was approaching his own locality. He knew that his cabin and clearing would be undiscernible behind the fringe of willows on the bank, but he already distinguished the points where a few cottonwoods struggled into a promontory of lighter foliage beyond them. Here voices fell upon his ear, and he was suddenly aware that two men had lazily crossed over from the other side of the boat, and were standing before him looking upon the bank. "It was about here, I reckon," said one, listlessly, as if continuing a previous lagging conversation, "that it must have happened. For it was after we were making for the bend we've just passed that the deputy, goin' to the stateroom below us, found the door locked and the window open. But both men, Jack Despard and Seth Hall, the sheriff, weren't to be found, not a trace of 'em. The boat was searched, but all for nothing. The idea is that the sheriff, arter gettin' his prisoner comfortable in the stateroom, took off Jack's handcuffs and locked the door. That Jack, who was mighty desperate, bolted through the window into the river, and the sheriff, who was no slouch, arter him. Others allow, for the chairs and things was all tossed about in the stateroom, that the two men clinched thar, and Jack choked Hall and chucked him out, and then slipped cl'ar into the water himself, for the stateroom window was just ahead of the paddle box, and the cap'n allows that no man or men could fall afore the paddles and live. Anyhow, that was all they ever knew of it." "And there wasn't no trace of them found?" said the second man, after a long pause. "No. Cap'n says them paddles would have just snatched 'em and slung 'em round and round and buried 'em way down in the ooze of the river bed, with all the silt of the current atop of 'em, and they mightn't come up for ages, or else the wheels might have waltzed 'em way up to Sacramento until there wasn't enough left of 'em to float, and dropped 'em when the boat stopped." "It was a mighty fool risk for a man like Despard to take," resumed the second speaker, as he turned away with a slight yawn. "Bet your life! But he was desperate, and the sheriff had got him sure. And they do say that he was superstitious, like all them gamblers, and allowed that a man who was fixed to die by a rope or pistol wasn't to be washed out of life by water." The two figures drifted lazily away, but Morse sat rigid and motionless. Yet, strange to say, only one idea came to him clearly out of this awful revelation, the thought that his friend was still true to him, and that his strange absence and mysterious silence were fully accounted for and explained. And with it came the more thrilling fancy that this man was alive to him alone. He was the sole custodian of his secret. The morality of the question, while it profoundly disturbed him, was rather in reference to its effect upon the chances of Captain Jack and the power it gave his enemies than his own conscience. He would rather that his friend should have proven the proscribed outlaw who retained an unselfish interest in him than the superior gentleman who was coldly wiping out his gratitude. He thought he understood now the reason of his visitor's strange and varying moods. Even his bitter superstitious warning in regard to the probable curse entailed upon one who should save a drowning man. Of this he recked little. Enough that he fancied that Captain Jack's concern in his illness was heightened by that fear, and this assurance of his protecting friendship thrilled him with pleasure. There was no reason now why he should not at once go back to his farm, where, at least, Captain Jack would always find him, and he did so, returning on the same boat. He was now fully recovered from his illness, and calmer in mind. He redoubled his labors to put himself in a position to help the mysterious fugitive when the time should come. The remote farm should always be a haven of refuge for him, and in this hope he forbore to take any outside help, remaining solitary and alone, that Captain Jack's retreat should be inviolate. And so the long, dry season passed, the hay was gathered, the pasturing herds sent home, and the first rains, dimpling like shot the broadening surface of the river, were all that broke his unending solitude. In this enforced attitude of waiting and expectancy he was exalted and strengthened by a new idea. He was not a religious man, but, dimly remembering the exhortations of some camp meeting of his boyhood, he conceived the idea that he might have been selected to work out the regeneration of Captain Jack. What might not come of this meeting and communing together in this lonely spot? That anything was due to the memory of the murdered sheriff, whose bones were rotting in the trench that he daily but unconcernedly passed, did not occur to him. Perhaps his mind was not large enough for the double consideration. Friendship and love, and, for the matter of that, religion, are eminently one-idea'd. But one night he awakened with a start. His hand, which was hanging out of his bunk, was dabbling idly in water. He had barely time to spring to his middle in what seemed to be a slowly filling tank, before the door fell out as from that inward pressure, and his whole shanty collapsed like a pack of cards. But it fell outwards, the roof sliding from over his head like a withdrawn canopy, and he was swept from his feet against it, and thence out into what might have been another world, for the rain had ceased, and the full moon revealed only one vast, illimitable expanse of water. It was not an overflow, but the whole rushing river magnified and repeated 1,000 times, which, even as he gasped for breath and clung to the roof, was bearing him away he knew not whither. But it was bearing him away upon its centre, for as he cast one swift glance toward his meadows, he saw they were covered by the same sweeping torrent, dotted with his sailing hayricks and reaching to the wooded foothills. It was the great flood of '54. In its awe-inspiring completeness it might have seemed to him the primeval deluge. As his frail raft swept under a cottonwood, he caught at one of the overhanging limbs, and, working his way desperately along the bough, at last reached a secure position in the fork of the tree. Here he was for the moment safe, but the devastation viewed from this height was only the more appalling. Every sign of his clearing, all evidence of his past year's industry, had disappeared. He was now conscious for the first time of the lowing of the few cattle he had kept, as, huddled together on a slight eminence, they one by one slipped over struggling into the flood. The shining bodies of his dead horses rolled by him as he gazed. The lower-lying limbs of the sycamore near him were bending with the burden of the lighter articles from his overturned wagon and cabin which they had caught and retained, and a rake was securely lodged in a bough. The habitual solitude of his locality was now strangely invaded by drifting sheds, agricultural implements, and fence rails from unknown and remote neighbors, and he could faintly hear the far-off calling of some unhappy farmer adrift upon a spar of his wrecked and shattered house. When day broke he was cold and hungry. Hours passed in hopeless monotony, with no slackening or diminution of the waters. Even the drifts became less, and a vacant sea at last spread before him on which nothing moved. An awful silence impressed him. In the afternoon rain again began to fall on this gray, nebulous expanse, until the whole world seemed made of aqueous vapor. He had but one idea now, the coming of the evening boat, and he would reserve his strength to swim to it. He did not know until later that it could no longer follow the old channel of the river, and passed far beyond his sight and hearing. With his disappointment and exposure that night came a return of his old fever. His limbs were alternately racked with pain or benumbed and lifeless. He could scarcely retain his position; at times he scarcely cared to, and speculated upon ending his sufferings by a quick plunge downward. In other moments of lucid misery he was conscious of having wandered in his mind, of having seen the dead face of the murdered sheriff, washed out of his shallow grave by the flood, staring at him from the water. To this was added the hallucination of noises. He heard voices, his own name called by a voice he knew, Captain Jack's. Suddenly he started, but in that fatal movement lost his balance and plunged downward. But before the water closed above his head he had had a cruel glimpse of help near him, of a flashing light, of the black hull of a tug not many yards away, of moving figures, the sensation of a sudden plunge following his own, the grip of a strong hand upon his collar, and unconsciousness. When he came to, he was being lifted in a boat from the tug and rowed through the deserted streets of a large city, until he was taken in through the second-story window of a half-submerged hotel, and cared for. But all his questions yielded only the information that the tug, a privately procured one, not belonging to the Public Relief Association, had been dispatched for him with special directions, by a man who acted as one of the crew, and who was the one who had plunged in for him at the last moment. The man had left the boat at Stockton. There was nothing more? Yes, he had left a letter. Morse seized it feverishly. It contained only a few lines. "We are quits now. You are all right. I have saved you from drowning, and shifted the curse to my own shoulders. Good bye. Captain Jack." The astounded man attempted to rise, to utter an exclamation, but fell back unconscious. Weeks passed before he was able to leave his bed, and then only as an impoverished and physically shattered man. He had no means to restock the farm left bare by the subsiding water. A kindly train packer offered him a situation as a muleteer in a pack train going to the mountains, for he knew tracks and passes and could ride. The mountains gave him back a little of the vigor he had lost in the river valley, but none of its dreams and ambitions. One day, while tracking a lost mule, he stopped to slake his thirst in a water hole, all that the summer had left of a lonely mountain torrent. Enlarging the hole to give drink to his beast also, he was obliged to dislodge and throw out with the red soil some bits of honeycomb rock, which were so queer-looking and so heavy as to attract his attention. 2 of the largest he took back to camp with him. They were gold. From the locality he took out a fortune. Nobody wondered. To the Californian's superstition it was perfectly natural. It was nigger luck, the luck of the stupid, the ignorant, the inexperienced, the non-seeker, the irony of the gods. But the simple, bucolic nature that had sustained itself against temptation with patient industry and lonely self-concentration succumbed to rapidly acquired wealth. So it chanced that one day, with a crowd of excitement-loving spendthrifts and companions, he found himself on the outskirts of a lawless mountain town. An eager, frantic crowd had already assembled there. A desperado was to be lynched. Pushing his way through the crowd for a nearer view of the exciting spectacle, the changed and reckless Morse was stopped by armed men only at the foot of a cart, which upheld a quiet, determined man, who, with a rope around his neck, was scornfully surveying the mob that held the other end of the rope drawn across the limb of a tree above him. The eyes of the doomed man caught those of Morse. His expression changed. A kindly smile lit his face. He bowed his proud head for the first time, with an easy gesture of farewell. And then, with a cry, Morse threw himself upon the nearest armed guard, and a fierce struggle began. He had overpowered one adversary and seized another in his hopeless fight toward the cart, when the half-astonished crowd felt that something must be done. It was done with a sharp report, the upward curl of smoke and the falling back of the guard as Morse staggered forward free, with a bullet in his heart. Yet even then he did not fall until he reached the cart, when he lapsed forward, dead, with his arms outstretched and his head at the doomed man's feet. There was something so supreme and all-powerful in this hopeless act of devotion that the heart of the multitude thrilled and then recoiled aghast at its work, and a single word or a gesture from the doomed man himself would have set him free. But they say, and it is credibly recorded, that as Captain Jack Despard looked down upon the hopeless sacrifice at his feet his eyes blazed, and he flung upon the crowd a curse so awful and sweeping that, hardened as they were, their blood ran cold, and then leaped furiously to their cheeks. "And now," he said, coolly tightening the rope around his neck with a jerk of his head, "go on, and be damned to you. I'm ready." They did not hesitate this time, and Martin Morse and Captain Jack Despard were buried in the same grave. End of In the Tulies.
A Convert of the Mission, in Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Convert of the Mission. The largest tent of the Tassajara camp meeting was crowded to its utmost extent. The excitement of that dense mass was at its highest pitch. The Reverend Stephen Masterton, the single erect, passionate figure of that confused medley of kneeling worshippers, had reached the culminating pitch of his irresistible exhortatory power. Sighs and groans were beginning to respond to his appeals, when the reverend brother was seen to lurch heavily forward and fall to the ground. At first the effect was that of a part of his performance. The groans redoubled, and 20 or 30 brethren threw themselves prostrate in humble imitation of the preacher. But Sister Deborah Stokes, perhaps through some special revelation of feminine intuition, grasped the fallen man, tore loose his black silk necktie, and dragged him free of the struggling, frantic crowd whose paroxysms he had just evoked. Howbeit he was pale and unconscious, and unable to continue the service. Even the next day, when he had slightly recovered, it was found that any attempt to renew his fervent exhortations produced the same disastrous result. A council was hurriedly held by the elders. In spite of the energetic protests of Sister Stokes, it was held that the Lord was wrestling with his spirit, and he was subjected to the same extraordinary treatment from the whole congregation that he himself had applied to them. Propped up, pale and trembling, in the mourner's bench by 2 brethren, he was striven with, exhorted, prayed over, and admonished until insensibility mercifully succeeded convulsions. Spiritual therapeutics having failed, he was turned over to the weak and carnal nursing of womenfolk. But after a month of incapacity, he was obliged to yield to the flesh, and in the local dialect, to use a doctor. It so chanced that the medical practitioner of the district was a man of large experience, of military training and plain speech. When, therefore, he one day found in his surgery a man of rude Western type, strong-limbed and sunburned, but trembling, hesitating, and neurotic in movement, after listening to his symptoms gravely, he asked abruptly, "And how much are you drinking now?" "I am a lifelong abstainer," stammered his patient in quivering indignation. But this was followed by another question, so frankly appalling to the hearer that he staggered to his feet. "I'm Stephen Masterton, known of men as a circuit preacher, of the Northern California district," he thundered, "and an enemy of the flesh in all its forms." "I beg your pardon," responded Dr. Duchesne grimly, "but as you are suffering from excessive and repeated excitation of the nervous system, and the depression following prolonged artificial exaltation, it makes little difference whether the cause be spiritual, as long as there is a certain physical effect upon your body, which I believe you have brought to me to cure. Now, as to diet, you look all wrong there." "My food is of the simplest. I have no hankering for flesh pots," responded the patient. "I suppose you call saleratus bread and salt pork and flapjacks simple?" said the doctor coolly. "They are common enough, and if you were working with your muscles instead of your nerves, in that frame of yours, they might not hurt you. But you are suffering as much from eating more than you can digest as the veriest gourmand. You must stop all that. Go down to a quiet watering place for 2 months." "I go to a watering place?" interrupted Masterton. "To the haunt of the idle, the frivolous, and wanton? Never." "Well, I'm not particular about a watering place," said the doctor with a shrug, "although a little idleness and frivolity with different food wouldn't hurt you. But you must go somewhere and change your habits and mode of life completely. I will find you some sleepy old Spanish town in the southern country where you can rest and diet. If this is distasteful to you," he continued grimly, "you can always call it a trial." Stephen Masterton may have thought so when, a week later, he found himself issuing from a rocky gorge into a rough, badly paved, hilly street which seemed to be only a continuation of the mountain road itself. It broadened suddenly into a square or plaza, flanked on each side by an irregular row of yellowing adobe houses, with the inevitable verandaed tienda in each corner, and the solitary galleried fonda, with a half-Moorish archway leading into an inner patio or courtyard in the center. The whole street stopped as usual at the very door of the mission church, a few hundred yards farther on, and under the shadow of the two belfry towers at each angle of the facade, as if this were the Ultima Thule of every traveler. But all that the eye rested on was ruined, worn, and crumbling. The adobe houses were cracked by the incessant sunshine of the half-year-long summer, or the more intermittent earthquake shock. The paved courtyard of the fonda was so uneven and sunken in the center that the lumbering wagon and faded diligencia stood on an incline, and the mules with difficulty kept their footing while being unladen. The whitened plaster had fallen from the feet of the two pillars that flanked the mission doorway like bandages from a gouty limb, leaving the reddish core of adobe visible. There were apparently as many broken tiles in the streets and alleys as there were on the heavy red roofs that everywhere asserted themselves, and even seemed to slide down the crumbling walls to the ground. There were hopeless gaps in grille and grating of doorways and windows, where the iron bars had dropped helplessly out, or were bent at different angles. The walls of the peaceful mission garden and the warlike presidio were alike lost in the escalating vines or leveled by the pushing boughs of gnarled pear and olive trees that now surmounted them. The dust lay thick and impalpable in hollow and gutter, and rose in little vapory clouds with a soft detonation at every stroke of his horse's hoofs. Over all this dust and ruin, idleness seemed to reign supreme. From the velvet-jacketed figures lounging motionless in the shadows of the open doorways, so motionless that only the lazy drift of cigarette smoke betokened their breathing, to the reclining peons in the shade of the catalpa, or the squatting Indians in the arroyo, all was sloth and dirt. The Reverend Stephen Masterton felt his throat swell with his old exhortative indignation. A gaudy yellow fan waved languidly in front of a black rose-crested head at a white-curtained window. He knew he was stifling with righteous wrath, and clapped his spurs to his horse. Nevertheless, in a few days, by the aid of a letter to the innkeeper, he was installed in a dilapidated adobe house, not unlike those he had seen, but situated in the outskirts and overlooking the garden and part of the refectory of the old mission. It had even a small garden of its own, if a strip of hot wall overburdened with yellow and white roses, a dozen straggling callias, a bank of heliotrope, and an almond tree could be called a garden. It had an open doorway, but so heavily recessed in the thick walls that it preserved seclusion, a sitting-room, and an alcoved bedroom with deep embrasured windows that, however, excluded the unwinking sunlight and kept an even monotone of shade. Strange to say, he found it cool, restful, and, in spite of the dust, absolutely clean, and, but for the scent of heliotrope, entirely inodorous. The dry air seemed to dissipate all noxious emanations and decay. The very dust itself, in its fine impalpability, was volatile, with a spice-like piquancy, and left no stain. A wrinkled Indian woman, brown and veined like a tobacco leaf, ministered to his simple wants. But these wants had also been regulated by Dr. Duchesne. He found himself, with some grave doubts of his effeminacy, breakfasting on a single cup of chocolate instead of his usual bowl of molasses-sweetened coffee, crumbling a crisp tortilla instead of the heavy saleratus bread, greasy flapjack, or the lard-fried steak, and, more wonderful still, completing his repast with purple grapes from the mission wall. He could not deny that it was simple, that it was even refreshing and consistent with the climate and his surroundings. On the other hand, it was the frugal diet of the commonest peasant, and were not those peons slothful idolaters? At the end of the week, his correspondence being also restricted by his doctor to a few lines to himself regarding his progress, he wrote to that adviser, "The trembling and unquiet has almost ceased. I have less nightly turmoil and visions. My carnal appetite seems to be amply mollified and soothed by these viands, whatever may be their ultimate effect upon the weakness of our common sinful nature. But I should not be truthful to you if I did not warn you that I am viewing with the deepest spiritual concern a decided tendency toward sloth, and a folding of the hands over matters that often, I fear, are spiritual as well as temporal. I would ask you to consider, in a spirit of love, if it be not wise to rouse my apathetic flesh, so as to strive, even with the feeblest exhortations, against this sloth in others, if only to keep one's self from falling into the pit of easy indulgence. What answer he received is not known, but it is to be presumed that he kept loyal faith with his physician, and gave himself up to simple walks and rides and occasional meditation. His solitude was not broken in upon. Curiosity was too active a vice, and induced too much exertion for his indolent neighbors, and the Americano's basking seclusion, though unlike the habits of his countrymen, did not affect them. The shopkeeper and innkeeper saluted him always with a profound courtesy, which awakened his slight resentment, partly because he was conscious that it was grateful to him, and partly that he felt he ought to have provoked in them a less satisfied condition. Once, when he had unwittingly passed the confines of his own garden, through a gap in the mission orchard, a lissom, black-coated shadow slipped past him with an obeisance so profound and gentle that he was startled at first into an awkward imitation of it himself, and then into an angry self-examination. He knew that he loathed that long-skirted, woman-like garment, that dangling ostentatious symbol, that air of secrecy and mystery, and he inflated his chest above his loosely tied cravat and unbuttoned waistcoat with a contrasted sense of freedom. But he was conscious the next day of weakly avoiding a recurrence of this meeting, and in his self-examination put it down to his self-disciplined observance of his doctor's orders. But when he was strong again, and fitted for his master's work, how strenuously he should improve the occasion this gave him of attacking the scarlet woman among her slaves and worshippers. His afternoon meditations and the perusal of his only book, the Bible, were regularly broken in upon at about sunset by 2 or 3 strokes from the cracked bell that hung in the open belfry, which reared itself beyond the gnarled pear trees. He could not say that it was aggressive or persistent, like his own church bells, nor that it even expressed to him any religious sentiment. Moreover, it was not a Sabbath bell, but a daily one, and even then seemed to be only a signal to ears easily responsive, rather than a stern reminder, and the hour was always a singularly witching one. It was when the sun had slipped from the glaring red roofs, and the yellowing adobe of the mission walls and the tall ranks of wild oats on the hillside were all of the one color of old gold. It was when the quivering heat of the arroyo and dusty expanse of plaza was blending with the soft breath of the sea fog that crept through the clefts of the coast range, until a refreshing balm seemed to fall like a benediction on all nature. It was when the trade wind-swept and irritated surfaces of the rocky gorge beyond were soothed with clinging vapors, when the pines above no longer rocked monotonously, and the great undulating sea of the wild oat plains had gone down and was at rest. It was at this hour one afternoon that, with the released scents of the garden, there came to him a strange and subtle perfume that was new to his senses. He laid aside his book, went into the garden, and, half unconscious of his trespass, passed through the mission orchard, and thence into the little churchyard beside the church. Looking at the strange inscriptions in an unfamiliar tongue, he was singularly touched with the few cheap memorials lying upon the graves, like childish toys, and for the moment overlooked the papistic emblems that accompanied them. It struck him vaguely that death, the common leveler, had made even the symbols of a faith eternal inferior to those simple records of undying memory and affection, and he was for a moment startled into doubt. He walked to the door of the church. To his surprise, it was open. Standing upon the threshold, he glanced inside, and stood for a moment utterly bewildered. In a man of refined taste and education, that bizarre and highly colored interior would have only provoked a smile or shrug. To Stephen Masterton's highly emotional nature, but artistic inexperience, strangely enough, it was profoundly impressive. The heavily timbered, roughly hewn roof, barred with alternate bands of blue and Indian red, the crimson hangings, The gold and black draperies affected this religious backwoodsman exactly as they were designed to affect the heathen and acolytes for whose conversion the temple had been reared. He could scarcely take his eyes from the tinsel-crowned Mother of Heaven, resplendent in white and gold and glittering with jewels. The radiant shield before the host, illuminated by tall spectral candles in the mysterious obscurity of the altar, dazzled him like the rayed disk of the setting sun. A gentle murmur, as of the distant sea, came from the altar. In his naive bewilderment, he had not seen the few kneeling figures in the shadow of column and aisle. It was not until a man whom he recognized as a muleteer he had seen that afternoon gambling and drinking in the fonda slipped by him like a shadow and sank upon his knees in the center of the aisle that he realized the overpowering truth. He, Stephen Masterton, was looking upon some rite of popish idolatry. He was turning quickly away when the keeper of the tienda, a man of sloth and sin, gently approached him from the shadow of a column with a mute gesture which he took to be one of invitation. A fierce protest of scorn and indignation swelled to his throat, but died upon his lips. Yet he had strength enough to erect his gaunt, emaciated figure, throwing out his long arms and extended palms in the attitude of defiant exorcism, and then rush swiftly from the church. As he did so, he thought he saw a faint smile cross the shopkeeper's face, and a whispered exchange of words with a neighboring worshipper of more exalted appearance came to his ears, but it was not intelligible to his comprehension. The next day he wrote to his doctor in that quaint grandiloquence of written speech with which the half-educated man balances the slips of his colloquial phrasing. Do not let the purgation of my flesh be unduly protracted. What with the sloth and idolatries of Baal and Ashtaroth, which I see daily around me, I feel that without a protest not only the flesh but the spirit is mortified. But my bodily strength is mercifully returning, and I found myself yesterday able to take a long ride at that hour which they here keep sacred for an idolatrous rite under the beautiful name of the Angelus. Thus do they bear false witness to him. Can you tell me the meaning of the Spanish words Don Quixote? I am ignorant of these sensuous southern languages, and am aware that this is not the correct spelling, but I have striven to give the phonetic equivalent. It was used, I am inclined to think, in reference to myself, by an idolater. P.S. You need not trouble yourself. I have just ascertained that the words in question were simply the title of an idle novel, and, of course, could not possibly refer to me. Howbeit, it was as Don Quixote, that is, the common Spaniard's conception of the Knight of La Mancha, merely the simple fanatic and madman, that Mr. Stephen Masterton ever after rode all unconsciously through the streets of the Mission, amid the half-pitying, half-smiling glances of the people. In spite of his meditations, his single volume, and his habit of retiring early, he found his evenings were growing lonely and tedious. He missed the prayer meeting and, above all, the hymns. He had a fine baritone voice, sympathetic, as may be imagined, but not cultivated. One night, in the seclusion of his garden, and secure in his distance from other dwellings, he raised his voice in a familiar camp-meeting hymn with a strong Covenanter's ring in the chorus. Growing bolder as he went on, he at last filled the quiet night with the strenuous sweep of his chant. Surprised at his own fervor, he paused for a moment, listening, half frightened, half ashamed of his outbreak. But there was only the trilling of the night wind in the leaves, or the far-off yelp of a coyote. For a moment he thought he heard the metallic twang of a stringed instrument in the mission garden beyond his own, and remembered his contiguity to the church with a stir of defiance. But he was relieved, nevertheless. His pent-up emotion had found vent, and without the nervous excitement that had followed his old exaltation. That night he slept better. He had found the Lord again, with psalmody. The next evening he chanced upon a softer hymn of the same simplicity, but with a vein of human tenderness in its aspirations, which his more hopeful mood gently rendered. At the conclusion of the first verse he was, however, distinctly conscious of being followed by the same twanging sound he had heard on the previous night, and which even his untutored ear could recognize as an attempt to accompany him. But before he had finished the second verse, the unknown player, after an ingenious but ineffectual essay to grasp the right chord, abandoned it with an impatient and almost pettish flourish, and a loud bang upon the sounding board of the unseen instrument. Masterton finished it alone. With his curiosity excited, however, he tried to discover the locality of the hidden player. The sound evidently came from the mission garden, but in his ignorance of the language he could not even interrogate his Indian housekeeper. On the third night, however, his hymn was uninterrupted by any sound from the former musician. A sense of disappointment, he knew not why, came over him. The kindly overture of the unseen player had been a relief to his loneliness, yet he had barely concluded the hymn when the familiar sound again struck his ears. But this time the musician played boldly, confidently, and with a singular skill on the instrument. The brilliant prelude over, to his entire surprise and some confusion, a soprano voice, high, childish, but infinitely quaint and fascinating, was mischievously uplifted. But alas, even to his ears, ignorant of the language, it was very clearly a song of levity and wantonness, of freedom and license, of coquetry and incitement. Yet such was its fascination that he fancied it was reclaimed by the delightful childlike and innocent expression of the singer. Enough that this tall, gaunt, broad-shouldered man arose, and, overcome by a curiosity almost as childlike, slipped into the garden and glided with an Indian softness of tread toward the voice. The moon shone full upon the ruined mission wall tipped with clusters of dark foliage. Half hiding, half mingling with one of them, an indistinct bulk of light-colored huddled fleeces like an extravagant bird's nest, hung the unknown musician. So intent was the performer's preoccupation that Masterton actually reached the base of the wall immediately below the figure without attracting its attention. But his foot slipped on the crumbling debris with a snapping of dry twigs. There was a quick little cry from above. He had barely time to recover his position before the singer, impulsively leaning over the parapet, had lost hers and fell outward. But Masterton was tall, alert, and self-possessed, and threw out his long arms. The next moment they were full of soft flounces. A struggling figure was against his breast, and a woman's frightened little hands around his neck. But he had broken her fall, and almost instantly, yet with infinite gentleness, he released her unharmed, with hardly her crisp flounces crumpled, in an upright position against the wall. Even her guitar, still hanging from her shoulder by a yellow ribbon, had bounded elastic and resounding against the wall, but lay intact at her satin-slippered feet. She caught it up with another quick little cry, but this time more of sauciness than fear, and drew her little hand across its strings half defiantly. "I hope you are not hurt," said the circuit preacher gravely. She broke into a laugh so silvery that he thought it no extravagance to liken it to the moonbeams that played over her, made audible. She was lithe, yet plump, barred with black and yellow, and small-waisted like a pretty wasp. Her complexion in that light was a sheen of pearl satin that made her eyes blacker and her little mouth redder than any other color could. She was small, but, remembering the 14-year-old wife of the shopkeeper, he felt that, for all her childish voice and features, she was a grown woman, and a sudden shyness took hold of him. But she looked pertly in his face, stood her guitar upright before her, and put her hands behind her back as she leaned saucily against the wall and shrugged her shoulders. "It was the fault of you," she said in a broken English that seemed as much infantine as foreign. "What for you not remain to yourself in your own casa? So it come. You creep so in the dark, and shake my wall, and I fall. And she," pointing to the guitar, "is almost broke. And for all this, I have only make to you a serenade. Ingrate!" "I beg your pardon," said Masterton quickly. "But I was curious. I thought I might help you, and—" "Make yourself another cat on the wall, eh? No, one is enough, thank you." A frown lowered on Masterton's brow. "You don't understand me," he said bluntly. "I did not know who was here." "Ah, bueno. Then it is Pepita Ramirez, you see," she said, tapping her bodice with one little finger. "All the same, the niece from Manuel Garcia, who keeps the mission garden and live there. And you?" "My name is Masterton." "How much?" "Masterton," he repeated. She tried to pronounce it once or twice desperately, and then shook her little head so violently that a yellow rose fastened over her ear fell to the ground. But she did not heed it, nor the fact that Masterton had picked it up. "Ah, I cannot," she said poutingly. "It is as difficult to make go as my guitar with your serenade." "Can you not say Stephen Masterton?" he asked more gently, with a returning and forgiving sense of her childishness. "Estefan? Ah, Esteban. Yes, Don Esteban. Bueno. Then, Don Esteban, what for you sing so melancholy one night, and one night so fierce? The melancholy, he is not so bad, but the fierce, ah, he is wicked. Is it how the Americano make always his serenade?" Masterton's brow again darkened, and his hymn of exultation had been mistaken by these people, by this wanton child. "It was no serenade," he replied curtly. "It was in the praise of the Lord." "Of how much?" "Of the Lord of hosts, of the Almighty in heaven." He lifted his long arms reverently on high. "Oh," she said, with a frightened look, slightly edging away from the wall. At a secure distance she stopped. "Then you are a soldier, Don Esteban?" "No." "Then what for you think I am a soldier of the Lord, and you will make die in his army? Oh, yes, you have said." She gathered up her guitar tightly under her arm, shook her small finger at him gravely, and said, "You are a humbug, Don Esteban. Good a night," and began to glide away. "One moment, Miss Ramirez," called Masterton. That is, you have forgotten your rose," he added feebly, holding up the flower. She halted. "Ah, yes, he have drop. You have pick him up. He is yours. I have drop. You have pick me up, but I am not yours. Good a night, Comandante Don Esteban." With a light laugh she ran along beside the wall for a little distance, suddenly leaped up and disappeared in one of the largest gaps in its ruined and helpless structure. Stephen Masterton gazed after her stupidly, still holding the rose in his hand. Then he threw it away and re-entered his home. Lighting his candle, he undressed himself, prayed fervently, so fervently that all remembrance of the idle, foolish incident was wiped from his mind, and went to bed. He slept well and dreamlessly. The next morning, when his thoughts recurred to the previous night, this seemed to him a token that he had not deviated from his spiritual integrity. It did not occur to him that the thought itself was a tacit suspicion. So his feet quite easily sought the garden again in the early sunshine, even to the wall where she had stood. But he had not taken into account the vivifying freshness of the morning, the renewed promise of life and resurrection in the pulsing air and potent sunlight, and as he stood there he seemed to see the figure of the young girl again, leaning against the wall in all the charm of her irrepressible and innocent youth. More than that, he found the whole scene reenacting itself before him. The nebulous drapery half hidden in the foliage, the cry and the fall, the momentary soft contact of the girl's figure against his own, the clinging arms around his neck, the brush and fragrance of her flounces, all this came back to him with a strength he had not felt when it occurred. He was turning hurriedly away when his eyes fell upon the yellow rose still lying in the debris where he had thrown it, but still pure, fresh, and unfaded. He picked it up again, with a singular fancy that it was the girl herself, and carried it into the house. As he placed it half shyly in a glass on his table, a wonderful thought occurred to him. Was not the episode of last night a special providence? Was not that young girl, wayward and childlike, a mere neophyte in her idolatrous religion, as yet unsteeped in sloth and ignorance, presented to him as a brand to be snatched from the burning? Was not this the opportunity of conversion he had longed for? This the chance of exercising his gifts of exhortation that he had been hiding in the napkin of solitude and seclusion? Nay, was not all this predestined? His illness, his consequent exile to this land of false gods, this contiguity to the mission, was not all this part of a supremely ordered plan for the girl's salvation, and was he not elected and ordained for that service? Nay, more, was not the girl herself a mere unconscious instrument in the hands of a higher power? Was not her voluntary attempt to accompany him in his devotional exercise a vague stirring of that predestined force within her? Was not even that wantonness and frivolity, contrasted with her childishness, which he had at first misunderstood, the stirrings of the flesh and the spirit, and was he to abandon her in that struggle of good and evil? He lifted his bowed head, that had been resting on his arm before the little flower on the table, as if it were a shrine, with a flash of resolve in his blue eyes. The wrinkled Concepcion, coming to her duties in the morning, scarcely recognized her gloomily abstracted master in this transfigured man. He looked 10 years younger. She met his greeting, and the few direct inquiries that his new resolve enabled him to make more freely, with some information, which a later talk with the shopkeeper, who had a fuller English vocabulary, confirmed in detail. Yes, truly this was a niece of the mission gardener, who lived with her uncle in the ruined wing of the Presidio. She had taken her first communion 4 years ago. Ah, yes, she was a great musician, and could play on the organ. And the guitar, ah, yes, of a certainty. She was gay, and flirted with the caballeros, young and old, but she cared not for any. Whatever satisfaction this latter statement gave Masterton, he believed it was because the absence of any disturbing worldly affection would make her an easier convert. But how continue this chance acquaintance and effect her conversion? For the first time Masterton realized the value of expediency. While his whole nature impelled him to seek her society frankly and publicly, and exhort her openly, he knew that this was impossible. Still more, he remembered her unmistakable fright at his first expression of faith. He must be wise as the serpent and harmless as the dove. He must work upon her soul alone and secretly. He, who would have shrunk from any clandestine association with a girl from mere human affection, saw no wrong in a covert intimacy for the purpose of religious salvation. Ignorant as he was of the ways of the world, and inexperienced in the usages of society, he began to plan methods of secretly meeting her with all the intrigue of a gallant. The perspicacity, as well as the intuition of a true lover, had descended upon him in this effort of mere spiritual conquest. Armed with his information and a few Spanish words, he took the yellow Concepcion aside and gravely suborned her to carry a note to be delivered secretly to Miss Ramirez. To his great relief and some surprise, the old woman grinned with intelligence, and her withered hand closed with a certain familiar dexterity over the epistle and the accompanying gratuity. To a man less naively one-idead, it might have awakened some suspicion, but to the more sanguine hopefulness of Masterton, it only suggested the fancy that Concepcion herself might prove to be open to conversion, and that he should in due season attempt her salvation also. But that would be later, for Concepcion was always with him and accessible. The girl was not. The note, which had cost him some labor of composition, simple and almost businesslike as was the result, ran as follows. I wish to see you upon some matter of grave concern to yourself. Will you oblige me by coming again to the wall of the mission tonight at early candlelight? It would avert worldly suspicion if you brought also your guitar. The afternoon dragged slowly on. Concepcion returned. She had with great difficulty managed to see the señorita, but not alone. She had, however, slipped the note into her hand, not daring to wait for an answer. In his first hopefulness, Masterton did not doubt what the answer would be, but as evening approached he grew concerned as to the girl's opportunities of coming, and regretted that he had not given her a choice of time. Before his evening meal was finished, he began to fear for her willingness, and doubt the potency of his note. He was accustomed to exhort orally. Perhaps he ought to have waited for the chance of speaking to her directly without writing. When the moon rose he was already in the garden. Lingering at first in the shadow of an olive tree, he waited until the moonbeams fell on the wall and its crests of foliage. But nothing moved among that ebony tracery. His ear was strained for the familiar tinkle of the guitar. All was silent. As the moon rose higher, he at last boldly walked to the wall and listened for any movement on the other side of it, but nothing stirred. She was evidently not coming. His note had failed. He was turning away sadly, but as he faced his home again, he heard a light laugh beside him. He stopped. A black shadow stepped out from beneath his own almond tree. He started when, with a gesture that seemed familiar to him, the upper part of the shadow seemed to fall away with a long black mantilla, and the face of the young girl was revealed. He could see now that she was clad in black lace from head to foot. She looked taller, older, and he fancied even prettier than before. A sudden doubt of his ability to impress her, a swift realization of all the difficulties of the attempt, and for the first time perhaps a dim perception of the incongruity of the situation came over him. "I was looking for you on the wall," he stammered. "Madre de Dios!" she retorted with a laugh and her old audacity. "You would that I shall always hang there and drop upon you like a pear when you shake the tree? No." "You haven't brought your guitar," he continued, still more awkwardly, as he noticed that she held only a long black fan in her hand. "For why? You would that I play it? And when my uncle say, 'Where go Pepita? She is lost,' someone shall say, 'Oh, I have hear her tink-a-tink in the garden of the Americano, who live alone.' And then it is finish." Masterton began to feel exceedingly uncomfortable. There was something in this situation that he had not dreamed of. But with the persistency of an awkward man, he went on. "But you played on the wall the other night, and tried to accompany me." "But that was last night, and on the wall. I had not speak to you. You had not speak to me. You had not sent me the little note by your peon." She stopped, and suddenly opening her fan before her face, so that only her mischievous eyes were visible, added, "You had not asked me then to come to hear you make love to me, Don Esteban. That is the difference." The circuit preacher felt the blood rush to his face. Anger, shame, mortification, remorse, and fear alternately strove with him, but above all and through all he was conscious of a sharp, exquisite pleasure that frightened him still more. Yet he managed to exclaim, "No, no, you cannot think me capable of such a cowardly trick." The girl started, more at the unmistakable sincerity of his utterance than at the words, whose full meaning she may have only imperfectly caught. "A trick? A trick?" she slowly and wonderingly repeated. Then suddenly, as if comprehending him, she turned her round black eyes full upon him, and dropped her fan from her face. "And what for you ask me to come here, then?" "I wanted to talk with you," he began, "on far more serious matters. I wished to—" But he stopped. He could not address this quaint child woman staring at him in black-eyed wonder in either the measured or the impetuous terms with which he would have exhorted a mature, responsible being. He made a step toward her. She drew back, striking at his extended hand half impatiently, half mischievously with her fan. He flushed, and then burst out bluntly, "I want to talk with you about your soul." "My what?" "Your immortal soul, unhappy girl." "What have you to make with that? Are you a devil?" Her eyes grew rounder, though she faced him boldly. "I am a minister of the gospel," he said in hurried entreaty. "You must hear me for a moment. I would save your soul." "My immortal soul live with the padre at the mission. You must seek her there. My mortal body," she added with a mischievous smile, "say to you good night, Don Esteban." She dropped him a little curtsy and ran away. "One moment, Miss Ramirez," said Masterton eagerly, but she had already slipped beyond his reach. He saw her little black figure passing swiftly beside the moonlit wall, saw it suddenly slide into a shadowy fissure and vanish. In his blank disappointment he could not bear to re-enter the house he had left so sanguinely a few moments before, but walked moodily in the garden. His discomfiture was the more complete since he felt that his defeat was owing to some mistake in his methods, and not the incorrigibility of his subject. Was it not a spiritual weakness in him to have resented so sharply the girl's imputation that he wished to make love to her? He should have borne it as Christians had even before now borne slander and false testimony for their faith. He might even have accepted it, and let the triumph of her conversion in the end prove his innocence. Or was his purpose incompatible with that sisterly affection he had so often preached to the women of his flock? He might have taken her hand and called her Sister Pepita, even as he had called Deborah sister. He recalled the fact that he had for an instant held her struggling in his arms. He remembered the thrill that the recollection had caused him, and somehow it now sent a burning blush across his face. He hurried back into the house. The next day 1,000 wild ideas took the place of his former settled resolution. He would seek the padre, this custodian of the young girl's soul. He would convince him of his error, or beseech him to give him an equal access to her spirit. He would seek the uncle of the girl and work upon his feelings. Then, for 3 or 4 days, he resolved to put the young girl from his mind, trusting after the fashion of his kind for some special revelation from a supreme source as an indication for his conduct. This revelation presently occurred, as it is apt to occur when wanted. One evening his heart leaped at the familiar sound of Pepita's guitar in the distance. Whatever his ultimate intention now, he hurriedly ran into the garden. The sound came from the former direction, but as he unhesitatingly approached the mission wall, he could see that she was not upon it, and as the notes of her guitar were struck again, he knew that they came from the other side. But the chords were a prelude to one of his own hymns, and he stood entranced as her sweet, childlike voice rose with the very words that he had sung. The few defects were those of purely oral imitation. The accents, even the slight reiteration of the S, were Pepita's own.
Children of the heavenly King, as ye journey as sweetly as sing your great Redeemer's praise, glorious in his works and ways.
He was astounded. Her recollection of the air and words was the more wonderful, for he remembered now that he had only sung that particular hymn once. But to his still greater delight and surprise, her voice rose again in the second verse, with a touch of plaintiveness that swelled his throat.
We are traveling home to God, in the way our fathers trod. They are happy now, and we soon their happiness shall see.
The simple, almost childish words, so childish that they might have been the fitting creation of her own childish lips, here died away with a sweep and crash of the whole strings. Breathless silence followed, in which Stephen Masterton could feel the beatings of his own heart.
"Miss Ramirez,"
he called, in a voice that scarcely seemed his own. There was no reply.
"Pepita,"
he repeated. It was strangely like the accent of a lover, but he no longer cared. Still the singer's voice was silent. Then he ran swiftly beside the wall, as he had seen her run, until he came to the fissure. It was overgrown with vines and brambles, almost as impenetrable as an abattis, but if she had pierced it in her delicate crape dress, so could he. He brushed roughly through and found himself in a glimmering aisle of pear trees close by the white wall of the mission church. For a moment, in that intricate tracing of ebony and ivory made by the rising moon, he was dazzled, but evidently his eruption into the orchard had not been as lithe and silent as her own, for a figure in a parti-colored dress suddenly started into activity, and running from the wall, began to course through the trees until it became apparently a part of that involved pattern. Nothing daunted, however, Stephen Masterton pursued. His speed increased as he recognized the flounces of Pepita's barred dress, but the young girl had the advantage of knowing the locality, and could evade her pursuer by unsuspected turns and doubles. For some moments this fanciful sylvan chase was kept up in perfect silence. It might have been a woodland nymph pursued by a wandering shepherd. Masterton presently saw that she was making toward a tiled roof that was now visible as projecting over the Presidio wall, and was evidently her goal of refuge. He redoubled his speed. With skillful audacity and sheer strength of his broad shoulders, he broke through a dense ceanothus hedge which Pepita was swiftly skirting, and suddenly appeared between her and her house. With her first cry, the young girl turned and tried to bury herself in the hedge. But in another stride the circuit preacher was at her side, and caught her panting figure in his arms. While he had been running, he had swiftly formulated what he should do and what he should say to her. To his simple appeal for her companionship and willing ear, he would add a brotherly tenderness that should invite her trustfulness in him. He would confess his wrong and ask her forgiveness of his abrupt solicitations. He would propose to teach her more hymns. They would practice psalmody together. Even this priest, the custodian of her soul, could not object to that. But chiefly he would thank her. He would tell her how she had pleased him, and this would lead to more serious and thoughtful converse. All this was in his mind while he ran, was upon his lips as he caught her, and for an instant she lapsed, exhausted, in his arms. But alas, even in that moment he suddenly drew her toward him, and kissed her as only a lover could. The wire grass was already yellowing on the Tasajara plains with the dusty decay of the long, dry summer, when Dr. Duchesne returned to Tasajara. He came to see the wife of Deacon Sanderson, who, having for the 12th time added to the population of the settlement, was not doing as well as everybody, except possibly Dr. Duchesne, expected. After he had made this hollow-eyed, overburdened, undernourished woman as comfortable as he could in her rude, neglected surroundings, to change the dreary chronicle of suffering, he turned to the husband and said, "And what has become of Mr. Masterton, who used to be in your vocation?" A long groan came from the deacon. "Hallo, I hope he has not had a relapse," said the doctor earnestly. "I thought I'd knocked all that nonsense out of him. I beg your pardon. I mean," he added hurriedly, "he wrote to me only a few weeks ago that he was picking up his strength again and doing well." "In his weak, gross, sinful flesh, yes, no doubt," returned the deacon scornfully, "and perhaps even in a worldly sense, for those who value the vanities of life. But he is lost to us for all time, and lost to eternal life forever. Not," he continued in sanctimonious vindictiveness, "but that I often had my doubts of Brother Masterton's steadfastness. He was too much given to imagery and song." "But what has he done?" persisted Dr. Duchesne. "Done? He has embraced the Scarlet Woman." "Dear me," said the doctor, "so soon? Is it anybody you knew here? Not anybody's wife, eh?" "He has entered the Church of Rome," said the deacon indignantly. "He has forsaken the God of his fathers for the tents of the idolaters. He is the consort of papists and the slave of the Pope." "But are you sure?" said Dr. Duchesne, with perhaps less concern than before. "Sure," returned the deacon angrily. "Didn't Brother Bulkley, on account of warning reports made by a God-fearing and soul-seeking teamster, make a special pilgrimage to this land of Sodom to inquire and spy out its wickedness? Didn't he find Stephen Masterton steeped in the iniquity of practicing on an organ, he that scorned even a violin or harmonium in the tents of the Lord, in an idolatrous chapel, with a foreign female papist for a teacher? Didn't he find him a guest at the board of a Jesuit priest, visiting the schools of the mission where this young Jezebel of a singer teaches the children to chant in unknown tongues? Didn't he find him living with a wrinkled Indian witch who called him Padroni, and speaking her gibberish? Didn't he find him, who left here a man mortified in flesh and spirit, and pale with striving with sinners, fat and rosy from native wines and flesh pots, and even vain and gaudy in colored apparel? And last of all, didn't Brother Bulkley hear that a rumor was spread far and wide that this miserable backslider was to take to himself a wife in one of these strange women, that very Jezebel who seduced him? What do you call that?" "It looks a good deal like human nature," said the doctor musingly. "But I call it a cure." End of A Convert of the Mission. The Indiscretion of Elsbeth, in Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Selected Stories by Bret Harte. The Indiscretion of Elsbeth. The American paused. He had evidently lost his way. For the last half hour he had been wandering in a medieval town, in a profound medieval dream. Only a few days had elapsed since he had left the steamship that carried him hither, and the accents of his own tongue, the idioms of his own people, and the sympathetic community of New World tastes and expressions still filled his mind until he woke up, or rather, as it seemed to him, was falling asleep in the past of this Old World town which had once held his ancestors. Although a Republican, he had liked to think of them in quaint, distinctive garb, representing state and importance, perhaps even aristocratic preeminence, content to let the responsibility of such bad eminence rest with them entirely. But a habit of conscientiousness and a love for historic truth eventually led him also to regard an honest bower standing beside his cattle in the quaint marketplace, or a kindly-faced, black-eyed Dienstmädchen in a doorway, with a timid, respectful interest, as a possible type of his progenitors. For, unlike some of his traveling countrymen in Europe, he was not a snob, and it struck him, as an American, that it was perhaps better to think of his race as having improved than as having degenerated. In these ingenuous meditations he had passed the long rows of quaint, high houses, whose sagging roofs and unpatched dilapidations were yet far removed from squalor, until he had reached the road bordered by poplars, all so unlike his own country's waysides, and knew that he had wandered far from his hotel. He did not care, however, to retrace his steps and return by the way he had come. There was, he reasoned, some other street or turning that would eventually bring him to the marketplace and his hotel, and yet extend his experience of the town. He turned at right angles into a narrow grass lane, which was, however, as neatly kept and apparently as public as the highway. A few moments' walking convinced him that it was not a thoroughfare, and that it led to the open gates of a park. This had something of a public look, which suggested that his intrusion might be at least a pardonable trespass, and he relied, like most strangers, on the exonerating quality of a stranger's ignorance. The park lay in the direction he wished to go, and yet it struck him as singular that a park of such extent should be still allowed to occupy such valuable urban space. Indeed, its length seemed to be illimitable as he wandered on, until he became conscious that he must have again lost his way, and he diverged toward the only boundary, a high, thick-set hedge to the right, whose line he had been following. As he neared it, he heard the sound of voices on the other side, speaking in German, with which he was unfamiliar. Having as yet met no one, and being now impressed with the fact that for a public place the park was singularly deserted, he was conscious that his position was getting serious, and he determined to take this only chance of inquiring his way. The hedge was thinner in some places than in others, and at times he could see not only the light through it, but even the moving figures of the speakers, and the occasional white flash of a summer gown. At last he determined to penetrate it, and with little difficulty emerged on the other side. But here he paused motionless. He found himself behind a somewhat formal and symmetrical group of figures with their backs toward him, but all stiffened into attitudes as motionless as his own, and all gazing with a monotonous intensity in the direction of some handsome building which had been invisible above the hedge, but which now seemed to arise suddenly before him. Some of the figures were in uniform. Immediately before him, but so slightly separated from the others that he was enabled to see the house between her and her companions, he was confronted by the pretty back, shoulders, and blonde braids of a young girl of 20. Convinced that he had unwittingly intruded upon some august ceremonial, he instantly slipped back into the hedge, but so silently that his momentary presence was evidently undetected. When he regained the park side, he glanced back through the interstices. There was no movement of the figures, nor a break in the silence to indicate that his intrusion had been observed. With a long breath of relief, he hurried from the park. It was late when he finally got back to his hotel, but his little modern adventure had, I fear, quite outrun his previous medieval reflections, and almost his first inquiry of the silver-chained porter in the courtyard was in regard to the park. There was no public park in Alstadt. The Herr possibly alluded to the Hofgardens, the Schloss, which was in the direction he indicated. The Schloss was the residency of the hereditary Grand Duke. Jawohl, he was stopping there with several Hoheiten. There was naturally a party there, a family reunion, but it was a private enclosure. At times when the Grand Duke was not in residence, it was open to the public. In point of fact, at such times tickets of admission were to be had at the hotel for 50 pfennige each. There was not, of truth, much to see, except a model farm and dairy, the pretty toy of a previous Grand Duchess. But he seemed destined to come into closer collision with the modern life of Alstadt. On entering the hotel, wearied by his long walk, he passed the landlord and a man in half-military uniform on the landing near his room. As he entered his apartment, he had a vague impression, without exactly knowing why, that the landlord and the military stranger had just left it. This feeling was deepened by the evident disarrangement of certain articles in his unlocked portmanteau and the disorganization of his writing-case. A wave of indignation passed over him. It was followed by a knock at the door, and the landlord blandly appeared with the stranger. "1,000 pardons," said the former smilingly, "but Herr Sandermann, the Ober-Inspector of Police, wishes to speak with you. I hope we are not intruding?" "Not now," said the American dryly. The two exchanged a vacant and deprecating smile. "I have to ask only a few formal questions," said the Oberinspector, in excellent but somewhat precise English, "to supplement the report which, as a stranger, you may not know is required by the police from the landlord in regard to the names and quality of his guests who are foreign to the town. You have a passport?" "I have," said the American, still more dryly, "but I do not keep it in an unlocked portmanteau or an open writing-case." "An admirable precaution," said Sanderman, with unmoved politeness. "May I see it? Thanks." He added, glancing over the document which the American produced from his pocket, "I see that you are a born American citizen, and an earlier knowledge of that fact would have prevented this little contretemps. You are aware, Mr. Hoffman, that your name is German?" "It was borne by my ancestors who came from this country 2 centuries ago," said Hoffman curtly. "We are indeed honored by your return to it," returned Sanderman suavely, "but it was the circumstance of your name being a local one, and the possibility of your still being a German citizen liable to unperformed military duty, which has caused the trouble." His manner was clearly civil and courteous, but Hoffman felt that all the time his own face and features were undergoing a profound scrutiny from the speaker. "And you are making sure that you will know me again?" said Hoffman, with a smile. "I trust, indeed, both," returned Sanderman with a bow, "although you will permit me to say that your description here," pointing to the passport, "scarcely does you justice. Ach Gott! It is the same in all countries. The official eye is not that of the young Damen." Hoffman, though not conceited, had not lived 20 years without knowing that he was very good-looking, yet there was something in the remark that caused him to color with new uneasiness. The Oberinspector rose with another bow, and moved toward the door. "I hope you will let me make amends for this intrusion by doing anything I can to render your visit here a pleasant one. Perhaps," he added, "it is not for long." But Hoffman evaded the evident question, as he resented what he imagined was a possible sneer. "I have not yet determined my movements," he said. The Oberinspector brought his heels together in a somewhat stiffer military salute and departed. Nothing, however, could have exceeded the later, almost servile urbanity of the landlord, who seemed to have been proud of the official visit to his guest. He was profuse in his attentions, and even introduced him to a singularly artistic-looking man of middle age, wearing an order in his buttonhole, whom he met casually in the hall. "Our court photographer," explained the landlord with some fervor, "at whose studio, only a few houses distant, most of the Hoheiten and Prinzessinnen of Germany have sat for their likenesses." "I should feel honored if the distinguished American Herr would give me a visit," said the stranger gravely, as he gazed at Hoffman with an intensity which recalled the previous scrutiny of the police inspector, "and I would be charmed if he would avail himself of my poor skill to transmit his picturesque features to my unique collection." Hoffman returned a polite evasion to this invitation, although he was conscious of being struck with this second examination of his face and the allusion to his personality. The next morning the porter met him with a mysterious air. The Herr would still like to see the Schloss? Hoffman, who had quite forgotten his adventure in the park, looked vacant. Jawohl! The Hof authorities had no doubt heard of his visit, and had intimated to the hotel proprietor that he might have permission to visit the model farm and dairy. As the American still looked indifferent, the porter pointed out with some importance that it was a ducal courtesy not to be lightly treated; that few, indeed, of the burghers themselves had ever been admitted to this eccentric whim of the late Grand Duchess. He would, of course, be silent about it. The court would not like it known that they had made an exception to their rules in favor of a foreigner. He would enter quickly and boldly alone. There would be a housekeeper or a dairymaid to show him over the place. More amused at this important mystery over what he, as an American, was inclined to classify as a free pass to a somewhat heavy side show, he gravely accepted the permission, and the next morning after breakfast set out to visit the model farm and dairy. Dismissing his driver as he had been instructed, Hoffman entered the gateway with a mingling of expectancy and a certain amusement over the boldness which the porter had suggested should characterize his entrance. Before him was a beautifully kept lane bordered by arbored and trellised roses, which seemed to sink into the distance. He was instinctively following it when he became aware that he was mysteriously accompanied by a man in the livery of a chasseur, who was walking among the trees almost abreast of him, keeping pace with his step, and after the first introductory military salute preserving a ceremonious silence. There was something so ludicrous in this solemn procession toward a peaceful rural industry that by the time they had reached the bottom of the lane the American had quite recovered his good humor. But here a new astonishment awaited him. Nestling before him in a green amphitheater lay a little wooden farmyard and outbuildings, which irresistibly suggested that it had been recently unpacked and set up from a box of Nuremberg toys. The symmetrical trees, the galleried houses with preternaturally glazed windows, even the spotty, disproportionately sized cows in the white-fenced barnyards were all unreal, wooden, and toy-like. Crossing a miniature bridge over a little stream, from which he was quite prepared to hook metallic fish with a magnet their own size, he looked about him for some real being to dispel the illusion. The mysterious chasseur had disappeared, but under the arch of an arbor, which seemed to be composed of silk ribbons, green glass, and pink tissue paper, stood a quaint but delightful figure. At first it seemed as if he had only dispelled one illusion for another, for the figure before him might have been made of Dresden china, so daintily delicate and unique it was in color and arrangement. It was that of a young girl dressed in some forgotten medieval peasant garb of velvet braids, silver stay-laced corsage, lace sleeves, and helmeted metallic comb. But, after the Dresden method, the pale yellow of her hair was repeated in her bodice, the pink of her cheeks was in the roses of her chintz overskirt, the blue of her eyes was in the blue of her petticoat, the dazzling whiteness of her neck shone again in the sleeves and stockings. Nevertheless, she was real and human, for the pink deepened in her cheeks as Hoffman's hat flew from his head, and she recognized the civility with a grave little curtsy. "You have come to see the dairy?" she said in quaintly accurate English. "I will show you the way." "If you please," said Hoffman gaily. "But—" "But what?" she said, facing him suddenly with absolutely astonished eyes. Hoffman looked into them so long that their frank wonder presently contracted into an ominous mingling of restraint and resentment. Nothing daunted, however, he went on. "Couldn't we shake all that?" The look of wonder returned. "Shake all that?" she repeated. "I do not understand." "Well, I'm not positively aching to see cows, and you must be sick of showing them. I think, too, I've about sized the whole show. Wouldn't it be better if we sat down in that arbor, supposing it won't fall down, and you told me all about the lot? It would save you a heap of trouble, and keep your pretty frock cleaner than traipsing around. Of course," he said with a quick transition to the gentlest courtesy, "if you're conscientious about this thing, we'll go on and not spare a cow. Consider me in it with you for the whole morning." She looked at him again, and then suddenly broke into a charming laugh. It revealed a set of strong white teeth, as well as a certain barbaric trace in its cadence which civilized restraint had not entirely overlaid. "I suppose she really is a peasant, in spite of that pretty frock," he said to himself, as he laughed too. But her face presently took a shade of reserve, and with a gentle but singular significance she said, "I think you must see the dairy." Hoffman's hat was in his hand with a vivacity that tumbled the brown curls on his forehead. "By all means," he said instantly, and began walking by her side in modest but easy silence. Now that he thought her a conscientious peasant, he was quiet and respectful. Presently she lifted her eyes, which, despite her gravity, had not entirely lost their previous mirthfulness, and said, "But you Americans, in your rich and prosperous country, with your large lands and your great harvest, you must know all about farming." "Never was in a dairy in my life," said Hoffman gravely. "I'm from the city of New York, where the cows give swill milk and are kept in cellars." Her eyebrows contracted prettily in an effort to understand. Then she apparently gave it up, and said with a slanting glint of mischief in her eyes, "Then you come here like the other Americans in hope to see the Grand Duke and Duchess and the princesses?" "No, The fact is, I almost tumbled into a lot of 'em, standing like wax figures, the other side of the park lodge the other day, and got away as soon as I could. I think I prefer the cows." Her head was slightly turned away. He had to content himself with looking down upon the strong feet in their serviceable but smartly buckled shoes that uplifted her upright figure as she moved beside him. "Of course," he added with boyish but unmistakable courtesy, "if it's part of your show to trot out the family, why, I'm in that, too. I dare say you could make them interesting." "But why?" she said, with her head still slightly turned away toward a figure, a sturdy-looking woman, which, for the first time, Hoffman perceived, was walking in a line with them as the chasseur had done. "Why did you come here at all?" "The first time was a fool accident," he returned frankly. "I was making a short cut through what I thought was a public park. The second time was because I had been rude to a police inspector, whom I found going through my things, but who apologized, as I suppose, by getting me an invitation from the Grand Duke to come here, and I thought it only the square thing to both of 'em to accept it. But I'm mighty glad I came. I wouldn't have missed you for $1,000. You see, I haven't struck anyone I cared to talk to since." Here he suddenly remarked that she hadn't looked at him, and that the delicate whiteness of her neck was quite suffused with pink, and stopped instantly. Presently he said quite easily, "Who's the chorus?" "The lady?" "Yes, she's watching us as if she didn't quite approve, you know, just as if she didn't catch on." "She's the head housekeeper of the farm. Perhaps you would prefer to have her show you the dairy. Shall I call her?" The figure in question was very short and stout, with voluminous petticoats. "Please don't. I'll stay without your setting that paperweight on me. But here's the dairy. Don't let her come inside among those pans of fresh milk with that smile, or there'll be trouble." The young girl paused, too, made a slight gesture with her hand, and the figure passed on as they entered the dairy. It was beautifully clean and fresh, with a persistence that he quickly recognized as mischievous and ironical, and, with his characteristic adaptability, accepted with even greater gravity and assumption of interest. She showed him all the details. From thence they passed to the farmyard, where he hung with breathless attention over the names of the cows, and made her repeat them. Although she was evidently familiar with the subject, he could see that her zeal was fitful and impatient. "Suppose we sit down," he said, pointing to an ostentatious rustic seat in the center of the green. "Sit down?" she repeated wonderingly. "What for?" "To talk. We'll knock off and call it half a day." "But if you are not looking at the farm, you are, of course, going," she said quickly. "Am I? I don't think these particulars were in my invitation." She again broke into a fit of laughter, and at the same time cast a bright eye around the field. "Come," he said gently, "there are no other sightseers waiting, and your conscience is clear," and he moved toward the rustic seat. "Certainly not there," she added in a low voice. They moved on slowly together to a copse of willows which overhung the miniature stream. "You are not staying long in Alstadt?" she said. "No, I only came to see the old town that my ancestors came from." They were walking so close together that her skirt brushed his trousers, but she suddenly drew away from him, and looking him fixedly in the eye, said, "Ah, you have relations here?" "Yes, but they are dead 200 years." She laughed again with a slight expression of relief. They had entered the copse and were walking in dense shadow when she suddenly stopped and sat down upon a rustic bench. To his surprise, he found that they were quite alone. "Tell me about these relatives," she said, slightly drawing aside her skirt to make room for him on the seat. He did not require a second invitation. He not only told her all about his ancestral progenitors, but, I fear, even about those more recent and more nearly related to him. About his own life, his vocation (he was a clever newspaper correspondent with a roving commission), his ambitions, his beliefs, and his romance. "And then, perhaps, of this visit, you will also make copy?" He smiled at her quick adaptation of his professional slang, but shook his head. "No," he said gravely. "No, this is you. The Chicago Interviewer is big pay and is rich, but it hasn't capital enough to buy you from me." He gently slid his hand toward hers and slipped his fingers softly around it. She made a slight movement of withdrawal, but even then, as if in forgetfulness or indifference, permitted her hand to rest unresponsively in his. It was scarcely an encouragement to gallantry, neither was it a rejection of an unconscious familiarity. "But you haven't told me about yourself," he said.
"Oh, I?"
She returned, with her first approach to coquetry, in a laugh and sidelong glance.
Of what importance is that to you? Is it the Grand Duchess and Her Highness, the Princess, that you Americans seek to know? I am what I am, as you see."
"You bet," said Hoffman, with charming decision.
"I what?"
"You are, you know, and that's good enough for me. But I don't even know your name." She laughed again, and after a pause said,
"Elsbeth."
"But I couldn't call you by your first name on our first meeting, you know."
"Then you Americans are really so formal, eh?"
she said slyly, looking at her imprisoned hand.
"Well, yes," returned Hoffman, disengaging it.
"I suppose we are respectful, or mean to be. But whom am I to inquire for, to write to?"
"You are neither to write nor inquire."
"What?" She had moved in her seat so as to half face him, with eyes in which curiosity, mischief, and a certain seriousness alternated, but for the first time seemed conscious of his hand, and accented her words with a slight pressure.
"You are to return to your hotel presently, and say to your landlord, 'Pack up my luggage. I have finished with this old town and my ancestors and the Grand Duke, whom I do not care to see, and I shall leave Alstadt tomorrow.'"
"Thank you. I don't catch on."
"Of what necessity should you? I have said it. That should be enough for a chivalrous American like you."
She again significantly looked down at her hand. "If you mean that you know the extent of the favor you ask me, I can say no more," he said seriously. "But give me some reason for it."
"Ah, so,"
she said, with a slight shrug of her shoulders.
"Then I must tell you. You say you do not know the Grand Duke and Duchess. Well, they know you. The day before yesterday you were wandering in the park, as you admit. You say, also, you got through the hedge and interrupted some ceremony. That ceremony was not a court function, Mr. Hoffman, but something equally sacred, the photographing of the ducal family before the Schloss. You say that you instantly withdrew, but after the photograph was taken, the plate revealed a stranger standing actually by the side of the Princess Alexandrine, and even taking the pas of the Grand Duke himself. That stranger was you."
"And the picture was spoiled," said the American, with a quiet laugh.
"I should not say that," returned the lady, with a demure glance at her companion's handsome face. "And I do not believe that the Princess, who first saw the photograph, thought so either. But she is very young and wilful, and has the reputation of being very indiscreet, and unfortunately she begged the photographer not to destroy the plate, but to give it to her, and to say nothing about it, except that the plate was defective, and to take another. Still, it would have ended there if her curiosity had not led her to confide a description of the stranger to the police inspector, with the result you know."
"Then I am expected to leave town because I accidentally stumbled into a family group that was being photographed?"
"Because a certain princess was indiscreet enough to show her curiosity about you," corrected the fair stranger.
"But look here, I'll apologize to the princess, and offer to pay for the plate."
"Then you do want to see the princess?" said the young girl, smiling. "You are like the others."
"Bother the princess! I want to see you, and I don't see how they can prevent it if I choose to remain."
"Very easily. You will find that there is something wrong with your passport, and you will be sent on to Pumpernickel for examination. You will unwittingly transgress some of the laws of the town, and be ordered to leave it. You will be shadowed by the police until you quarrel with them, like a free American, and you are conducted to the frontier. Perhaps you will strike an officer who has insulted you, and then you are finished on the spot."
The American's crest rose palpably until it cocked his straw hat over his curls. "Suppose I am content to risk it, having first laid the whole matter and its trivial cause before the American minister, so that he could make it hot for this whole caboodle of a country if they happened to down me. By Jove, I shouldn't mind being the martyr of an international episode if they'd spare me long enough to let me get the first copy over to the other side." His eyes sparkled.
"You could expose them, but they would then deny the whole story, and you have no evidence. They would demand to know your informant, and I should be disgraced, and the princess, who is already talked about, made a subject of a scandal. But no matter. It is right that an American's independence shall not be interfered with."
She raised the hem of her handkerchief to her blue eyes and slightly turned her head aside. Hoffman gently drew the handkerchief away, and in so doing possessed himself of her other hand. "Look here, Miss Elsbeth, you know I wouldn't give you away, whatever happened. But couldn't I get hold of that photographer? I saw him. He wanted me to sit to him, and make him tell me." "He wanted you to sit to him?" she said hurriedly. "And did you?" "No," he replied. "He was a little too fresh and previous, though I thought he fancied some resemblance in me to somebody else." "Ah," she said something to herself in German, which he did not understand, and then added aloud, "You did well. He is the bad man, this photographer. Promise me you shall not sit for him." "How can I if I'm fired out of the place like this?" he added ruefully. "But I'd like to make him give himself away to me somehow." "He will not, and if he did, he would deny it afterward. Do not go near him nor see him. Be careful that he does not photograph you with his instantaneous instrument when you are passing. Now you must go. I must see the princess." "Let me go too. I will explain it to her," said Hoffmann. She stopped, looked at him keenly, and attempted to withdraw her hands. "Ah, then it is so. It is the princess you wish to see. You are curious. You, too. You wish to see this lady who is interested in you. I ought to have known it. You are all alike." He met her gaze with laughing frankness, accepting her outburst as a charming feminine weakness, half jealousy, half coquetry, but restrained her hands. "Nonsense," he said. "I wish to see her that I may have the right to see you, that you shall not lose your place here through me, that I may come again." "You must never come here again." "Then you must come where I am. We will meet somewhere when you have an afternoon off. You shall show me the town, the houses of my ancestors, their tombs, possibly. If the Grand Duke rampages, the probable site of my own." She looked into his laughing eyes with her clear, steadfast, gravely questioning blue ones. "Do not you Americans know that it is not the fashion here in Germany for the young men and the young women to walk together unless they are verlobt?" "Fair which?" "Engaged." She nodded her head thrice, viciously, decidedly, mischievously. "So much the better." "Ach Gott!" She made a gesture of hopelessness at his incorrigibility, and again attempted to withdraw her hands. "I must go now." "Well, then, good-bye." It was easy to draw her closer by simply lowering her still captive hands. Then he suddenly kissed her coldly startled lips, and instantly released her. She as instantly vanished. "Elsbeth!" he called quickly. "Elsbeth!" Her now really frightened face reappeared with a heightened color from the dense foliage, quite to his astonishment. "Hush!" she said, with her finger on her lips. "Are you mad?" "I only wanted to remind you to square me with the princess," he laughed, as her head disappeared. He strolled back toward the gate. Scarcely had he quitted the shrubbery before the same chasseur made his appearance with precisely the same salute, and keeping exactly the same distance, accompanied him to the gate. At the corner of the street he hailed a droschky and was driven to his hotel. The landlord came up smiling. He trusted that the Herr had greatly enjoyed himself at the Schloss. It was a distinguished honor, in fact, quite unprecedented. Hoffmann, while he determined not to commit himself, nor his late fair companion, was nevertheless anxious to learn something more of her relations to the Schloss. So pretty, so characteristic, and marked a figure must be well known to sightseers. Indeed, once or twice the idea had crossed his mind with a slightly jealous twinge that left him more conscious of the impression she had made on him than he had deemed possible. He asked if the model farm and dairy were always shown by the same attendants. Ach Gott, no doubt yes. His Royal Highness had quite a retinue when he was in residence. And were these attendants in costume? There was undoubtedly a livery for the servants. Hoffmann felt a slight republican irritation at the epithet. He knew not why. But this costume was rather a historical one. Surely it was not entrusted to everyday menials, and he briefly described it. His host's blank curiosity suddenly changed to a look of mysterious and arch intelligence. Ach Gott, yes! He remembered now, with his finger on his nose, that when there was a fest at the Schloss, the farm and dairy were filled with shepherdesses, in quaint costume worn by the ladies of the Grand Duke's own theatrical company, who assumed the characters with great vivacity. Surely it was the same, and the Grand Duke had treated the Herr to this special courtesy. Yes, there was one pretty blonde young lady, the Fräulein Wimpfenbuttel, a most popular soubrette, who would play it to the life, and the description fitted her to a hair. Ah, there was no doubt of it. Many persons, indeed, had been so deceived. But happily, now that he had given him the wink, the Herr could corroborate it himself by going to the theatre tonight.
Ah, it would be a great joke, quite colossal, if he took a front seat where she could see him. And the good man rubbed his hands in gleeful anticipation.
Hoffmann had listened to him with a slow repugnance that was only equal to his gradual conviction that the explanation was a true one, and that he himself had been ridiculously deceived. The mystery of his fair companion's costume, which he had accepted as part of the show, the inconsistency of her manner and her evident occupation, her undeniable wish to terminate the whole episode with that single interview, her mingling of worldly aplomb and rustic innocence, her perfect self-control and experienced acceptance of his gallantry under the simulated attitude of simplicity, all now struck him as perfectly comprehensible. He recalled the actress's inimitable touch in certain picturesque, realistic details in the dairy, which she had not spared him. He recognized it now even in their bowered confidences, how like a pretty ballet scene their whole interview on the rustic bench was, and it breathed through their entire conversation, to their theatrical parting at the close, and the whole story of the photograph was, no doubt, as pure a dramatic invention as the rest. The princess's romantic interest in him, that princess who had never appeared, why had he not detected the old, well-worn, sentimental situation here, was all a part of it. The dark, mysterious hint of his persecution by the police was a necessary culmination to the little farce. Thank heaven, he had not risen at the princess, even if he had given himself away to the clever actress in her own humble role. Then the humor of the whole situation predominated, and he laughed until the tears came to his eyes, and his forgotten ancestors might have turned over in their graves without his heeding them. And with this humanizing influence upon him, he went to the theater. It was a capacious event for the town, and although the performance was a special one, he had no difficulty in getting a whole box to himself. He tried to avoid this public isolation by sitting close to the next box, where there was a solitary occupant, an officer, apparently as lonely as himself. He had made up his mind that when his fair deceiver appeared, he would let her see by his significant applause that he recognized her, but bore no malice for the trick she had played on him. After all, he had kissed her. He had no right to complain. If she should recognize him, and this recognition led to a withdrawal of her prohibition and their better acquaintance, he would be a fool to cavil at her pleasant artifice. Her vocation was certainly a more independent and original one than that he had supposed. For its social quality and inequality he cared nothing. He found himself longing for the glance of her calm blue eyes, for the pleasant smile that broke the seriousness of her sweetly restrained lips. There was no doubt that he should know her even as the heroine of Der Czar und der Zimmermann on the bill before him. He was becoming impatient, and the performance evidently was waiting. A stir in the outer gallery, the clatter of sabers, the filing of uniforms into the royal box, and a triumphant burst from the orchestra showed the cause. As a few ladies and gentlemen in full evening dress emerged from the background of uniforms and took their places in the front of the box, Hoffmann looked with some interest for the romantic princess. Suddenly he saw a face and shoulders in a glitter of diamonds that startled him, and then a glance that transfixed him. He leaned over to his neighbor. "Who is the young lady in the box?" "The Princess Alexandrina." "I mean the young lady in the blue with blonde hair and blue eyes." "It is the Princess Alexandrina Elsbeth Marie Stephanie, the daughter of the Grand Duke. There is none other there." "Thank you." He sat quietly looking at the rising curtain and the stage. Then he rose quietly, gathered his hat and coat, and left the box. When he reached the gallery, he turned instinctively and looked back at the royal box. Her eyes had followed him, and as he remained a moment motionless in the doorway, her lips parted in a grateful smile, and she waved her fan with a faint but unmistakable gesture of farewell. The next morning he left Alstadt. There was some little delay at the Zoll on the frontier, and when Hoffmann received back his trunk, it was accompanied by a little sealed packet, which was handed to him by the custom-house inspector. Hoffmann did not open it until he was alone. There hangs upon the wall of his modest apartment in New York a narrow, irregular photograph, ingeniously framed, of himself standing side by side with a young German girl, who, in the estimation of his compatriots, is by no means stylish, and only passably good-looking. When he is joked by his friends about the post of honor given to this production, and questioned as to the lady, he remains silent. The Princess Alexandrina Elsbeth Marie Stephanie von Westphalen-Altstadt, among her other royal qualities, knew whom to trust. End of The Indiscretion of Elsbeth.
The Devotion of Enrique, Part 1, from Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The present recording is by Raju, ramina45@hotmail.com. The Devotion of Enrique by Bret Harte, Part 1. In another chronicle which dealt with the exploits of Shushu, a Californian Mustang, I gave some space to the accomplishments of Enrique Saltillo, who assisted me in training her, and who was also brother of Consuelo Saltillo, the young lady, to whom I had freely given both the Mustang and my youthful affections. I consider it a proof of the superiority of masculine friendship that neither the subsequent desertion of the Mustang nor that of the young lady ever made the slightest difference to Enrique or me in our exalted amity. To a wondering doubt as to what I ever could possibly have seen in his sister to admire, he joined a tolerant skepticism of the whole sex. This he was wont to express in the marvelous combination of Spanish precision and California slang, for which he was justly famous. As to these women and their little game, he would say, "Believe me, my friend, your old uncle Henry is not in it. No, he will ever take a back seat when Loaf is around. For why? Regard me here. If she is a horse, you shall say, she will buck jump. She will eschide, she will not arrive, or she will arrive too quick. But if it is these women, where are you? For when you shall say, she will eschide, look you, she will walk straight, or she will remain tranquil when you think she buck jump, or else she will arrive, and look you, you will not. You shall get left. It is ever so. My father and the brother of my father have both made court to my mother when she was but a senorita. My father think she have loved his mother more. So he said to her, "It is enough. Tranquilize yourself. I will go. I will efface myself. Adios. Shake hands. Tata. So long. See you again in the fall." And what make my mother? Regard me. She married my father on the instant. Of these women, believe me, Pancho, you shall know nothing, not even if they shall make you the son of your father or his nephew. I have recalled this characteristic speech to show the general tendency of Enrique's convictions of the opening of this little story. It is only fair to say, however, that his usual attitude toward the sex he so cheerfully maligned exhibited little apprehension or caution in dealing with them. Among the frivolous and light-minded intermixture of his race, he moved with great freedom and popularity. He danced well. When we went to fandangos together, his agility and audacity of his figures always procured him the prettiest partners. His professed sentiments, I presume, shielding him from subsequent jealousies, heart-burnings, or envy. I have a vivid recollection of him in the mysteries of the semiquaqua, a somewhat corybantic dance, which left much to the invention of the performers and very little to the imagination of the spectator. In one of the figures, a gaudy handkerchief waved more or less gracefully by dancer and danseuse before the dazzled eyes of each other acted as a love signal, and was used to express alternate admiration and indifference, shyness and audacity, fear and transport, coyness and coquetry, as the dance proceeded. I need not say that Enrique's pantomimic illustration of these emotions was peculiarly extravagant, but it was always performed and accepted with a gravity that was an essential feature of the dance. At such times, sighs would escape him which were supposed to portray the incipient stages of passion. Snorts of jealousy burst from him at the suggestion of a rival. He was overtaken by a sort of Saint Vitus dance that expressed his timidity in making the first advances of affection, The scorn of his lady love struck with him with something like a dumb awe, and a single gesture of invitation from her produced marked delirium. All this was very like Enrique, but on the particular occasion to which I refer, I think no one was prepared to see him begin the figure with the waving of 4 handkerchiefs. Yet this he did, pirouetting, capering, brandishing his silken signals like a ballerina's scarf in the languishment or fire of passion, until in a final figure, where the conquered and submitting fair one usually sinks into the arms of her partner, need it be said that ingenious Enrique was found in the center of the floor supporting 4 of the dancers. Yet he was by no means unduly excited either by the plaudits of the crowd or by his evident success with the fair. "Ah, believe me, it's nothing," he said quietly, rolling a fresh cigarette as he leaned against the doorway. "Possibly I shall have to offer the chocolate or the wine to these girls, or make them a promenade in the moonlight on the veranda. It is ever so. Unless, my friend," he said, suddenly turning toward me in an excess of chivalrous self-abnegation, "unless you shall yourself take my place. Behold, I gift them to you. I vamos, I vanish, I make track, I skedaddle." I think he would have carried his extravagance to the point of summoning his 4 gypsy witches of partners and committing them to my care, if the crowd had not at that moment parted before the remaining dancers, and left one of the onlookers, a tall, slender girl, calmly surveying them through gold-rimmed eyeglasses in complete critical absorption. I stared in amazement and consternation, for I recognized in the fair stranger Miss Urania Mannersley, the Congregational minister's niece. Everybody knew Rainey Mannersley throughout the length and breadth of the Encinal. She was at once the envy and the good of the daughters of those southwestern and eastern immigrants who had settled in the valley. She was correct, she was critical, she was faultless and observant. She was proper yet independent. She was highly educated. She was suspected of knowing Latin and Greek. She even spelled correctly. She could wither the plainest field nosegay in the hands of other girls by giving the flowers their botanical names. She never said, "Ain't you?" but "Aren't you?" She looked upon "Did I which?" as an incomplete and imperfect form of "What did I do?" She quoted from Browning and Tennyson and was believed to have read them. She was from Boston. What could she possibly be doing at a free and easy fandango? Even if these facts were not already familiar to everyone there, her outward appearance would have attracted attention. Contrasted with the gorgeous red, black, and yellow skirts of the dancers, her plain, tightly fitting gown and hat, all of one delicate grey, were sufficiently notable in themselves, even had they not seemed, like the girl herself, a kind of quiet protest to the glaring flounces before her. Her small straight waist and flat back brought into greater relief the corsetless, waistless, swaying figures of the Mexican girls, and her long, slim, well-booted feet, peeping from the stiff white edges of her short skirt, made their broad, low-quartered slippers, held on by the big toe, appear more preposterous than ever. Suddenly she seemed to realize that she was standing there alone, but without fear or embarrassment. As she drew back a little, glancing carelessly behind her as if missing some previous companion, and then her eyes fell upon mine, she smiled an easy recognition. Then a moment later her glance rested more curiously upon Enrique, who was still by my side. I disengaged myself and instantly joined her, particularly as I noticed that a few of the other bystanders were beginning to stare at her with little reserve. "Isn't it the most extraordinary thing you ever saw?" she said quietly. Then, presently noticing the look of embarrassment on my face, she went on more by way of conversation than of explanation. "I just left Uncle making a call on a parishioner next door, and was going home with Jocasta, a peon servant of her uncle's, when I heard the music and dropped in. I don't know what has become of her," she added, glancing round the room again. "She seemed perfectly wild when she saw that creature over there bounding about with his handkerchiefs. You were speaking to him just now. Do tell me, is he real?" "I should think there was little doubt of that," I said with a vague laugh. "You know what I mean," she said simply. "Is he quite sane? Does he do that because he likes it, or is he paid for it?" This was too much. I pointed out, somewhat hurriedly, that he was a scion of one of the oldest Castilian families, that the performance was a national gypsy dance which he had joined in as a patriot and a patron, and that he was my dearest friend. At the same time, I was conscious that I wished she hadn't seen his last performance. "You don't mean to say that all that he did was in the dance?" she said. "I don't believe it. It was only like him." As I hesitated over this palpable truth, she went on, "I do wish he would do it again. Don't you think you could make him?" "Perhaps he might if you asked him," I said a little maliciously. "Of course I shouldn't do that," she returned quietly. "All the same, I do believe he is really going to do it, or something else. Do look." I looked and to my horror saw that Enrique, possibly incited by the delicate gold eyeglasses of Miss Mannersley, had divested himself of his coat and was winding the 4 handkerchiefs tied together picturesquely around his waist, preparatory to some new performance. I tried furtively to give him a warning look, but in vain. "Isn't he really too absurd for anything?" said Miss Mannersley, yet with a certain comfortable anticipation in her voice. "You know, I never saw anything like this before. I wouldn't have believed such a creature could have existed. Even had I succeeded in warning him, I doubt if it would have been any avail, for, seizing a guitar from one of the musicians, he struck a few chords and suddenly began to zigzag into the center of the floor, swaying his body languishingly from side to side in time with the music and the pitch of a thin Spanish tenor. It was a gypsy love song. Possibly Miss Mannersley's lingual accomplishments did not include a knowledge of Castilian, but she could not fail to see that the gestures and illustrative pantomime were addressed to her, passionately assuring her that she was the most favored daughter of the Virgin, that her eyes were like votive tapers, and yet in the same breath accusing her being a brigand and assassin in her attitude toward his heart. He balanced with quivering timidity toward her, threw in imaginary cloak in front of her neat boots as a carpet for her to tread on, and with a final astonishing pirouette and languishing twang of his guitar, sank on one knee and blew with a rose a kiss at her feet. If I had been seriously angry with him before for his grotesque extravagance, I could have pitied him now for the young girl's absolute unconsciousness of anything but his utter ludicrousness. The applause of dancers and bystanders was instantaneous and hearty. Her only contribution to it was a slight parting of her thin red lips in a half-incredulous smile. In the silence that followed the applause, as Enrique walked pantingly away, I heard her saying half to herself, "Certainly a most extraordinary creature." In my indignation, I could not help turning suddenly upon her and looking straight into her eyes. They were brown, with that peculiar velvet opacity common to the pupils of nearsighted persons, and seemed to defy internal scrutiny. She only repeated carelessly, "Isn't he?" and added, "Please see if you can find Jocasta. I suppose we ought to be going now, and I dare say he won't be doing it again. Ah, there she is. Good gracious! Child, what have you got there?" It was Enrique's rose, which Jocasta had picked up and was timidly holding out toward her mistress. "Heavens, I don't want it. Keep it yourself." I walked with them to the door, as I did not fancy a certain glitter in the black eyes of the senoritas Manuela and Pepita, who were watching her curiously. But I think she was as oblivious of this as she was of Enrique's peculiar attentions. As we reached the street, I felt that I ought to say something more. "You know," I began casually, "that although those poor people meet here in this public way, their gathering is really quite a homely pastoral and a national custom, and these girls are all honest, hard-working peons or servants enjoying themselves in quite the old idyllic fashion." "Certainly," said the young girl half abstractedly. "Of course it is a Moorish dance, originally brought over, I suppose, by those old Andalusian immigrants 200 years ago. It's quite Arabic in its suggestions. I have got something like it in an old cancionero I picked up at a bookstall in Boston. But," she added with a gasp of reminiscent satisfaction, "that's not like him. Oh, no, he is decidedly original. Heavens, yes." I turned away in some discomfiture, to join Enrique, who was calmly awaiting me with a cigarette in his mouth outside the sala. Yet he looked so unconscious of any previous absurdity that I hesitated in what I thought was a necessary warning. He, however, quickly precipitated it. Glancing after the retreating figures of the two women, he said, "This Miss from Boston is returned to her house. You do not accompany her?" "I shall. Behold me. I am there." But I linked my arm firmly in his. Then I pointed out, first, that she was already accompanied by a servant. Secondly, that if I, who knew her, had hesitated to offer myself as an escort, it was hardly proper for him, a perfect stranger, to take that liberty. That Miss Mannersley was very punctilious of etiquette, which he as a Castilian gentleman ought to appreciate. "But will she not regard love, the admiration excessive?" he said, twirling his thin little moustache meditatively. "No, she will not," I returned shortly, "and you ought to understand that she is on a different level from your Manuelas and Carmens." "Pardon, my friend," he said gravely. "These women are ever the same. There is a proverb in my language. Listen. Whether the sharp blade of the Toledo pierce the satin or the goatskin, it shall find behind it ever the same heart to wound. I am the Toledo blade. Possibly it is you, my friend. Wherefore, let us together pursue this girl of Boston on the instant." But I kept my grasp on Enrique's arm and succeeded in restraining his mercurial impulses for the moment. He halted and puffed vigorously at his cigarette, but the next instant he started forward again. "Let us, however, follow with discretion in the rear. We shall pass her house. We shall gaze at it. It shall touch her heart." Ridiculous as was this following of the young girl we had only just parted from, I nevertheless knew that Enrique was quite capable of attempting it alone, and I thought it better to humor him by consenting to walk with him in that direction. But I felt it necessary to say, "I ought to warn you that Miss Mannersley already looks upon your performances at the Sala as something outer and peculiar, and if I were you, I shouldn't do anything to deepen that impression." "You are saying she is shocked?" said Enrique gravely. I felt I could not consciously say that she was shocked, and he saw my hesitation. "Then she have jealousy of the senoritas," he observed, with insufferable complacency. "You observe, I have already said it is ever so." I could stand it no longer. "Look here, Harry," I said, "if you must know it, she looks upon you as an acrobat, a paid performer." "Ah!" His black eyes sparkled. "The torero, the man who fights the bull, he is also an acrobat." "Yes, but she thinks you a clown, a gracisco di tetro." "Then I have make her laugh?" he said coolly. I don't think he had, but I shrugged my shoulders. "You know," he said cheerfully. "Look," he began with a laugh he made finish with a sigh. I turned to look at him in the moonlight. His face presented its habitual Spanish gravity, a gravity that was almost ironical. His small black eyes had their characteristic irresponsible audacity, the irresponsibility of the vivacious young animal. It could not be possible that he was really touched with the placid frigidities of Miss Mannersley. I remembered his equally elastic gallantries with Miss Pinky Smith, a blonde Western belle, from which both had harmlessly rebounded. As we walked on slowly, I continued more persuasively, "Of course, this is only your nonsense, but don't you see, Miss Mannersley thinks it all in earnest and really your nature." I hesitated, for it suddenly struck me that it was really his nature. "And hang it all, you don't want her to believe you a common buffoon, or some intoxicated muchacho." "Intoxicated?" repeated Enrique, with exasperating languishment. "Yes, that's the word that shall express itself. My friend, you have made a shot in the center. You have ring the bell every time. It is intoxication, but not aguardiente. Look, I have long time an ancestor of whom is a pretty story. One day in church he have seen a young girl, a mere peasant girl, pass to the confessional. He look her in her eye. He stagger." Here Enrique wobbled pantomimically into the road. he fall. He would have suited the action to the word if I had not firmly held him up. They have taken him home, where he have remained without his clothes, and have dance and sing. But it was the drunkenness of loaf. And look you, this village girl was nothing, not even pretty. The name of my ancestor was Don Quixote de la Mancha, I suggested maliciously. I suspected as much. Come along, that will do. My ancestor's name, continued Enrique gravely, was Antonio Hermenegildo de Salvatierra, which is not the same. These Don Quixote of whom you speak exist not at all. Never mind. Only, for heaven's sake, as we are nearing the house, don't make a fool of yourself again. It was a wonderful moonlight night. The deep redwood porch of the Mannersley parsonage, under the shadow of a great oak, the largest in the Encinal, was diapered in black and silver. As the women stepped upon the porch, their shadows were silhouetted against the door. Miss Mannersley paused for an instant and turned to give a last look at the beauty of the night as Jocasta entered. Her glance fell upon us as we passed. She nodded carelessly and unaffectedly to me, but as she recognized Enrique, she looked a little longer at him with her previous cold and invincible curiosity. To my horror, Enrique began instantly to affect a slight tremulousness of gait and a difficulty of breathing, but I gripped his arm savagely and managed to get him past the house as the door closed finally on the young lady. You do not comprehend, friend Pancho, he said gravely, but those eyes in their glass are as the Espillo story of the burning mirror. They burn, they consume me here like paper. Let us affix to ourselves these three. She will without doubt appear at her window. We shall salute her for good night. We'll do nothing of the kind, I said sharply. Finding that I was determined, he permitted me to lead him away. I was delighted to notice, however, that he had indicated the window which I knew was the minister's study, and that as the bedrooms were in the rear of the house, this later incident was probably not overseen by the young lady or the servant. But I did not part from Enrique, as I saw him safely back to the sala, where I left him sipping chocolate, his arm alternating around the waists of his two previous partners in a delightful Arcadian and childlike simplicity and an apparent utter forgetfulness of Miss Mannersley. The fandangos were usually held on Saturday night, and the next day being Sunday, I missed Enrique, but as he was a devout Catholic, I remembered that he was at Mass in the morning and possibly at the bullfight at San Antonio in the afternoon. But I was somewhat surprised on the Monday morning following, as I was crossing the plaza, to have my arm taken by the Reverend Mr. Mannersley in the nearest approach to familiarity that was consistent with the reserve of this eminent divine. I looked at him inquiringly. Although scrupulously correct in attire, his features always had a singular resemblance to the national caricature known as Uncle Sam, but with the humorous expression left out. Softly stroking his goatee with 3 fingers, he began condescendingly, "You are, I think, more or less familiar with the characteristics and customs of the Spanish as exhibited by the settlers here." A thrill of apprehension went through me. Had he heard of Enrique's proceedings? Had Miss Mannersley cruelly betrayed him to her uncle? I have not given that attention myself to their language and social peculiarities, he continued with a large wave of the hand, being much occupied with the study of their religious beliefs and superstitions. It struck me that this was apt to be a common fault of people of the Mannersley type, but I have refrained from a personal discussion of them. On the contrary, I have held somewhat broad views on the subject of their remarkable missionary work and have suggested a scheme of cooperation with them, quite independent of doctrinal teaching, to my brethren of other Protestant Christian sects. These views I first incorporated in a sermon last Sunday week, which I am told has created considerable attention. He stopped and coughed slightly. I have not heard from any of the Roman clergy, but I am led to believe that my remarks were not ungrateful to Catholics generally. I was relieved, although still in some wonder, why he should address me on this topic. I had a vague remembrance of having heard that he had said something on Sunday which had offended some Puritans of his flock, but nothing more. He continued, "I have just said that I was unacquainted with the characteristics of the Spanish-American race. I presume, however, they have the impulsiveness of their Latin origin. They gesticulate, they express their gratitude, their joy, their affection, their emotions generally by spasmodic movements. They naturally dance, sing, A horrible suspicion crossed my mind. I could only stare helplessly at him. "I see," he said graciously. "Perhaps it is a somewhat general question. I will explain myself. A rather similar occurrence happened to me the other night. I had returned from visiting a parishioner and was alone in my study reviewing my sermon for the next day. It must have been quite late before I concluded, for I distinctly remember my niece had returned with her servant fully an hour before. Presently I heard the sounds of a musical instrument in the road, with the accents of someone singing or rehearsing some metrical composition in words that, although couched in a language foreign to me, in expression and modulation gave me the impression of being distinctly adulatory. For some little time, in the greater preoccupation of my task, I paid little attention to the performance, but its persistency at length drew me in no more idle curiosity to the window. From thence, standing in my dressing gown, and believing myself unperceived, I noticed under the large oak in the roadside the figure of a young man, who by the imperfect light appeared to be of Spanish extraction. But I evidently miscalculated my own invisibility, for he moved rapidly forward as I came to the window, and in a series of the most extraordinary pantomimic gestures saluted me. Beyond my experience of a few Greek plays in earlier days, I confess I am not an adept in the understanding of gesticulation, but it struck me that the various phases of gratitude, fervor, reverence, and exaltation were successively portrayed. He placed his hands upon his head, his heart, and even clasped them together in this manner. To my consternation, the reverend gentleman here imitated Enrique's most extravagant pantomime. "I am willing to confess," he continued, "that I was singularly moved by them, as well as by the highly creditable and Christian interest that evidently produced them. At last I opened the window. Leaning out, I told him that I regretted that the lateness of the hour prevented any further response from me than a grateful, though hurried acknowledgment of his praiseworthy emotion, but that I should be glad to see him for a few moments in the vestry before service the next day, or at early candlelight before the meeting of the Bible class. I told him that as my sole purpose had been the creation of an evangelical brotherhood and the exclusion of merely doctrinal views, nothing could be more gratifying to me than his spontaneous and unsolicited testimony to my motives. He appeared for an instant to be deeply affected and indeed quite overcome with emotion, and then gracefully retired with some agility and slight saltatory movement. He passed. A sudden and overwhelming idea took possession of me, and I looked impulsively into his face. Was it possible that for once Enrique's ironical extravagance had been understood, met, and vanquished by a master hand? But the Reverend Mr. Mannersley's self-satisfied face betrayed no ambiguity or lurking humor. He was evidently in earnest. He had complacently accepted for himself the abandoned Enrique's serenade to his niece. I felt a hysterical desire to laugh, but it was checked by my companion's next words. I informed my niece of the occurrence in the morning at breakfast. She had not heard anything of the strange performance, but she agreed with me as to its undoubted origin in a grateful recognition of my liberal efforts toward his co-religionists. It was she, in fact, who suggested that your knowledge of these people might corroborate my impressions. I was dumbfounded. Had Miss Mannersley, who must have recognized Enrique's hand in this, concealed the fact in a desire to shield him? But this was so inconsistent with her utter indifference to him, except as a grotesque study, that she would have been more likely to tell her uncle all about his previous performance. Nor could it be that she wished to conceal her visit to the fandango. She was far too independent for that, and it was even possible that the reverend gentleman, in his desire to know more of Enrique's compatriots, would not have objected. In my confusion, I meekly added my conviction to hers, congratulated him upon his evident success, and slipped away. But I was burning with a desire to see Enrique and know all. He was imaginative but not untruthful. Unfortunately, I learned that he was just then following one of his erratic impulses and had gone to a rodeo at his cousin's in the foothills, where he was alternately exercising his horsemanship in catching and breaking wild cattle and delighting his relatives with his incomparable grasp of the American language and customs and of the airs of a young man of fashion. Then my thoughts recurred to Miss Mannersley. Had she really been oblivious that night to Enrique's serenade? I resolved to find out, if I could, without betraying Enrique. Indeed, it was possible, after all, that it might not have been he. End of part 1 of The Devotion of Enrique from Selected Stories by Bret Harte. The present recording is by Raju, ramina45@hotmail.com. The Devotion of Enrique, Part 2, from Selected Stories by Bret Harte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The present recording is by Raju, ramina45@hotmail.com. The Devotion of Enrique, Part 2. Chance favored me. The next evening I was at a party where Miss Mannersley, by reason of her position and quality, was a distinguished, I had almost written a popular, guest. But, as I have formerly stated, although the youthful fair of the encinal were flattered by her casual attentions and secretly admired her superior style and aristocratic calm, they were more or less uneasy under the dominance of her intelligence and education, and were afraid to attempt either confidence or familiarity. They were also singularly jealous of her, for, although the average young man was equally afraid of her cleverness and her candor, he was not above paying a tremulous and timid court to her for its effect upon her humbler sisters. This evening she was surrounded by her usual satellites, including, of course, the local notables and special guests of distinction. She had been discussing, I think, the existence of glaciers on Mount Shasta with a spectacled geologist, and had participated with charming frankness in a conversation on anatomy with the local doctor and a learned professor when she was asked to take a seat at the piano. She played with remarkable skill and wonderful precision, but coldly and brilliantly. As she sat there in her subdued but perfectly fitting evening dress, her regular profile and short but slender neck firmly set up on her high shoulders, exhaling an atmosphere of refined puritanism and provocative intelligence, the utter incongruity of Enrique's extravagant attentions, if ironical, and their equal hopelessness, if not, seemed to me plainer than ever. What had this well-poised, coldly observant spinster to do with that quaintly ironic ruffler, the romantic cynic, the rowdy Don Quixote, that impossible Enrique? Presently she ceased playing. Her slim, narrow slipper, revealing her thin ankle, remained upon the pedal. Her delicate fingers were resting idly on the keys. Her head was slightly thrown back, and her narrow eyebrows prettily knit toward the ceiling in an effort of memory. Something of Chopin's, suggested the geologist ardently. That exquisite sonata, pleaded the doctor. Soothing of Rubinstein, heard him once, said a gentleman of Siskiyou. He just made that piano get up and howl, play Rube. She shook her head with parted lips and a slight touch of girlish coquetry in her manner. Then her fingers suddenly dropped upon the keys with a glassy tinkle. There were a few quick pizzicato chords, down went the low pedal with a monotonous strumming, and she presently began to hum to herself. I started, as well I might, for I recognized one of the Enrique's favorite and most extravagant guitar solos. It was audacious, it was barbaric, it was, I fear, vulgar. As I remembered it, as he sang it, it recounted the adventures of one Don Francisco, a provincial gallant and roisterer of the most objectionable type. It had 104 verses, which Enrique never spared me. I shuddered as in a pleasant, quiet voice the correct Miss Mannersley warbled in musical praise of Pellejo or wineskin, and a eulogy of the icebox came caressingly from her thin red lips. but the company was far differently affected. The strange, wild air and wilder accompaniment were evidently catching. People moved toward the piano. Somebody whistled the air from a distant corner. Even the faces of geologist and doctor brightened. A Toronto, I presume, blandly suggested the doctor. Miss Mannersley stopped and rose carelessly from the piano. "It's a Moorish gypsy song of the 15th century," she said dryly. "It seems sort of familiar too," hesitated one of the young men timidly. "Like as if, don't you know?" "You had without knowing it, don't you know?" He blushed slightly. "Sort of picked it up somewhere." "I picked it up, as you call it, in the collection of medieval manuscripts of the Harvard Library and copied it," returned Miss Mannersley coldly as she turned away. But I was not inclined to let her off so easily. I presently made my way to her side. "Your uncle was complimentary enough to consult me as to the meaning of the appearance of a certain exuberant Spanish visitor at his house the other night." I looked into her brown eyes, but my own slipped off her velvety pupils without retaining anything. Then she reinforced her gaze with a pince nez and said carelessly, "Oh, it's you. How are you? Well, could you give him any information?" "Only generally," I returned, still looking into her eyes. "These people are impulsive. The Spanish blood is a mixture of gold and quicksilver." She smiled slightly. "That reminds me of your volatile friend. He was mercurial enough, certainly. Is he still dancing?" "And singing sometimes," I responded pointedly. But she only added casually, "A singular creature," without exhibiting the least consciousness, and drifted away, leaving me none the wiser. I felt that Enrique alone could enlighten me. I must see him. I did, but not in the way I expected. There was a bullfight at San Antonio the next Saturday afternoon, the usual Sunday performance being changed in deference to the sabbatical habits of the Americans. An additional attraction was offered in the shape of a bull and bear fight, also a concession to American taste, which had voted the bullfight slow and had averred that the bull did not get a fair show. I am glad that I am able to spare the reader the usual realistic horrors, for in the Californian performances there was very little of brutality that distinguished this function in the mother country. The horses were not miserable, worn-out hacks, but young and alert mustangs, and the display of horsemanship by the picadors was not only wonderful, but secured an almost absolute safety to horse and rider. I never saw a horse gored, although unskillful riders were sometimes thrown in wheeling quickly to avoid the bull's charge. They generally regained their animals without injury. The Plaza de Toros was reached through the decayed and tile-strewn outskirts of an old Spanish village. It was a rudely built oval amphitheater with crumbling, whitewashed adobe walls and roofed only over portions of the gallery reserved for the provincial notables, but now occupied by a few shopkeepers and their wives, with a sprinkling of American travelers and ranchmen. The impalpable adobe dust of the arena was being whirled into the air by the strong onset of the afternoon trade winds, which happily, however, helped also to dissipate a reek of garlic and the acrid fumes of cheap tobacco rolled in corn-husk cigarettes. I was leaning over the second barrier, waiting for the meager and circus-like procession to enter with the keys of the bullpen, when my attention was attracted to a movement in the reserved gallery. A lady and gentleman of a quality that was evidently unfamiliar to the rest of the audience were picking their way along the rickety benches to a front seat. I recognized the geologist with some surprise, and the lady was leading with still greater astonishment, for it was Miss Mannersley in her precise, well-fitting walking costume, a monotone of sober color among the party-colored audience. However, I was perhaps less surprised than the audience, for I was not only becoming as accustomed to the young girl's vagaries as I had been to Enrique's extravagance, but I was also satisfied that her uncle might have given her permission to come as a recognition of the Sunday concession of the management, as well as to conciliate his supposed Catholic friends. I watched her sitting there until the first bull had entered, and after a rather brief play with the picadors and banderilleros was dispatched. At the moment when the matador approached the bull with his lethal weapon, I was not sorry for an excuse to glance at Miss Mannersley. Her hands were in her lap, her head slightly bent forward over her knees. I fancied that she too had dropped her eyes before the brutal situation. To my horror, I saw that she had a drawing book in her hand, and was actually sketching it. I turned my eyes in preference to the dying bull. The second animal led out for this ingenious slaughter was, however, more sullen, uncertain, and discomposing to his butchers. He accepted the irony of a trial with gloomy, suspicious eyes, and he declined the challenge of viling and insulting picadors. He bristled with the banderollas like a head hog, but remained with his haunches backed against the barrier, at times almost hidden in the fine dust raised by the monotonous stroke of his sullenly pawing hoof, his one dull, heavy protest. A vague uneasiness had infected his adversaries. The picadors held aloof. The banderilleros skirmished at a safe distance. The audience resented only the indecision of the bull. Galling epithets were flung at him, followed by cries of espada, and curving his elbow under his short cloak, the matador, with his flashing blade in hand, advanced and stopped. The bull remained motionless, for at that moment a heavier gust of wind than usual swept down upon the arena, lifted a suffocating cloud of dust, and whirled it around the tiers of benches and the balcony, and for a moment seemed to stop the performance. I heard an exclamation from the geologist, who had risen to his feet. I fancied I heard even a faint cry from Miss Mannersley, but the next moment, as the dust was slowly settling, we saw a sheet of paper in the air that had been caught up in a brief cyclone, dropping, dipping from side to side on uncertain wings until it slowly descended in the very middle of the arena. It was a leaf from Miss Mannersley's sketchbook, the one on which she had been sketching. In the pause that followed it seemed to be the one object that at last excited the bull's growing but tardy ire. He glanced at it with murky, distended eyes. He snorted at it with vague yet troubled fury. Whether he detected his own presentment in Miss Mannersley's sketch, or whether he recognized it as an unknown and unfamiliar treachery in his surroundings, I could not conjecture. For the next moment, the matador, taking advantage of the bull's concentration, with a complacent leer at the audience, advanced toward the paper, but at that instant a young man cleared the barrier into the arena with a single bound, shoved the matador to one side, caught up the paper, turned toward the balcony, and Miss Mannersley, with a gesture of apology, dropped gaily before the bull, knelt down before him with an exaggerated humility, and held up the drawing as if for his inspection. A roar of applause broke from the audience, a cry of warning and exasperation from the attendants, as the goaded bull suddenly charged the stranger. But he sprang to one side with great dexterity, made a courteous gesture to the matador as if passing the bull over to him, and still holding the paper in his hand, re-leaped the barrier and rejoined the audience in safety. I did not wait to see the deadly dominant thrust with which the matador received the charging bull. My eyes were following the figure, now bounding up the steps to the balcony, where with an exaggerated salutation he laid the drawing in Miss Mannersley's lap and vanished. There was no mistaking that thin-lipped form, the narrow black moustache, and gravely dancing eyes. The audacity of conception, the extravagance of execution, the quaint irony of the sequel could belong to no one but Enrique. I hurried up to her as the 6 yoked mules dragged the carcass of the bull away. She was placidly putting up her book, the unmoved focus of 100 eager and curious eyes. She smiled slightly as she saw me. I was just telling Mr. Briggs what an extraordinary creature it was, and how you knew him. He must have had great experience to do that sort of thing so cleverly and safely. Does he do it often? Of course, not just that. But does he pick up cigars and things that I see they throw to the matador? Does he belong to the management? Mr. Briggs thinks the whole thing was a feint to distract the bull, she added with a wicked glance at the geologist, who, I fancied, looked disturbed. I am afraid, I said dryly, that his act was unpremeditated and genuine as it was unusual. Why afraid? It was a matter-of-fact question, but I instantly saw my mistake. What right had I to assume that Enrique's attentions were any more genuine than her own easy indifference? And if I suspected that they were, was it fair in me to give my friend away to this heartless coquette? You are not very gallant, she said, with a slight laugh as I was hesitating, and turned away with her escort before I could frame a reply. But at least Enrique was now accessible, and I should gain some information from him. I knew where to find him unless he was still lounging about the building, intent upon more extravagance. But I waited until I saw Miss Mannersley and Briggs depart without further interruption. The hacienda of Roman Saltillo, Enrique's cousin, was on the outskirts of the village. When I arrived there, I found Enrique's Pinto Mustang steaming in the corral, and although I was momentarily delayed by the servants at the gateway, I was surprised to find Enrique himself lying languidly on his back in a hammock in the patio. His arms were hanging down listlessly on each side, as if in the greatest prostration, yet I could not resist the impression that the rascal had only just got into the hammock when he heard of my arrival. "You have arrived, friend Pancho, in time," he said in accents of exaggerated weakness. "I am absolutely exhausted. I am busted, caved in, kerflumoxed. I have behold you, my friend, at the barrier. I speak not. I make no sign at the first, because I was on fire. I speak not at the finish, for I am exhausted. I see, the bull made it lively for you." He instantly bounded up in the hammock. "The bull, caramba! Not 1,000 bulls, and this one, look you, was a craven." I snapped my fingers over his horn. I rolled my cigarette under his nose. "Well, then, what was it?" He instantly lay down again, pulling up the sides of the hammock. Presently his voice came from its depths, appealing in hollow tones to the sky. "He asks me, this friend of my soul, this brother of my life, this Pancho that I love, what it was. He would that I should tell him why I am game in the legs, why I shake in the hand, crack in the voice, and am generally wipe out. And yet he, my partner, this Francisco, know that I have seen this miss from Boston, that I have gazed into the eye, touched the hand, and for the instant possess the picture that hand have drawn. It was a sublime picture, Pancho," he said, sitting up again suddenly, "and have killed the bull before our friend Peep's sword have touched even the bone of his back, and make finish of him." "Look here, Enrique," I said bluntly, "have you been serenading that girl?" He shrugged his shoulders with the least embarrassment and said, "Ah, yes, what would you? It's of a necessity." "Well," I retorted, "then you ought to know that her uncle took it all to himself. Thought you some grateful Catholic pleased with his religious tolerance." He did not even smile. "No," he said gravely, "that makes something too. In this affair it's well to begin with the duenna. He is the duenna." And I went on relentlessly. "Her escort told her just now that your exploit in the bull ring was only a trick to divert the bull suggested by the management. Bah, her escort is a geologian. Naturally she is to him as a stone." I would have continued, but a peon interrupted us at this moment with a sign to Enrique, who leaped briskly from the hammock, bidding me wait his return from a messenger in the gateway. Still unsatisfied of mind, I waited and sat down in the hammock that Enrique had quitted. A scrap of paper was lying in its meshes, which at first appeared to be of the kind from which Enrique rolled his cigarettes, but as I picked it up to throw it away, I found it was a much firmer and stouter material. Looking at it more closely, I was surprised to recognize it as a piece of the tinted drawing paper torn off the block that Miss Mannersley had used. It had been deeply creased at right angles, as if it had been folded. It looked as if it might have been the outer half of a sheet used for a note. It might have been a trifling circumstance, but it greatly excited my curiosity. I knew that he had returned the sketch to Miss Mannersley, for I had seen it in her hand. Had she given him another? And if so, why had it been folded to the destruction of the drawing? Or was it a part of a note which he had destroyed? In the first impulse of discovery, I walked quickly with it toward the gateway where Enrique had disappeared, intending to restore it to him. He was just outside talking with a young girl. I started, for it was Jacosta, Miss Mannersley's maid. With this added discovery came that sense of uneasiness and indignation with which we illogically are apt to resent the withholding of a friend's confidence, even matters concerning only himself. It was no use for me to reason that it was no business of mine, that he was right in keeping a secret that concerned another and a lady. But I was afraid. I was even more meanly resentful because the discovery quite upset my theory of his conduct and of Miss Mannersley's attitude toward him. I continued to walk on to the gateway, where I bade Enrique a hurried goodbye, alleging the sudden remembrance of another engagement but without appearing to recognize the girl, who was moving away when, to my further discomfiture, the rascal stopped me with an appealing wink, threw his arms around my neck, whispered hoarsely in my ear, "Ah, you see, you comprehend? But you are the mirror of discretion," and returned to Jocasta. But whether this meant that he had received a message from Miss Mannersley, or that he was trying to suborn her maid to carry one, was still uncertain. He was capable of either. During the next 2 or 3 weeks, I saw him frequently, but as I had resolved to try the effect of ignoring Miss Mannersley in our conversation, I gathered little further of their relations. To my surprise, after 1 or 2 characteristic extravagances of allusion, Enrique dropped the subject too. Only one afternoon, as we were parting, he said carelessly, "My friend, you are going to the Casa of Mannersley tonight. I too have the honor of the invitation, but you will be my Mercury, my Leporello. You will take of me a message to these Miss Boston, that I am crushed, desolated, prostrate, and flabbergasted, that I cannot arrive, for I have of that night to sit up with the grand aunt of my brother-in-law, who has a quinsy to the death. It's sad." This was the first indication I had received of Miss Mannersley's advances. I was equally surprised at Enrique's refusal. "Nonsense," I said bluntly. "Nothing keeps you from going." "My friend," returned Enrique, with a sudden lapse into languishment that seemed to make him absolutely infirm, "it's everything that shall restrain me. I am not strong. I shall become weak of the knee, and tremble under the eye of Miss Boston. I shall precipitate myself to the geologian by the throat. Ask me another conundrum that shall be easy." He seemed idiotically inflexible and did not go. But I did. I found Miss Mannersley exquisitely dressed and looking singularly animated and pretty. The lambent glow of her inscrutable eye, as she turned toward me, might have been flattering but for my uneasiness in regard to Enrique. I delivered his excuses as naturally as I could. She stiffened for an instant and seemed an inch higher. "I am so sorry," she said at last in a level voice. "I thought he would have been so amusing. Indeed, I had hoped we might try an old Moorish dance together, which I have found and was practicing. He would have been delighted, I know. It's a great pity he didn't come with me," I said quickly. But I could not help adding, with emphasis on her words, "He is such an extraordinary creature, you know." "I see nothing extraordinary in his devotion to an aged relative," returned Miss Mannersley quietly as she turned away, "except that it justifies my respect for his character. I do not know why I did not relate this to him. Possibly I had given up trying to understand them. Perhaps I was beginning to have an idea that he could take care of himself. But I was somewhat surprised a few days later when, after asking me to go with him to a rodeo at his uncle's, he added composedly, "You will meet Miss Boston." I stared, and but for his manner would have thought it part of his extravagance. For the rodeo, a yearly chase of wild cattle for the purpose of lassoing and branding them, was a rather brutal affair, and purely a man's function. It was also a family affair, a property stock-taking of the great Spanish cattle owners and strangers, particularly Americans, found it difficulty to gain access to its mysteries and the fiesta that followed. "But how did she get an invitation?" I asked. "You did not dare to ask," I began. "My friend," said Enrique, with a singular deliberation, "the great and respectable Boston herself and her serene venerable uncle and other Boston magnificos have of a truth done me the inexpressible honor to solicit of my degraded papistical uncle that she shall come, that she shall of her own superior eye behold the barbaric customs of our race." His tone and manner were so peculiar that I stepped quickly before him, laid my hands on his shoulders, and looked down into his face. But the actual devil, which I now for the first time saw in his eyes, went out of them suddenly, and he relapsed again in affected languishment in his chair. "I shall be there, friend Pancho," he said, with a preposterous gasp. "I shall nerve my arm to lasso the bull, and tumble him before her at her feet. I shall throw the buck-young mustang at the same sacred spot. I shall pluck for her the buried chicken at full speed from the ground and present it to her. You shall see it, friend Pancho. I shall be there." He was as good as his word. When Don Pedro Amador, his uncle, installed Miss Mannersley with Spanish courtesy, on a raised platform in the long valley where the rodeo took place. The gallant Enrique selected a bull from the frightened and galloping herd, and cleverly isolating him from the band, lassoed his hind legs and threw him exactly before the platform where Miss Bannersley was seated. It was Enrique who caught the unbroken mustang, sprang from his own saddle to the bare back of his captive, and with the lasso for a bridle, halted him on rigid haunches at Miss Bannersley's feet. It was Enrique who, in the sports that followed, leaned from his saddle at full speed, caught up the chicken buried to its head in the sand without wringing its neck, and tossed it unharmed and fluttering toward his mistress. As for her, she wore the same look of animation that I had seen in her face at our previous meeting. Although she did not bring her sketch-book with her, as at the bullfight, she did not shrink from the branding of the cattle which took place under her very eyes. Yet I had never seen her and Enrique together. They had never, to my actual knowledge, even exchanged words. And now, although she was the guest of his uncle, his duties seemed to keep him in the field and apart from her. Nor, as far as I could detect, did either apparently make any effort to have it otherwise. The peculiar circumstance seemed to attract no attention from anyone else. But for what I alone knew, or thought I knew, of their actual relations, I should have thought them strangers. But I felt certain that the fiesta which took place in the broad patio of Don Pedro's casa would bring them together, and later in the evening, as we were all sitting on the veranda watching the dancing of the Mexican women, whose white flounced sayas were monotonously rising and falling to the strains of two melancholy harps, Miss Mannersley rejoined us from the house. She seemed to be utterly absorbed and abstracted in the barbaric dances, and scarcely moved as she leaned over the railing with her cheek resting on her hand. Suddenly she arose with a little cry. "What is it?" asked two or three. "Nothing, only I have lost my fan." She had risen and was looking abstractedly on the floor. Half a dozen men jumped to their feet. "Let me fetch it," they said. "No, thank you. I think I know where it is, and will go for it myself." She was moving away, but Don Pedro interposed with Spanish gravity. Such a thing was not to be heard of in his casa. If the senorita would not permit him, an old man, to go for it, it must be brought by Enrique, her cavalier of the day. But Enrique was not to be found. I glanced at Miss Mannersley's somewhat disturbed face, and begged her to let me fetch it. I thought I saw a flush of relief came into her pale cheek as she said in a lower voice, "On the stone seat in the garden." I hurried away, leaving Don Pedro still protesting. I knew the gardens and the stone seat at an angle of the wall, not a dozen yards from the casa. The moon shone full upon it. There, indeed, lay the little grey-feathered fan, but beside it also lay the crumpled black gold embroidered riding gauntlet that Enrique had worn at the rodeo. I thrust it hurriedly into my pocket and ran back. As I passed through the gateway, I asked the peon to send Enrique to me. The man stared. Did I not know that Don Enrique had ridden away 2 minutes ago? When I reached the veranda, I handed the fan to Miss Mannersley without a word. "You know," said Don Pedro gravely, "it's as well. There shall be no bones broken over the getting of it, for Enrique, I hear, has had to return to Encinal this very evening." Miss Mannersley retired early. I did not inform her of my discovery, nor did I seek in any way to penetrate her secret. There was no doubt that she and Enrique had been together, perhaps not for the first time, but what was the result of their interview? From the young girl's demeanor and Enrique's hurried departure, I could only fear the worst for him. Had he been tempted into some further extravagance and been angrily rebuked, or had he avowed a real passion concealed under his exaggerated mask and been deliberately rejected? I tossed uneasily half the night, following in my dreams my poor friend's hurrying hoofbeats, and ever starting from my sleep at what I thought was the sound of galloping hoofs. I rose early and lounged into the patio, but others were there before me, and a small group of Don Pedro's family were excitedly discussing something, and I fancied they turned away awkwardly and consciously as I approached. There was an air of indefinite uneasiness everywhere. A strange fear came over me with the chill of the early morning air. Had anything happened to Enrique? I had always looked upon his extravagance as part of his playful humor. Could it be possible that under the sting of rejection he had made his grotesque threat of languishing effacement real? Surely Miss Mannersley would know or suspect something if it were the case. I approached one of the Mexican women and asked if the senorita had risen. The woman started and looked covertly round before she replied. Did not Pancho know that Miss Mannersley and her maid had not slept in their beds that night, but had gone? None knew where? For an instant I felt an appalling sense of my own responsibility in this suddenly serious situation, and hurried after retreating family group. But as I entered the corridor, a vaquero touched me on the shoulder. He had evidently just dismounted and was covered with the dust of the road. He handed me a note written in pencil on a leaf from Miss Mannersley's sketchbook. It was in Enrique's hand, and his signature was followed by his most extravagant rubric. Friend Pancho, when you read this line, you shall of a possibility think I am no more. That's where you shall slip up, my little brother. I am much more. I am 2 times as much. I have married Miss Boston at the Mission Church at 5 of the morning sharp. No card shall be left. I kiss the hand of my venerable uncle-in-law. You shall say to him that we fly to the South Wilderness as a combined evangelical missionary to the heathen. Miss Boston herself said this. Tata, how are you now? Your own Enrique. End of the devotion of Enrique from Selected Stories by Bret Harte. The present recording is by Raju, Ramina45 at hotmail.com.